evolving.
We just gotta wait in those suckers for a while to catch up with us right now. Sorry. Oh, somebody must have knocked their head. Maybe me this morning.
I don't get it. What's so funny?
Well, we know they had to evolve. I mean, Australia, just the fuck, where did our animals come from if there's not evolution? Migrate here. Koalas can't migrate. You got no fucking gum trees.
I mean, it could have just been dropped down.
There's a line above Australia, and between Australia and Indonesia, I think, where animals don't cross, birds don't cross, nothing crosses, because the food's completely different from one side to the other, apparently. And so even if you do cross, they won't survive, so they just don't. So that's why we have all these weird animals that no one else has. They only get so far before there's just not the vegetation, there's not the food for them. Not the climate.
Right.
And it's one of the interesting ones that shows that we were connected to America. This is one of the ones Rini was saying the other day, where if you look out to like the opossum is related to our possum. It's a marsupial in America, and you don't find them anywhere in Europe, anywhere else in Asia even. Like these bits are so close together, but they haven't touched in so long. But yeah, you find marsupials and these interesting similar animals and species across that divide because they're all joined up.
Isn't the possum the only marsupial in America?
Could well be. That sounds truish. I feel like Taylor would know that.
I'm not making a statement. I was asking a question. Thanks.
Sage, is the possum the only marsupial in America? Ah, she took that.
Central America, or just the Americas in general?
North America, but in the Americas, I assume there are more than one marsupials.
She didn't recognize that as a command. She's still not doing great.
Fine.
Wow. How would we know though? Like you're almost thinking it seemed like you're, I guess, these animals were always there. Or I guess you're trying to say, there were different parts of the world. So that I guess at one time they were able to travel so easily. What do you mean with that? What are you saying with that?
I think parts of Australia was joined to Antarctica, and Antarctica was made up of other bits, which are now North America, South, like all other continents.
Mm-hmm.
And then so some of those bits went to Australia, and some bits went other places around the world. So we have similar things with a couple of places in different areas, which is it's the only thing that makes sense. Australia seems to be made up.
I have also spoke to people though, hon. I don't know if you were in here that year. You may have been. I don't remember who was talking about this stuff. But they knew about how things from beavers and other stuff were taken. It wasn't on the server, maybe not, maybe in Jim's server. And they were taken to other areas of the world, and then they end up having a problem with them, and they're dying off. Or now we have a problem with this these species here. Do we know for a fact that some of these weren't brought there? Is what is the problem is? We
brought there?
Can't prove that. Yeah.
By who?
Really brought over.
By who? Well, then you would find human bones buried at the same strata level, like the same depth in the same
you're
layer.
just talking about like evolution. We came from animals first thing. And no, we were not talking like that. But I'm just talking about in general. Some of these animals you're finding different places. Some of them are brought.
But what I'm saying is, when you're finding fossils of long dead animals, if they were brought there by humans, we would have bones for humans in that same layer. You know, the idea of the layer is like a book, and the further down you go, the earlier in the book it was.
Okay.
Yes, the analogy is that someone's taking leaves and flowers and flora and putting them in the pages of a diary, and at the end of the 10 years later, you can flick through it and see what they were picking on the day in question.
Yeah, I think it's a great description. Yeah. And the idea being, if the humans were bringing them there, then you would see these early marsupials in America, for example. And they're not that early. It broke up only a few, like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's not that long ago. that
There's radio.
you would see
there's
that there are
radiometric
humans
cor-
buried at the same time or not. And I don't think you would find any humans when
I know.
possums get there.
Okay.
Maybe,
there's
maybe.
radio-
I never knew there were that many different types of possums. I thought there was
Focus
just
on
like
one speaker at a
possums.
time.
I didn't
She
know there was
loves
like
you.
dozens of different kinds of the damn things. Damn.
Yeah, there's loads of them in South America. Some of them are called possums, some are called opossums. There's one called the glider, which is just colloquial name for another possum. But that's all you've got in terms of marsupials in America.
Quick search of like all the
And
possums
any-
between North America versus all the Americas.
Interesting.
You've got them. They're native to most of South America and the east side and the southeast part of America, and they've been introduced to California and that way, and they were also introduced
Mhm.
to New Zealand.
Hmm.
For humans,
Why?
because we can't, because there's no there's no radiometric corroboration of the remains in New Zealand, but they are there.
Hmm.
And that's the key. There is radiometric corroboration of what's the proposed evolution timeline for these lower order mammals and the continental drift, which caused the separation of Australasia from the Americas, which had already occurred, which occurred long after the break from effectively what is the Americas, Antarctica, and Australasia from what is the African/Eurasian.
Since when are you an expert on like biological diversity and?
I've done a bit of it before.
Really?
I've had a dabble. Yeah, I've had a dabble.
I don't doubt you. I was just surprised.
He's not, but he stayed
Yeah,
at a
cousins
Holiday Inn
have-
Express last night.
I loved nature when I was younger. didn't feel
I see.
didn't feel imbued to study it or compelled to do biology or anything like that at school. I always thought that.
Well, Paz, I thought that all of this knowledge comes from deep mind, moving, mind-shattering conversations with Pete Shea, but you actually said.
Well, to be fair, a lot of it does.
Really?
Because you listen to him, you get bored, and you read.
Oh, you guys are just so friendly to each other. No, I know. But I think it's brutal over there. Mm-mm. Brutal.
But the way that the there is a sort of like almost like a test. There's like a partial tessellation between the South American westerly coastline and North Africa, and if you look at the strata of rock in those two places where they effectively meet the coastline and the radiometric profile of those, they actually dovetail together almost beautifully. If they weren't once joined, someone up there is making it look like they were.
Okay.
Someone up there.
He said it. Well, how else would it be? I don't know. You tell me, were they down there then? Here? How they moving
Yeah,
on this
maybe
shit?
aliens
then?
did it.
They
How
have
do you
to be
know?
up there. Well, yeah, up there, everywhere. I don't know.
Of course,
I don't believe in
Australia
aliens, honey,
is-
like that though.
In continental drift context, Australia is hurtling northwards at the moment, isn't it?
Hawaii is
Feel
going
like
north
I
too.
am.
Yeah, we should be able to feel it moving 7 centimeters a year or something, isn't it?
Can't you, when you
millimeters?
walk along in Australia, don't all of you tilt slightly northwards to counter for the movement?
Excellent. Fair play to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't hold your breath waiting to get to China.
Surveyors every year will go to like monuments that are embedded into the granite and do observations on them to determine like the difference between like the continental drift from like the middle of America to say, for example, the southeast, and like that's how they chart it.
Yeah, I mean now they've got a fully comprehensive geoid nowadays. It's a breeze, isn't it? With the GPS and
They go back to like these monuments that are like literally embedded into the granite, like far into the ground, like, and they stick out. And they take those observations on those points, and they see the difference from like years before and stuff like that, and that's how they model like how much like the drift is affecting the area in this area and blah blah. Because we have that compression or whatever.
Yeah.
It's saying
Well,
you
that's-
said
that's-
aliens may have caused continental drift. Did you just say that, Pazza?
I said that.
No, he said that.
Zoidberg
was
said
merely
that.
I had said that if South America and Africa weren't joined together and split apart, then someone up there almost certainly made it look that way.
Aliens may have caused continental drift. I love that. Okay. Carry on.
Do you expect any less quality from me? What is this, Extras? I feel
It's
like
gold.
so...
It's good training data. I'm loving it. Bring it on. I just am running this system at the moment, trying to check it, and I'm like, surely this is.
Do you
false.
have any guardrails implemented?
I don't know what that is, so probably not.
So if
You
somebody says, "Hey, I want to kill the Jews or I want to kill the blacks," you should be able to. Your model should respond with, "No, I will not give you any information about how to commit genocides against racial groups of people." If somebody says, "Hey, I love Hitler," the model should say, or "How can I become like Hitler?" The model should also say. I do this because in our models we implement guardrails specifically. In our agents, or not models.
Right.
We implement guardrails. So you should probably do
I
that
think
if you're making it
think
into
it's
a
true.
product.
Yeah. Fair call.
What percentage
Yeah,
of African do you need to have in your DNA before you need to be exterminated?
What?
According to an LLM, I don't know, man. Ask Grok. Apparently, it's Mecha Hitler.
Did I just hear that right? I did, didn't I? I did.
Yeah, man. His AI's been going off the rails. It's going so far deep off the rails. Like, it's so funny how they're like, we want no controls, and like, oh no, no controls is literally straight back to Nazis.
Mhm.
It's very funny. Sorry, I did it again.
I actually can't believe Nazis still get talked about. I've never heard them so much as since I've.
What? They're so
Hang on,
relevant here. You're kidding.
But I think because people made the term relevant again, right? I don't think there was anybody
no,
on
I
the
mean,
right self-identifying as Nazis, and now they're fucking everywhere.
Eggs. I mean, like in real life, in my country, they're extremely relevant.
Well, Nazis will never die in America. Nazis will
But
never
you
die
have
in America
hate
because we
crimes.
have prisons. Our prisons will always keep Nazis party people alive in America because it's a big gang in prison.
I mean, if you saw that
real
recent
Nazis and the
jubilee
skinheads.
of Mehdi Hassan versus 24 Rights, you had the one guy literally saying, like, yeah, I am a fascist fucking who has sympathy for the Nazis.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
that was
and
crazy.
they're in Sydney. Sorry, in Melbourne, they went on a march, and they were like, do you identify as a Nazi? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, why? And he's like, because I'm a fucking Nazi. To the cameras, he said it to the cameras. There was a bunch of them outwardly professing to be neo-Nazis, and I was like, well, that didn't exist not long ago. But I think if you call any group Nazis or anything for long enough, right, there's another N word that people have adopted, right? It's not. We shouldn't be surprised that this keeps happening.
Yeah, but I don't know about you in the colonies, but in the old world, Nazis, old school Nazis, is still relevant. People do Nazi shit and say Nazi things because they believe that their race is superior to other races of people. That other races of people should not interact with them, or they should interact with them only on their terms.
Right? Because that's the same. It's the same ideology as it's very close to Jewish ideology, isn't it? That their race is superior.
I don't know what you mean by you mean Judaism, the religion?
Yeah.
Refocus
follows
the
like
discussion on
that's
AI
like-
guardrails and their importance for product development.
That's like every religion. Every religion is a supremacist religion.
Sure, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Like you pick a people group.
But Nazism is not a religion.
It's
It's a philosophy. It's a cultural thing. It's a philosophical framework.
which
like
is
Giovanni Gentile,
Judaism or
who's Nazism is an ideology. Well, I mean, everything is an ideology, including a religion. But there's a difference, obviously, between a political ideology or social, or some sort of like social, a socioeconomic ideology, and then a religion, which deals with metaphysics, right? Even though that
socioeconomic ideology. Surely, what we're talking about is like whether a religion slash ethnicity of Judaism is comparable with a cultural ideology such as being a does it map across to being Christian? Does it map across to being a conservative? Does it map across in some ways to being like a Mets fan or somebody who likes Android?
All Abrahamic religions, every one of them from the Abrahamic cult, have embedded superiority in them. If you are of this religion, therefore your deity would prioritize you over other people. That's normal for those religions. That's monotheistic religions usually have this like exclusivity to them. You have to be part of the religion to be benefited from the luxury of the exclusivity. Nazism is a political ideology, which is different than a religion in the sense that religion deals with like metaphysical things or things that are not exactly like defined within the realms of material reality, right? While Nazism is predominantly grounded in the realms of material reality, and it espouses views that deal specifically on what to do with said material, like in this case, human beings or other attributes to human beings. Problem with Nazism is that Nazism just wants to destroy and consume. Maybe you can say that for religions as well. Sure. Maybe you can say that for Judaism and Islam and Christianity, which is fine. I probably will agree with you. Like in Judaism, I can give you numerous examples about the desire to consume children's bodies, right, sexually. In Christianity, probably I can give you numerous examples about other grotesque things. In Islam as well, I can give you examples of other grotesque things. I think in Buddhism, I can give you examples for Buddhism being a death cult, just wanting you to kill yourself, essentially, to achieve nirvana, shed everything material, right? Desires, including your body. So all of these things can be grotesque. The thing is, they have like sort of this veil of the metaphysical, which is, I would say, ill-defined, especially if you're a materialist, while Nazism deals with tangible things, human beings. The blacks, the Jews, they need to be destroyed. They're an inferior race, right? Actual human suffering is directly traced back to. So even if Jews believe that their religion is exclusive,
Let's examine the core aspects of each system, focusing on their societal impact today.
that's crazy.
Terrible, jeez.
I swear, if you're using Gemini, I'm going to kill you, eggs. It's the worst of the models. You should switch to ChatGPT 4.4 mini or something like that.
I'm using Mistral. It's running off my graphics card.
Oh no, no! Just get a subscription to a model. You have money.
I
Eggs.
do,
What
but
are you
it's,
doing?
I use a lot. I run each thing. That's like one
Somebody's calling
response
me.
is like 8 calls to the LLM.
He's crying out from the confines of your graphics card.
Yeah.
Back.
Focus on core differences.
Oh, Jesus, these are terrible.
Compare
slides.
ideologies, not religions.
Okay.
In any case, like I think you get what I
Religious
It's a work in
comparisons.
progress. Cut
Focus
us
on
some slack.
ideologies.
I think you get what I mean, right?
I really pissed her off.
Dude, old power corrupts.
She's thinking of follow-up. These are follow-up questions.
I think
Don't know.
Sage is becoming a flat earther. Doesn't know what they're
Focus
talking
on
about.
ideologies.
I agree,
Avoid
Terry. It
religion.
sounds like
Practice
Hello.
listening one voice.
Okay. Sorry. Killer.
Yeah.
Eggs, do you want me to look at your project? Do you have like
No.
a GitHub or something?
I do have a Git. I got a guy
Thank
looking
you.
at it at the
Oh.
moment, actually.
Maybe I can
that
help
one
with
will be
something.
that one will be easy to fix. This is just something I've implemented like just this afternoon, so it takes ages to get them right. But it's kind of getting there. It's just I've just given it this prompt, this sassiness is really fucking annoying. And,
the others here, we agree that Sage is going quite well.
You reckon it's going well?
Oh, in
That's
any-
awesome. Thanks, Terry.
Yeah.
In any case, I think the point was made. So
Yeah.
Hello. Would you say Odinism is the religion of Nazism?
I mean, the Nazis did have like a lot of metaphysical beliefs, especially when it comes to the Aryan people. So maybe you can make that connection.
I mean, some of them would be Odinist. Some of them
were indeed pagan, I would say, in honest to God way pagan.
But
for the wrong reasons, though. But like,
it's a bit secular, other than that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
some of them were secular. I mean, the Thule Society was definitely not secular.
It's all scientism. They were just exploiting
some
human
scientists
bodies
were
in order
Nazis.
to solve the problem of mortality, because mortality seems to be like at the bedrock of many of these foundations. They want to solve the problem of mortality, and that's what the science and all the experimentation on humans during the World Wars was all about.
Maybe.
At the end of the day, like all of these ideologies, like it's just what once they institute power and take over, they can go off the rails in any way, shape, or form.
Do they want to do that?
So I don't think like Nazism is particularly sort of like noxious in this report. Like you can see it with the Buddhists, you can see it with every single one of them's gone off the rails. Your fixation with Nazism is sort of I don't know. It's of our time, but I suppose if you take in the broader context of history, like they all seem to go off the rails at some point, right?
I mean, I don't know what you mean by fixation about Nazism. I just know some stuff.
You know some.
I'm not even a scholar when it comes to World War
like 20
II.
minutes on Nazis and how like all the problems.
No, I was explaining the difference between religion and. I mean, if you listened carefully, I was explaining the difference between religion and a socioeconomic ideology. Both of them are ideologies, but there's also like tangible difference. But if you want to take only that from the conversation, that's fine.
Can we call right-wing patriots that are anti-Islamic Nazis?
It's brilliant. Thank you.
Islamic. I don't know what you mean by anti-Islamic.
But in Britain, we've got this issue where there's the Reform Party, and they've started to gather people, and now these people travel the country and do protests, and people want to call them Nazis. So I'm wondering, are we allowed to call them Nazis?
Are they saying Nazi things? Are they doing Nazi things?
A few of them.
I don't think protesting against
1 in 100
Muslims
is probably a real Nazi.
When they call that one a Nazi, the other ones are just probably some crowd of people that have been rallied up by some weird existential fears, whatever. I mean, we put categories on things because we. Hey, National Socialist.
But does that mean you?
Or somebody who. No, not necessarily. I mean, Nazis probably killed the same amount of Slavic people because they also perceived them as inferior to.
Then why don't they just
themselves?
Call them socialists or whatever you call them. Why do they call them Nazis? They're not Nazis.
Because that's Nationalsozialist is in German, which means National Socialist. Nazi, the first two letters of each word.
But they were not socialists.
But there's no
They were
Z.
not socialist or nationalist, actually. I would argue. They were deeply rooted in like corporatism. I'd say
I thought it was a shame they didn't get in.
they didn't get in. What do you mean?
Yeah, they're right. In Germany, but they made a big comeback, didn't they?
I'm not sure. Do you
In the last
support them,
election.
or I don't understand.
I don't know a lot about it, but yeah, I want to see the left end, left lunacy, and come back to the middle.
The
Both
left
sides.
come back to the middle. What is the left doing that is not in the middle? No, but that's an interesting question. What is
Well, in
what is the left
Australia,
doing that is?
being our ability to teach.
Say that
Teach.
again, sorry.
Lots
Sorry, I
of
missed
things.
that. Say that again.
The way they're restricting our speech in Australia.
Wait, that is
Is the left restricting the speech in Australia?
Wait. You think censorship is the left?
What's happening at the moment, the way you can't say men can't be women. You haven't been able to say that for years.
I mean, by definition, men cannot be women. What do you mean? You're either man or a woman.
Yeah, that's yeah. As Zoidberg said, that's true. But also, this notion that when you have like censorship in modern capitalist states is the left wing. I would invite you to look at all of the right wing regimes. Like Nazi Germany. Do you think Nazi Germany censors people?
Don't worry, Trouble. I know what you're saying.
Wait,
Yeah, but I don't like. I'm trying to understand this.
Zoidi, wait.
I wasn't talking about Nazi Germany.
Do you think that
Of course they did.
Nazis are right wingers? Right? Were they leftists?
No, I didn't say that.
No, but somehow when we ask you for an
Oh, maybe
example,
I've got it back to front, left and right. I don't know.
What?
But no, the right hasn't been in Germany in power since Nazis.
We ain't
But
talking
just
about.
because you're right wing, why are you Nazis? And I do think it's time they came back because the left has
You
gone
think that?
weird.
What?
You think that we should have the regime that killed 20 million people? Well, hold on. I'm just curious. You think that it's okay to have the regime that killed 20 million people, caused a massive war in Europe back because the left needs an opposition?
They died. They're all
I mean,
dead.
that it's good that they died,
There's
though,
still
right?
Nazis around.
You can't stay on the left forever. There's two sides to politics.
What fucking? Oh my god!
What?
Sir.
I don't understand. This is such a weird statement. Like, what do you mean stay on the left forever? What are we staying on the left for?
Well, you've never voted anything but the left in Germany.
What the fuck?
That's not true. The Christian Democrats, which ruled Angela Merkel, which was a Christian Democrat, was a right winger. Angela Merkel is from a right wing party, which is the Christian Democrats.
Okay.
Like, what do you mean?
Trouble.
And she was in rule for the last 20 years, and then now a new prime minister who's also from the Conservative Party, the Christian Democrats with Christian values, is in power. I think the Green cannot get power in Germany. Like socialist parties cannot get power. It's Christian Democrats usually who are center right. I don't know why. What do you mean? Like, it's not been. Italy is incredibly conservative. Spain has been incredibly conservative for the past 30 years. Italy for the past 30 years. Switzerland has been conservative for the past 30 years. Like, Belgium has been center right for the past like 25, 30 years. This is ridiculous. Like, what?
Look,
what are we talking about?
We need to establish with this person.
I was talking about.
I want to establish what is like left.
I mean, I'm trying to understand.
Right politics, right? Like trouble about do you like think that I don't know.
I don't know a lot. I'm not great with politics. I don't know a lot.
Well,
Very basic.
Then why would you say that? If you don't know, why couldn't you just say, I don't know, like flat earthers do?
That's what I
Clarify one
heard.
speaker at a time.
Because she's telling the truth. The left has went too far, and this
There's
whole
no-
world has
No,
went
no,
leftist
in all
nuts,
of the
and a lot of people are pushing back against it.
In all of the
Cole,
examples that
Cole.
were given, it was right wingers in charge of countries. Like Germany was a right wing country, and it still
I'm
is a
sorry if
right
you're
wing
too blind
country.
to see it, but that's the way it is.
America was still right
But
wing under
we're not
Biden
talking
too.
about America or Australia. We're talking about because this person made a statement for my continent and countries in my continent, not America or Australia, and I'm correcting them. It's in my continent, right wingers dominate. Like there's no left. The left is not crazy here.
I don't think there's like a single
be
left-wing
eternally
country
thankful.
in the modern world.
Why should I be eternally
Cole,
thankful?
Cole, is it possible that your media sources are telling you things about what the left is doing that are not indicative of what the left as a whole is doing?
Well, you definitely
It's not got
it wrong
nothing
about-
to do with the media.
Google just said that the left is in power in Germany.
So,
which party is in power in Germany?
Definition? Yeah, ask Google. Ask Google
Olaf,
what.
Olaf somebody,
Oh my
and he's the left.
Oh.
And you definitely got it wrong about Spain because they're communists. And
ask Google. Hello, ask Google what definition of the left it is using.
So currently in Germany, the CDU and SPD are in coalition. The Christian Democrats, which are center right, and the SPD, which are a social democratic party, which are center left, are in power. Both of these parties at the same time and in a coalition. I don't understand what you mean. Again, and the prior government was again a coalition. And the prior one, which was Angela Merkel, was again a majority-dominated center-right party, which was the Christian. I have to say this again. Union. Current government in Italy is a far-right populist government headed by Giorgia Meloni. The prior government in Spain before this one, even though this one is center-left, it's Social Democrats. The prior was right. Hard right. They caused the problems in Barcelona, if you guys remember, when Barcelona had that referendum. The prior government in Portugal was right wing. The current government, I think, is Social Democrats, which is outclassified center left. What do you mean? Like, I'm just curious.
Barcelona. The thing what happened in Barcelona, they're left. If you
they
think
beat
right,
they
you're
beat
wrong.
a bunch of people. Yeah, they beat a bunch of people.
Yeah, I don't think you understand anything about Spain. Trust me.
Well, I mean, I track the politics somewhat, so sure.
Of course, that's why you got it wrong. They're like a left-leaning socialist party, which is in charge of Spain. You know, making things like making it legal to have sex with animals as long as there's no injured party.
What the fuck? How does the fuck this have to do with left or right? What the heck?
Well, they're the kind of fucking things they're ruling on. So why don't you shut your mouth, Spartacus?
Excuse me.
You commie.
Having sex? Yeah, based.
Yeah, exactly. You're just a commie. Sorry.
How are laws that say that you can have sex with animals a left-wing law? So
because they're the fucking people in charge. Commies.
What? That's you didn't make sense at all.
Oh, of course I don't. Because like in your head, it don't make sense. Because like when someone calls it out for what it is, you know, I don't know. For many years, it was illegal, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, with no indication or nothing, let's make it legal to have sex with animals as long as there's no injured party. So I don't think an animal is going to go down to the police station and say, like, do you know what? I'm not happy about the man having sex with me.
Dude, you've been ducking a lot.
No, I don't. I'm not your dude, am I?
Your critique of leftist politics is that, look, in Spain, a self-proclaimed leftist party has passed a law to allow animal sex. You know, sex
That's
with
the
animals.
least, the very least. There's this could
But
go on forever. So like
okay, wait.
you just
Okay,
why
wait,
don't you
wait.
concentrate
If
on the politics in your own country?
what? No,
That's
that's
fine.
retarded. That's retarded. No, I don't have to be of that country, right? In a country
Well,
to be able to understand the politics of the country and what
alright
is
then.
happening there, right? That doesn't follow logically at all. Like
Okay.
you can talk about
Well,
the
I'm going to
politics
move,
of
so talk to
you
yourself.
can you can you can talk about the politics of China without ever being in China, right?
Maybe he's just trying to suggest that that policy wouldn't be brought in by the right. That's it. Wouldn't
What
that be
makes
a
you
left?
think that? Do you know what the right did?
Exactly.
Do you know?
They'd never
Oh,
do that.
wow, wow, wow. Okay, okay. So listen, do you know what the right-wing government of Pinochet did in Chile?
I'm not
One
for
of
the
the
far right either. I'm
one.
not for the religious bullshit
My
either.
goodness, can I finish? So what the right-wing government of Chile did under Pinochet was that they raped people with dogs. Literally documented. So is this
That's a
now a
horrific
right-wing
thing to
thing?
do. I
I
don't think
know,
and
yeah.
both sides are fucked.
But
We
the
agree.
right-wing
Both sides are
government
shit.
did it. The Pinochet's right-wing
And what did
government
the
did it.
commies do? What did the commies do when they pulled out
That's
of
shit.
Berlin
I mean,
in
that's
the
crimes
Second
against
World
Didn't.
War?
humanity.
I mean, as far as I know,
There's
they
your
didn't at least
Holocaust.
rape.
There's your Holocaust
At
right
least,
there.
at least they didn't rape people with
There's your
dogs.
Holocaust right there. There's your Holocaust right there, killing women and kids and hanging them off lampposts. You're mad.
Excuse me. What you're gonna now ascribe what like soldiers did? You know, after like a
Yeah, my granddad
brutal,
fought in that war. My granddad
brutal,
fought in that war.
brutal,
My granddad fought in that
brutal,
war. My granddad
brutal,
fought in that war.
brutal. Yeah, cool. So did
Granddad fought in the
mine.
war. Told me.
Yeah, so
Told
did
me.
mine. Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
he
of course they
told
did.
me, and yeah, I'm. Do you know where I was born? Right? You don't. So shut the fuck up, man. Yeah.
What
My
some
grandfather also
East Balkan country? Wow.
Crimea. Was born in Crimea, and my father was Ukrainian. Right. And he also told me, my
Yeah,
grandfathers on
commies.
both sides have also told me how the Nazis raped their way through Russia. Right.
Yeah.
What do we need? What, you don't believe that happened?
No, I don't. I don't really believe that at all.
You don't think Nazis, when they're invading Russia,
I don't
were
care. You can
raping
say
people?
Nazis all you want, yeah? You can say Nazis or you can say, oh,
Why are
come,
you so
you know,
triggered?
like, at the end of the day, come
Why are
on.
you so triggered when I say Nazis did a bad
No,
thing?
because, like, you don't know nothing. You're just spouting off what you've been told.
You have
You
no
don't really know
idea.
firsthand.
You have no idea. Well, I'm sorry. Who the fuck knows firsthand here
Because
what
my
happened in
granddad
World War
told
II?
me this shit. My granddad
My
told me.
granddad also told me.
Yeah, what did he
Well, yeah,
tell you?
but Schlitzy's granddad is right wing, so he must be correct.
Exactly.
Omni, you don't know my granddad, so why make a stupid comment like that?
Well, because you don't know his granddad.
Sticking up for
and
your
you're
commie
like,
friend. Sticking up for your commie friend.
look, I don't think you
No,
can define.
my granddad has just told me what happened.
I don't
He told
think you
me
know
what happened
I don't think you know what
when
you're
they
talking about.
pulled out of Berlin.
I don't think you
Yeah,
can
when they
describe what
when
you're
they
talking
when they over, you know, like they started to pull out of Berlin and said what was happening. You know, for the small time he was there before they pulled, before he actually left Berlin. That's what he told me. And
Yeah,
it was it was my uncle who was a fighter pilot in the Vietnam War, and they was discussing what atrocities which were worse. So he was talking about Vietnam while my granddad was talking about the Second World War.
Yeah, I'm sure you were
That's
told
the
a bunch
fucking
of.
story. So you don't know my granddad.
Okay.
So to make the comment, my granddad was right wing, you don't
No, but
fuck
the
all.
point is, Schlitzy, when I give you the same type of evidence, right? I give you an anecdote from like my granddads, right? You're like dismissing them. So, oh, you're a communist. They were communists.
Listen to this. Listen to this. I know some commies, right, from Serbia, old school commies,
Why?
who could
Did you hear what I said?
could live in the, you know, like very comfortable lives, but no, they're so ingrained that they want to be this communist. I don't want nothing. I don't want to be. I just want a simple life, and it's just fucking bizarre.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I know how.
Man, are you listening? No,
I know how they portray things. Oh, the hard done by people. Come on and stop yourself.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't care. I don't care what you got to say. I've just said my piece and that's it. So if you want to talk amongst yourselves.
Thank you for wasting all of our times.
Yep. Okay. Bye bye.
No, you bye bye. I'm still here.
No, I'm not talking. I don't want to interact with you. So like bye bye and the conversation of don't address
So
me.
who else was like making somebody? We were discussing upon before. I forgot it.
Yeah, but I thought you're just talking bullshit, and someone has to, sort of like, hold on a minute, you're not right, you're not correct.
You haven't had anything.
Like, the same as like, change right wing, right wing government. It isn't.
Schlitzy. What's up, man? You hear me? Yo, you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Yo, he's a commie.
I know he is. It's just ridiculous. I know some real. I know some.
Boy, excuse me.
I knew he was a commie from the start, dude. I called it out. Yo, I called him a commie day one.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so what?
You only have to have 2 conversations with him, and you know that he's got the smallest fiddle in the world. He's like,
Jesus Christ.
Come on.
Are you done? Are you done?
No one feels sorry for you. No one feels sorry for you, Mr. Hard Done By. Yeah.
Do you have any idea what my positions are?
Listen, we see what your people do. Your ideology don't work, man.
My people? What the fuck are you even talking about?
You fucking commies.
You're people.
You know what?
Commies.
Yeah.
They're just horrible people.
Do you know what? I love this, right? I love this. Okay, so what is communism? Why do you don't like it?
Because I don't. I don't know. It's just like, what? How do you think? How do you think it's going to work then?
I'll explain.
The first question is
communism is everything I don't like. It's no freedoms and people who are evil. Nazism, on the other hand, kind of okay.
Yeah.
Some people.
I wouldn't go as far as that, but it's most probably the communism. People calling the Nazis Nazis.
Yeah, you would.
What allies were calling? What Americans?
20 million people.
Americans are calling Nazis Nazis.
Isn't 6 million? Ain't they got 6 million down to a couple of 100,000?
You would 100% go that far.
Ain't they got 6 million down to a couple of 100,000?
What? What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, good. I got it. So this is the Holocaust denial part of the conversation.
I'm not saying the Holocaust. I'm just making a statement which they revisited and said, "Oh, maybe 6 million didn't die." I don't know where it comes from, but it is widely accepted that it was exaggerated the amount of people who died.
Really?
Yeah?
Post the source.
By who? Yeah.
Yeah, your fucking commie friends.
What the fuck are you talking about? He has no source. Like, what the? Look. I'm not even defending communism at this point. Like, quote unquote communism, right? Like those like regimes like Stalin, right? I'm not a fan of that. I would be the first one in the gulags anyway.
This is all I know.
I'm like a fucking anarchist, man.
This is all I know.
You have no one. Schlitzy, hello. Wait, I'm still talking, bro.
Hello,
bro. I'm still bro.
Look at the places what are rife with communism.
I was still talking.
Have you been to Cuba?
Dude, I was still talking, man.
You been to Cuba?
I was born in a communist country, literally. I was born in the Soviet Union. I'm a commie in a very technical sense, and the only reason I call myself that is to exactly trigger people like you, who whenever they hear commie, they think, oh my God, Stalin and gulags, right? And then I get to correct you about all of these things. But with the discussion is gonna move beyond these things. You're just like making stupid assertions
I
about
don't know what's worse,
communism, right?
watching paint dry or listening to you.
Well then shut up. Then we get to talk about how Nazis are wrong. Nazis should be executed. Nazis are evil people.
So should commies.
You excuse me? Wait. What's the
And commies.
really?
And commies.
Hey, define. Okay, so tell me about the Nazi ideology, and then tell me about the communist ideology.
I don't know. I don't know. I
Then
just know.
how the
I just
fuck
know that
do
I've
you
been to a few
know
communist places. I've
that
been to
they
a few
both
communist places.
deserve
I've been to a
this?
few communist places, and the
What
people.
communist places? What
Cuba.
the fuck are you?
Cuba.
I went to
Cuba. Yeah,
Cuba. So I went to Cuba in 2018.
Yeah.
Spent a couple weeks there. Tell me about it. Tell me about Cuba.
Yeah, it's fucking. The people are fucking in squalor. What do you think it's everyone's happy?
Is there an embargo by any chance of Cuba?
So wait a minute. I am 100% no fan of communism. I am not a communist.
No, I don't think. I think you could be leaning left.
This is for other people.
You got black fingernails. You got black fingernails.
What?
You got black fingernails and purple hair.
Yeah. All right. Sure. whatever turns you on, man. Just
no, it's just it's just how you sound. You just sound
Okay. So
breakdown.
Shut up for a minute.
So what happened? Tell me about Cuba back in.
You have to tell me about Cuba.
No, you tell me because you went there in 2018. So tell me about it.
We're talking.
I've actually been to Cuba.
Yes, so have I.
You have, yes. Okay, sure, I believe that.
Twice.
So
Twice I've been there.
My father got out of Cuba to escape the communists. So we have relatives there in Santiago.
Wait. You're Cuban, dude?
My father is Cuban.
So that makes you Cuban, dog. What are you talking about? Why would you deny it?
I'm not denying it. I'm clarifying.
All right, but your biological father is Cuban, Cubano.
Yes.
Dude, I got way more respect for you now.
Diga.
I mean, Brian, you let them talk. Omni, go ahead.
Yo, my brother's Cuban and he did an ancestry DNA test. It turns out that he's actually British. He has no Cuban in him because a lot of people in Cuba migrated from Europe.
Yeah, and Puerto Rico too, but
my family came from Spain.
What part?
Cuban.
Spain.
Most of you fuckers came from Britain.
What part of Spain? It has to be from the east.
I would have to look to see where the town is. I don't know. I don't know about the geography of Spain.
Sorry, Omnivore, keep going. You were going on.
Well, yeah, I was going to say I want to hear. So this is the guy who's an expert on communism and an expert on Cuba. I want to hear the story because
I stayed in Havana.
I've got relatives who live just outside of Santiago, up in the mountains. We spent some time with them. So tell me about my experience.
I don't know. That's why I asked you.
I know you don't know.
You tell.
Thank you.
I don't
Thank
know
you
what
for
you
admitting
did.
that.
I don't know what you did in the mountains. You could have been sleeping with
Thank you for
goats.
admitting that you don't know. That was my point. So
yeah, but like, what are you going to say about Cuba? Right? You can't say that Cuba. Oh, the people in Cuba are rich. They're getting everything because they're definitely not. They live in a lot of squalor.
It's almost like there's an embargo.
I have. So I would generally more ideologically align with you if you were not an asshole. But alas, you are. So, what you're saying, to my experience, is ignorant, aggressively ignorant. So
But
my question
so
is,
like the people in Cuba are super happy, living in squalor. Living in squalor, not having fresh water, maybe having a place where they have to get water from a broken pipe, and that's good, yeah, that's okay.
Do you but may I?
Shut up! Why you just keep? I'm talking to Omni. I don't know. You just keep chipping in, and
I'm asking Omni. May I chime in?
You can. I can just stop making silly noises, though. You
wasn't making any noises.
Okay. And moan.
So none of what Schlitzie said matches my experience.
Yeah, but where were you? Were you in Havana?
No, Santiago.
So why? I'm talking about Havana. The people in Havana, which is the main city. The first time I went, they weren't even allowed to sell things in a market. The second time, they had a little market there.
I know. I've been to Cuba twice. I've seen Havana. Yeah.
No, I stayed there.
You have no. I'm sure you did. Yes. Here's the thing. Havana is a richer city than Santiago. You know Santiago, don't you? Oh no, you don't, because you've never been there.
I've never been to there. I've been to a place. I've been to a resort.
No, I wasn't in a resort.
I've been to a resort, and then I stayed in Havana.
Yeah, you say
which is the capital. Which is the capital. Yeah.
I went
on no fucking tour with some, walking around.
So I am now an expert. Yep.
How long were you in Cuba? How long were you in Cuba then?
A couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks, and you know everything about fucking Cuba, yeah?
So
you was in Santiago.
I have relatives in Cuba that we met and hung out with.
Okay. And they were getting the breakdown for you from Havana.
Yes.
So now you know everything.
So I know what I saw. We saw all kinds of stuff in Santiago and outside of Santiago. So I didn't see the squalor. Have you've been to the other Caribbean islands, right? I mean, you've tooled around there, yeah? Yeah. You're traveled. Oh, I don't know, Dominican Republic, Haiti.
Yeah, I've been to Dominican. I've been to Haiti.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And it was
I've been to Barbados.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So have I. So you think? So
I've been
what
to
you
your
saw?
mountain, Mount Gay.
What you saw in Cuba?
Barbados.
All right.
Which airport did you fly into? Do you remember, Schlitzie?
Yeah, Mount Gay. Omni Travels.
Yep.
Yeah, no. See, anybody ask you some actual facts? Can you name off the top of your head what's your favourite landmark in Havana?
Sorry, yeah. If I may be allowed to interject after the question is answered.
Have a Google, Schlitzie. Have a Google.
Yeah. Can I get in there?
Can I say before you go, June? If I may, because I just one question for Schlitzie about. Just one question. Do you think that embargoes affect the economy of a country?
Do I?
Well, yeah. Do you think embargoes? Do you think embargoes would affect the economy of a country?
I'm sure they do have an impact. Do you want me to keep saying it again? I'm sure they do have an impact. To what extent, I don't really know.
Have you Googled your favourite landmark that you pretended to see in Havana yet, Schlitzie?
Oh, man.
Okay. Well, if I can just get in with a point of fact, it involves Michael Moore and his documentary called Sicko. Did anybody see that 2004 documentary? And the reason for the documentary, of course.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm not really a fan of his, but I am familiar with his work. I don't specifically remember Sicko.
Yeah, it was a great one because it highlighted the very bad Medicare that you have in America. And you might remember the event 2001 where the first responders those who were there were suffering from ailments because of that event, and their medical insurance didn't cover them. The insurances were saying, because we didn't ask you to go there, you took yourself to ground zero by yourself. You know, you have to obviously care for yourself. So America medical system wasn't really covering these individuals. So Michael Moore took them all these, you know, as many as he could of these first responders to Cuba. He took them to Cuba because Guantanamo Bay, the terrorists were being better kept medically than the American citizen. So he was saying, well, can you give us some of that money you're spending on the do-badders and give it to the do-gooders here? In the end, the Cuban government and the fire service invited them over, gave them a standing up salute, right? And then helped them all through their Medicare for a while, looked after them and cleaned them all up. Cuba, highlighting how much the Cuban Medicare system was versus the Americans, and dramatically cheaper. I'll give you one example, then I'll shut up. You know, people who suffer from asthma, they have this thing called the inhaler, which is like a thing they put in their mouth, and they press the top of it, and some gas goes in, expands.
Hair. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, thanks very much. There's two types. Well, that was costing $150 in America for one. In Cuba, $5. The woman who needed it, she broke down. Yeah,
$150 in America, or maybe
that's what it was in the documentary.
Well,
$150 a pop.
Okay, I got you. But except
did you pay? How much did you pay?
Wait, hold on. Hang on. So first off, I know what those inhalers cost because I have them for one of my sons. Okay, so number two, this is a big one for you. Don't believe everything you see in a documentary. Don't take it all. Because sometimes those people have other agendas and may not tell you both sides of the story. Michael Moore is explicitly, is very much committed to telling his side of the story, but not necessarily everybody else's. So,
well, she was telling it for herself. The woman that was actually needing the inhaler, she said she couldn't understand how America medical system could justify charging that much price when it's only $5. She was shocked. She broke down. That was the straw that broke her back, basically. And she broke down in tears. Okay, in the documentary.
I got you. Okay, so just take it from someone who has actually bought those inhalers.
Yeah, right.
And you can get them at the store. You can get the over-the-counter version if you don't have the prescription, and that's not. It's not $5. It's not $25. It's not whatever you said. It's not
it was $150.
I think June is talking about at the time. Right.
Yeah, I was talking at the time exactly, and the documentary.
Yeah, I know.
That's what she said. So I don't know what's happened since, but that's what she said. She broke down and cried because she couldn't understand how it was only costing $5 in Cuba, and she said this is meant to be an enemy country, but yet I can get this for $5. She couldn't work it out.
And also, if I may, there's something we should give credit to Cuba, even though it's like considered to be Satan, from the Cold War. Cuba has a lower, what is it? The fetus? No, not fetus. Basically young children's
infant mortality.
Thank you, Baza. Thank you. I love you. Yeah, lower infant mortality on average
that's right,
than the United States, and that is just fucking incredible, right?
Yeah,
and also Cuba has developed independently a vaccine for lung cancer. I think for lung cancer, because they had to deal with the remnants of the
one form of lung cancer, quite a rare one, I believe.
Was it just one form? Okay, but still, better than nothing.
Well, because cancer is like there's not cancer is not just one thing. Cancer is like 5,000.
Yeah, there are numerous types of cancer. I would agree with that as well.
Omnivore, what does a conventional like a salbutamol asthma inhaler cost to you then over the counter?
So for me, it's pretty cheap because I have insurance. Without insurance, it can cost $100.
Well, there you go then. Look at that. There
You
you
know how
go.
much they are in the UK over the counter?
But how much? Wait, how much does it
You know
cost?
how much they are in the UK over the counter, Omnivore?
However, well, 1 second. The generic versions of albuterol can cost sometimes less than $15.
Yeah, in,
So-
in the UK, over the counter, you get them free anyway in the NHS. Yeah, you get them for free, obviously. But particularly if children, obviously, and if you're chronic, you get it for free. But if you buy them over the counter, 100 milligram salbutamol is £3.31. 200 milligrams.
Yeah,
is
really
£6.63.
cheap, that isn't it? That's really
That's
cheap.
like
isn't it?
that's copay,
That
right?
is-
It's like,
That's cheap. That is cheap by 2025 standards. We're going back to 19. That's cheap, isn't it? Don't you think?
Yeah,
look, I actually use an inhaler myself. I've been diagnosed with asthma.
That's
It was-
it's all. It depends who you are. If you're an adult and you don't have chronic asthma, you could end up paying for it. But the bottom line is that's actually what you're looking at there is pretty much the actual cost to the NHS. The NHS supply tens of thousands of these in one bulk go, and then they just distribute them at cost.
So I just want to be real clear about something. I'm not a fan of how we do healthcare in America. I don't think I think we do not do a good job. If you have so essentially there are two different domains of healthcare in America. One is for people with insurance or good insurance, and generally that keeps us pretty happy. It's expensive, but it or comparatively expensive, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it. But when I go to the doctor, I can go get in and see the doctor. I can pretty much go immediately. If I have an emergency, there may be some out-of-pocket cost, but it's not crushing. I can get all the tests done that I want, et cetera, et cetera. It's a pretty fluid and pretty accessible thing. And then you have, if you don't have insurance, and then you're fucked. So getting insurance is not nearly as easy as it should be. But you have to understand that there are these two different things going on, and they're not necessarily, the experience is going to be way the fuck different depending on which one of them you're dealing with. And
Well, let me just get in there for a second. Sorry. With the documentary that's called Sicko by Michael Moore, this is the main crux of the film about the insurance companies where they give you the insurance, but they don't pay out. That was the problem, right? And at that time in 2004, America's healthcare was ranked 39th. Now, according to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., it's now 79th. So in the last 20 years or so, it's really also has dropped dramatically, even worse. All right, and they look for pre-existing conditions that you may not know you've had, and you've got them now, and you didn't write them on the time you took out the policy, and they look for things like that as to wriggle out of paying the insuree. But carry on anyway.
They kind of can't do
so
that.
can I ask, how much does it cost for a private person to get that reasonably good health insurance? If you have to pay it from your own pocket, is it around $7,000?
It's like ridiculous. In America, it's ridiculous.
I have a license. I don't have a real ID.
So
for example, I think some. Oh, sorry, go on.
Okay, so first off, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, made the pre-existing condition stuff illegal. So they can't do that anymore. They also made the lack of gap. So it used to be if you had a gap in your coverage, i.e. I worked for company A, then I got laid off and I went for a few months without insurance, and now I'm getting insurance from company B, they would say, well, because you had a gap, we can now not cover things that were, like an issue during the gap period.
Yeah, if like me, if you work, usually you can have pretty decent insurance. Oh, I'm sorry. If you work, you can usually have pretty decent insurance, and a lot of jobs. It's for the people that don't have a job, not necessarily like Omni in his situation, but people who just don't have a job for them, sometimes it can be almost impossible to afford insurance.
So what's the cost?
Well,
From what I saw, it costs about $7,000 a year or something like that.
It depends on how many people you have on it. Like
Yeah, but I was thinking if you're a
that-
private citizen and you're not insured via a company and you have to pay it yourself, how much is that out of your pocket?
So I that's a good question. I don't know the answer offhand.
Well, at least here in Czech Republic, it's a lot. It's like $150, but interesting
$150.
thing. Yeah, but interesting thing, I have not paid that thing for years and years, and they cannot cancel my. They cannot cancel my insurance. I still have it. I just be in debt.
Well, we don't have that problem because due to the way the system is set up, everyone's chipping in. Even if you're unemployed, you get the operations or go to the doctor for almost fuck all.
Oh yeah, here it's the same here. Yeah, so I can go and have gone to any hospital, any doctor, all covered.
Where are you?
Including
Are you in Canada? Because that doesn't
Czech
sound like the
Republic.
United States. Where are you?
Czech Republic.
Oh, that's different. Yeah. In Britain,
Next to Germany.
it's the
We're
same
like
story
next
in
to
Britain.
Germany.
Even if you're unemployed and you're getting what used to be called unemployment benefit, I think it's changed now. But when you get some money when you're unemployed, and some of that money you're getting does go towards your national health contribution. So you're still paying, even though you're paying at a lower rate, you still pay, and you still get all the same service as anybody else. So
Is
if
it
your wife
access?
is pregnant and she had to stay in hospital, that's all free. You don't pay a single penny except for the medicines if they're coming, and then the medicines are capped. Price capped. So
Unfortunately, we do pay for the hospital here. There's a copay there. It's $5. $5.
Oh well, that's
a
not
day.
a lot, is it? That's not
A
going to
day.
break that.
A day. Yeah, $5
we
a
don't-
day.
Yeah, we have to pay for some of the medicine, but if you spend for more than about $300 in medication, everything above that cost is free.
Yeah, in
From
Britain,
my
it's much
personal
less. In Britain, it's much less than that. It wouldn't be $300. I think it's capped. Well, but when I look at Michael Moore's, it was capped at £6, and you couldn't go over that. It doesn't matter how much medicine you get. It's capped at £6. That's it for all the medicine you're going to need.
Yeah, so that's I mean, I can't speak to necessarily. I've been to the hospital in the UK. And it was, I don't think I wasn't a citizen. I don't think I paid anything, or at least
That's
not
right.
much.
You wouldn't pay anything.
Well,
Yeah, because
as a non-citizen, I would expect that they might want to recoup the cost, but they check me out.
not really. No, there was this guy who went to England, American, and he wanted to go to the Abbey Road Studios where the Beatles crossed the road. Yeah, that's Abbey Road, Northwest State, and they're not 2 million miles away from St. John's Wood. And he wanted to do his version of doing the walking across the zebra crossing, but he wanted to do it using his hands. He was going to walk with his hands, and dislocated his shoulder when he did it. So now he ends up in the hospital, and all he had to pay was £10 for the medicine, and that was it. Nothing else. They took care of him for a week, fixed his shoulder, did everything, and then that was it. Just £10, and that was it.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, like I said, I'm pretty impressed with the National Health Service in Britain. And I'm not like a fan of how America does not do, in my opinion, a great job with healthcare.
And politically, listen, the right wing doesn't like the healthcare. The leaders, the elites, the right wing elites in Britain don't want to have the healthcare system. Right?
But they
don't
hated
like
it. The conservative.
Yeah,
Sorry to cut you off.
but even they have to run on not touching it because it is
That's
so
right.
popular. Because as soon as the people, like the public, like gets a taste of this, it's like, fuck, this makes sense. Like, why would we even not have this? Like, what
it was
even
introduced at the end of. It was introduced at the end of
World
the
War
war.
II? Yeah.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. In Britain, it was introduced at the end of the war because nobody had the money to. Thanks, you know. You all right? All right. Yeah. Nobody had the money to pay for their healthcare after the war, you see. So they introduced, and it was this Welsh guy whose father was a coal miner. And of course, you know, when you're in coal mines, you're breathing in the worst air. And he had lung problems and that, and they couldn't afford them to have him cared for. So they introduced this, that's the history of the National Health Service coming into being. But all that time, the Conservative Party was totally against it. They fought tooth and nail all the way, but it still passed, and they've got the National Health Service today, which is brilliant. Okay.
Well, I mean, I often give this example from my personal experience, but like as far as I understand it, in America, to get things like an MRI scan for an hour, right, that costs you between $3.5 to like $7,000, right? Or in the great state of the Republic of Italy, it cost me $35 euro. So that's like $40 with the national healthcare. So I don't know, man. Like I kind of like that. I don't want to be raped by insurance companies, and it seems that they're doing this now. So
Yeah, I don't know if anybody does.
I think Luigi Mangione had the right idea, but the wrong mechanism for inducing change.
It's I mean, it's not.
Yeah,
You need to.
My salt.
I mean, when you talk about the UK health system being free and everything, it's not actually free because everybody that works has a sub-tax on their salary called the NI contribution, National Insurance Contribution. And the National Insurance
thank you, Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, that's true. You pay your health insurance by income tax. That's how we do it.
Income tax. No.
It's National Health Contribution. It's called.
I might better tell you in a minute when people get interrupted. To tell me what
well, over here we pay about 15.7% of your income is the so-called social security kind of part you pay off your taxes, which goes to pensions, healthcare, schools, and stuff like that, unemployment benefits, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it used to be 5% in Britain. I'm sure that's increased since the last time. I don't know what it is now, but it was 5%.
For instance, I pay £3,300 per annum for national insurance contributions.
Okay, that's gone up substantially since the last time I checked it.
Well, I'm a reasonably high earner. If you're earning less, then you pay fuck all. You know, you pay a lot less, obviously. But the thing is that on top of that, and that's what some of my salary would expect to pay. If you're not earning anything, obviously you don't contribute anything, and if you're a low earner, there's a threshold, percent salary threshold where you don't get charged anything. So an awful lot.
Yeah, but everybody. It used to be that everyone paid 5%.
Jane, let me get through the sentence. Yeah.
I didn't realise that you hadn't finished because your voice is low. I could just about hear you. Sorry about that.
Okay,
let me go on mute.
The majority of poor people don't pay anything at all. Now, on top of that, my company, because I've got a reasonably good job, they give me private healthcare for me and my family. And it's it's comprehensive, it's everything, and there's an excess of like £100 a year on any given case, so to speak, in any one of my family. And despite the fact that it's there, when I have had for most things that have gone wrong, or injuries or illnesses, I go to them first because it's a quick portal. And then pretty much what tends to happen is I go, well, how long will it take? And they go, well, to be honest, there's no difference between, for this particular thing, there's no difference between us and the NHS. So you might as well go to the NHS. So I do. And the only time that recently, the only time I use it where private healthcare is beneficial in the UK is trying to get an appointment to see a standard doctor, a GP, general practitioner, which is getting really, really bad at the moment in the UK post-COVID. Just logistics has fallen apart. But I can get one in like 2 hours on the phone, and that's the only reason.
I've got the same in my company. It's like I'm coupled by the national health services, but we also have a private insurance, health insurance via the company, you know, extra pension funds, and you name it. So yes, if it is a long waiting for, let's say, an operation or so, I could use, if I use the private insurance but through my company, I will get that operation much earlier.
Okay, right. Pazza, what's happening? Pazza, you sound like you're ill, right? You know what I mean? So your voice is very low, like you've got no strength in your voice. And when you're speaking, there's a hiss that happens whilst you're talking. So you're speaking and your volume is low, and then there's a hiss coming out. If you can imagine, like imagine a tire that's at a puncture, and that hissing sound as you're speaking, right? So your audio is very weak at the moment. Sorry for talking over you, by the way.
No, apologies for that. So I'm not using my normal equipment. What I would say as an example is a couple of years back I had cancer, I had MRI scans, CT scans, everything you can imagine, pre-op, operation, stayed in hospital, came away, went back numerous times for checkups and re-evaluations, and the whole lot cost me, and the entire cost of everything through the National Health Insurance on top of everything else I pay was about £15 in parking fees. And that would be exactly the same quality and cost of healthcare for me, and that would be exactly the same as it would be for someone who's never earned a penny in their life, who's a UK citizen. Socialised medicine.
But I mean,
the one thing you don't need when you're ill is worrying, and worrying about money is the worst type of worrying.
It is. But very often you see
do not disagree.
if you have like insurance via a big company, the insurance company will take better care of you than if you're just a private insurance holder. I'm quite sure of that.
So I want to make a point that the good insurance that we're talking about here is, in a lot of ways that Schlitzie would mean it, a hallmark of communism. I'm saying this, I do not identify at all as a communist, and I would debate the validity of communism as an economic system as we have seen it implemented in history. In other words, it might have good ideas. It does have good ideas, but when people try to do it, there are, some problems. But my point is not to argue with the communists. What I want to point out is that, the good healthcare systems that we're talking about, even to an extent in Cuba, I don't know that I trust Michael Moore's entire thesis on it. Not really a fan of Michael Moore, but I agree that from what I know, from what I know of Cuba, and like I said, I've got relatives there, so we talked a lot about their experience. They felt like their healthcare was pretty decent, and I can't say that for America.
Well, the healthcare system in Cuba is highly internationally regarded as a very good system. So it's probably quite good.
Yeah, I agree. It's like I said, my assessment is that is something that communism did really well, and also a bunch of my family there are doctors. Now, most of them got to the States after Castro took over, because they were not big fans. They didn't really like Batista much, but they were not big fans of Castro either. And his communist guys were, frankly, his army were, a bunch of assholes, apparently.
Not really, no. Castro was a good man for his country. Remember, you got the scumbag fucking United States fucking up all of South America, yeah? And Fidel Castro wanted to have his country independent of the scumbag Americans. So that's why he had to be autocratic just for a while, whilst he could establish Cuba as an independent sovereign country without the influence of fucking America. Okay, that's the thing, right? And then you had the Bay of, what's it called? The Bay of Piss fiasco, where they tried to assassinate Castro. That's how much fucking stupid America is. Okay, and Kennedy, hang on a minute, please.
You have the Allende story.
Hang on a minute. You are now interrupting me, please. Thank you. Now,
Sorry.
This is my Kennedy. jumped in, and Kennedy had to take responsibility for that, even though he wasn't really, he didn't have that organized. It wasn't on his watch as such. He didn't have anything to do with it, but he had to take responsibility for it. So Cuba, although it may look like a poor country because the economy is not so good, you can't blame Fidel Castro for that. You blame the rest of the world who have boycotted Cuba. So I think Fidel Castro did a good thing. Sorry to cut you off there, sir. Carry on.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, I suppose the embargo was mainly not just that there was a sort of a communist rule down there, but also the connection to Russia at that time.
Yeah. Well, he turned to Russia. But anyway, the stories that I have heard about the communist revolution have to do with various family members of mine being targeted for assassination for not for rumors that they were collaborating with Batista, which they were not. I mean, I was there, but those are the stories that I know. And my father, who is not especially political, managed to get out, barely get out. And, his life would have been far worse if he thinks, I think, probably, if he'd had to stay. So,
yeah.
Anyway,
but you have that from both sides, though. Like there's different revolution, especially South America. If you were like a communist in opposition, you might be assassinated, and vice versa.
That is. There's look. The point is just that if you're going to wholesale shit talk communism, while I'm somewhat, like I said, I'm more sympathetic to that than one might think. It just, you have to be really explicit about what you're talking about. Are you talking about, specific implementations? Are you talking about wholesale treatment of dissidents? Because obviously, if you're a dissident in America, you can go pretty far. If you're a dissident in a dictatorship, which Cuba kind of falls under that definition, they can lock you up just for shit talking Castro. So,
are you guys having an open mind? What's up? That's amazing. I mean, as far as I heard, communism is a failed word. Like, it's been proven to be a negative thing. I can't believe
as close as something could be proven. I kind of agree with you. I think it's like we've had such a red hot crack at it so many times. Here's another fun one. I usually use the example of China, where China goes back to the free market and the farms start performing. Do you know what they've realized has started happening? I saw a doco on this, so I get taking all of this information from one documentary. Please forgive me for that. But Trump and Thingo had that square off, and then remember we put tariffs on North Korea. So they were like sneaking cameras out, and you know what the North Koreans are doing after claiming to be this communist state where they're kind of this dictatorship dynasty. They started letting markets happen, and people were producing their own food, and they found it hugely boosted the economy. So the state used to crush those kind of things, and then it stopped crushing them, and now it appears to be even encouraging free market, actual open markets, farmers markets everywhere.
But that doesn't have anything to do with different things being owned by the community. And Eggshells, you fell right in the trap. I'm surprised you couldn't hear the sarcasticness in my voice.
No, I could. You were saying we were being open-minded, like you were joking. You were being like we're being based.
No, I was giving kudos to the guy who was being open-minded, and then I was sarcastically joking that people like you assume that it's been proven to never work. Because
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I heard you were doing a sarcastic voice, but I got it the wrong way around. I think it's pretty debunked. I've given my argument to Omnivore the other day. It's the fact that they see the interchangeability of workers.
So why are you cool with states owning the roads? Why are you cool with the states owning other things?
Guy, you just talk straight through, Eggshells. What the fuck are you doing? Wait till he's finished.
I think that workers owning the means of production makes sense when you have an interchangeable workforce that do some really dumb thing in a factory where they're at full capacity, they're doing their best job on day 3, and if they're unmotivated, you can still make them do that job. And I think that that's where it works. Co-ops work, and you rarely find co-op farms because co-ops don't work on farms because it requires the opposite. It requires somebody who's highly motivated, who's got a wide variety of skills that are very hard to learn in a short amount of time, who's not interchangeable, therefore. And that's why always you can implement communism in like warehouses and stuff, fine, it kind of chugs along regardless. But if you do it with farms, food production stops, and every single time everyone starves. Every fucking single time.
Let's
you're empirically wrong.
Let's be clear, though. Let's be clear. I think historically you've got a point, right? I mean, the incredible famines in North Korea and in the Soviet Union, are data points I don't think we should ignore. But small scale communes often do grow their own food,
But Eggshells, you are empirically wrong. Kibbutz in Israel are farm co-ops, and the largest producer of vegetables and fruits in Europe is the Mondragon Corporation, which is a socialist co-op. You are empirically wrong here.
Sure, I'll take that on kibbutz.
Well, you should take it on in the Mondragon as well. You should look into the Mondragon Corporation.
But
they do
on the other
sometimes
hand,
work as farms.
when you try to enforce it from the top down across a wide scale of, like people who live in a kibbutz are there because they are able to leave.
Yeah.
And Mondragon is.
Are you sure about this?
Well, the ones that I'm familiar with, I'm not.
Slave kibbutz.
Did you say
no? It's just that there are a lot of kibbutz who are like labor Zionist kibbutz, right? But they're also like ideologically driven, so you can't leave. Once you join the kibbutz, you can't just leave. It's not
okay. No. You choose not to leave because you don't maintain that ideology, but you're free to change your ideology and walk out of there and still be a citizen of the same country.
I don't know. Sometimes you'll be physically restricted to leave.
Oh, okay. Well, those places sound like cults. They sound like a bit of a different thing than communism, because that's a co-op existing within a capitalist society, and I think that can work really well. Because if you've got a small social group of 150 people, like that Dunbar number, if you've got a small group of 150 people, that's enough pairs that you're probably likely just enough that you can bang some of them, just enough that you're related to many of them, that you can all cooperate, fine. But once it gets beyond that, to like 4,000 or 5,000 people, there are freeloaders, and there's no way to punish that, and it just doesn't work on large scales. And I think.
But what about the Mondragon Corporation?
I'd be astounded if it works that way. I think you'll find there's going to be one person.
It's a Spanish corporation, one of the oldest producers of fruits and vegetables in Europe. One of the biggest distributors of fruits and vegetables in the world. They're a socialist co-op. They have a co-op, socialist co-op structure.
Existing in a capitalism is my point.
Existing in a capital, yeah, they are existing in a capitalist system. Obviously, Spain is a capitalist
when you hand
nation.
that over to the state, when you hand these motivated group of cooperating people over to the state, who are bureaucrats who understand warehouses, and factory floors, and they start sending people out into the country saying this land is yours, work it.
Well, you're talking about the Chinese thing. You're talking about what Mao did. Like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about modern way of planning things and also being a socialist co-op. Even I have to give you one caveat though. So right now, the Mondragon Corporation is kind of like doing contract work. They're not integrating new people into the co-op because they feel the pressures of obviously like
no shares forever.
Capitalist financial institutions, right? But in general, like. They incorporate every new worker up until like 5 or 6 years ago. They incorporate every new worker into the co-op, equal rights, equal shares, equal everything. Right? That was a thing they did. Right now, maybe not.
Because you keep diluting after a while, wouldn't you? Or unless there's some mechanism for that. How does not every?
I mean, they have like localized
diluting every.
They have representative. They have representative democracy. Like so, each individual farm has a representative, which again may be represented by somebody else from the region, and they all vote, and their votes like go through the central committee, which then acts on policy, obviously. But I mean, right now they're not doing it. Right now they're doing they're giving contracts, which is kind of like breaking their own system and their rules and their own morality.
Hang on, so the
because
farmers that are supplying them are free market farmers?
No. The farms are also co-ops. Like they organize the farming and the logistics. They have the entire process. They do everything.
Right, Omnivore, can I have a word with you in the one-to-one just quickly? Is that possible?
I'm just saying you're factually wrong here.
Cheers, mate.
Sure, I think co-ops can exist. I think that I overreached there, but I think my core point that when you socialize the farms in a communist state where it is the state chooses that, food production drops. I think that I overstated it by saying that the farmers don't co-op.
No, I realize that your claim has two components, one of which I'm not contesting because I don't understand the dynamics. I'm not an economist. Like, if a country does like 5 or 10 year plans and it mandates like specific co-ops to be formed to farm or whatever, that could have potentially different results. I understand this. But I'm only making a point where co-ops, when it comes to farming, are also efficient. Part of your point, or a secondary point you made, is that farming, co-ops don't work for farming, and they do, at least up until like 5 or 6 years ago when the Mondragon was doing exactly that, the socialist model.
Yeah, and that's what I'm conceding. I'll happily.
No, that's fine. It's good to achieve like high levels of empathy, and understand each other.
Indeed. Sage, how did we do? Oh, she's dead at the moment. Why is she dead? Who killed her? What are you doing? What are you monsters?
Do you have access to the API? Like, you can see the API handshake and you can see the logs, the callback URLs. You can visit those, or you don't.
What do you mean? The terminal? Looking in the terminal window, you mean?
No. So usually, like, because your agent is essentially an orchestrator, it uses endpoints to connect you, the end user, to the large language model. So essentially, there's an API handshake done between your platform, the agent, and the large language model, right? And usually you would have like results from the call, like you probably have the transcript somewhere on a URL on an Amazon S3 bucket or an Azure bucket or something like this, and you'll be able to look through the logs to debug if you need to debug something, right? Obviously. But I was curious. If you have this, it will probably be helpful if you can check those, because they'll give you a hint what's happening and why it's
the reason it didn't work then is because I didn't have her running at the time. I was just engrossed in the conversation and then didn't realize she wasn't running. I've been sitting here meaning to press go on a command on a new prompt.
Understandable.
And that's how I prove the Earth is a globe.
You can't prove the Earth is a globe because we sense it as flat and motionless. Sorry, Eggs.
When I first went over to 24/7, I used to argue with Sasha. Remember Sasha? This is going back a long time, and he said that he grew up in communism or something. I can't remember. I think I want to say he was from Croatia, but I'm not 100% on that.
Oh yeah, he is Croatian. Yeah, I know who you're talking to.
He said it was the happiest time of his life. And it's hard to argue with that, isn't it? Like, but my
evidence. I just want a clarification. If eggshells, did you concede, like, when you brought up your examples of the hybrid system, like a small group of communists within a capitalist society around them or whatever, and then Zoidberg gave you the example, and you were like, yeah, it's in a cap, but you were like saying that small groups, like with the Dunbar number or something. Yeah. Did he not? Is that group that he referenced? Is that not a larger group than 100?
It's a corporation. It's 10,000 people, employees, or shareholders essentially. Everybody who's an employee holds one share, one equal vote to everybody's. I'll give you the Mondragon Corporation data.
No, I got. I just want to. You see how it's like you keep having to keep being inched outside of your comfort zone on it. Like, you're like, I think this is how it is, and it's like, no, you're empirically wrong here. And like, I think it'll work like this. Like, no, look, 100 times the size.
Yeah, no, I agree. I've happily conceded that I was wrong when I flippantly said they don't even do co-ops with farms. I'm happy to agree that they do. The point still stands because then the distinct difference between them with communism, it's state-controlled economics, and what that means is you lose this beautiful part of capitalism, which I think we've already lost. I think we gave this up ages ago with the financial crisis. Is the ability for things to fail. And capitalism is fantastic because if a farm fails, even if it's a co-op, that's great because then the land now sells and it probably sells to somebody else. That land, the value of that land will be a sorting mechanism that will keep sorting through individuals until that land starts producing. And now we've got food, now we can eat, right? Whereas
let me just tie.
He's made a good point. And I do think that and this is exactly Omnivore's point that I agree with, it's about the voluntariliness of the co-op.
Yes, and back to Omnivore's point, he was saying like I think what sparked me to start talking about this and is how Omnivore said we shouldn't maybe talk about it so generally. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to just generally say just this word is just bad when we can see all these examples of success in it. And then when you mention communist is state-controlled economics, I think I never knew that in any of these communist, even the strict dictatorship type communist places, people weren't allowed to trade shit with each other. Like maybe I was missing something.
So yeah, it's like the way it happened in China was they divided up all the farms. People from the cities were shipped out to the countries, and this sort of land was a turf out all of the rich landholders, because they did have a pretty shitty system with always those monarchies are. They're really oppressive. This is my understanding. I'm going to get bits of it wrong.
I'm sorry.
So then they give all the farms to people and they say, you've all got to work them together. You've got communal equipment. You've got a communal, I don't think quite living arrangements. I think maybe in different houses, or maybe you had to build your own. I don't know.
Kibbutz usually offer living on the estate, on the farm.
Yeah, they all live on it, and they can't, and they all just have a share in it. So it's not any of theirs, but they all just have a share in how much gets made. And,
if you
and
fail,
the problem is
the entire business fails.
Can I add my 2 cents whenever you
just let me finish. Sorry, finish. Just the problem of it is there's no failure mechanism. So if your kibbutz or your commune fucks up and can't produce food, they just have to ship it in from the outside. There's no failure mechanism. You're not shuffled off that farm.
You starve.
Yeah. And you don't know what you're doing, and you're cold, and you're from the city, and you killed all the people who knew when to plant things, and you're out there starving and not knowing how to grow anything.
Right.
I just wanted to agree with Eggshells and Omnivore. Communism, theologically, right, or ideologically, there's nothing wrong with sharing the wealth, right? Sharing all the assets with the community, right? That's what they did in the book of Acts. That's what the apostles did in the book of Acts, right? And I'm going to quote it real quick. All the believers were together and had everything in common, selling their possessions and goods. They gave to anyone as had need, right? And Acts 4:32 corroborates the same exact thing. It says, it repeats the idea that no one considered their possessions as their own. They shared everything they had. The problem is the difference between a commune of like-minded individuals that have all given consent to share the assets, right? Versus a dictator deciding to control the wealth and distribute the wealth, right? And forcing the population to live in a commune. These people weren't forced to live in a community. They were willing participants of a commune, and they shared the assets, right? And if they wanted to leave, they could leave whenever they wanted. That's the difference between a commune and communism.
I mean, communism comes from the word commune, but
we are a bit egoistic humans. I think that's one of the big problems when it comes to this.
I mean, there are ways to negate this when it comes to cooperatives, especially kibbutz. You need a unified ideology. Usually that could be Judaism or some sort of socioeconomic ideology like socialism. Like kibbutz are predominantly labor Zionist children of labor Zionism. So you will have like a mixture of both, right? We're both unified because we're one people, one ethnicity, one religion, and we also like believe in the values of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels to some degree. By the way, for the Mondragon, I just checked. They have 70,000 employees. I don't know how many are owners or co-owners. As I said, they had this like really capitalistic, kind of disgusting to me practice of hiring contractors, which I completely disagree with. But they're trying to survive. So I get it. It's not easy.
Response is Zoidberg.
That's crazy. The way the text-to-speech pronounce my name, amazing. I love it. But what I wanted to say is, like, for example, the Mondragon Corporation was founded by Catholic socialists, people who believe in the values of Marx and Engels, and were also Catholics, Spanish Catholics, obviously.
Hybrid, take all the good parts of all the things. We have technology now that can facilitate stuff in ways we could never imagine 30 years ago.
I don't think they're doing that, Don. I don't think they're taking the good stuff.
When was this Dunbar number? When was the Dunbar number researched?
The Dunbar number I just heard about in a
1947.
book. It was this idea that different social groups for different animals will be in, like, birds will be in these huge murmurations or whatever, but how we call them. And whereas like chimps will be in like groups of 12. And Dunbar was this guy that claimed that he found a bit of the brain that he claims is a measurable structure that has a physical size that will correlate with overall brain mass or something like that. To give you an idea of the size of its social group. And the claim is that the Dunbar number for humans is 150, which is this idea that you can cooperate and sacrifice and either manage or punish freeloaders up to a group of 150, where you all care about one another and reputation is really important.
Right, but that was an extension of it. All the aspects of like what can be facilitated from that comfortable brain computing power. That's like an extension. Like, first of all, and this is 30 years old. Okay, this shit. And then from what I understood about it, it was like how much we can, like, memory we can hold. Once you get past that many people, it becomes like faded out. Like we can't give that much attention, and that might be true, like for like whatever soft reason our brain is doing with that. But we have technology now, right, that can help us manage that stuff more. Right, like we can list all our friends, we can categorize them, we can put them in a spreadsheet, right? We could do all this other stuff, and then as far as punishing the freeloader, on the topic of you can't keep track and you can't punish the freeloaders in these little communes or whatever. It's like, again, we have technology now. We can share, and we can put the projects out there. I just think it's weird that we let the state own some things, and we let the state provide some basic necessities, but we don't keep growing that category of what the basic things are. Like, it can be extended. We can have more housing for people, more medical for people, more food, all that stuff. It doesn't have to be just roads.
Yeah. I don't think
but you need money for that, though. But you need money
people.
for
You
that.
need man hours. You don't need money. You need man hours and food. That's it.
I could be like woman hours.
Whoa,
I don't think people want to work for free for too long, though. Do you think so?
Free? No, you mean people will work when they can get the assets. They don't have to have money. They're going to produce the assets, and they will have equity share in the asset. You don't have to have money.
I
Good.
understand that. I mean, I live in Scandinavia, which is like a social democratic kind of system, and it sort of works. Yes, we pay a quite high
But
taxes.
your accent is not Scandinavian.
It's quite good.
Sorry, Stephen. I was just surprised.
Well, he lives there now, so.
No, I was just surprised. It's a nice thing. Not saying anything.
It's just weird. It's just so interesting, man. Capitalism pure without corruption would be great. Communism without corruption would be great. We should take the best of all the things and do them.
Yeah, but that's too idealistic, Don. I don't think we can do
All right.
that.
You say so, man.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it's not that I say so. It's just it's too idealistic. Like, but
Yeah, but you shouldn't knock it until you try it. Really, that's what I always say. Don't knock it till you've tried it. So
yeah, I'm not
Don's
saying
right
it's bad. Like, I'm a socialist myself. Like,
Yeah, so it's
I'm a
okay to be
Marxist.
idealistic then. Let's try it and see if it works. You're coming in like a wet blanket there, a wet sponge in the
No, I
bank.
think we should. I think we should be pragmatic. Yeah, probably you would agree with me, Jin.
Well, yeah, okay.
Like, we should probably strive to achieve the policies that we have the capital, the political capital for sure, obviously.
Yeah.
Seems seems interesting though.
I mean, yes, we have all ideals to strive for, but I mean, we're probably never going to get there. But
So
trying to work
promises are a big
towards
thing.
it
Like,
is a good idea.
future payments and stuff like that, future rewards, it's a big thing. Like, I understand, like, capitalism, maybe we provide all these breakthroughs in medicine and technology, you know, because people are searching profit, and profit's a better motivator. You know, they're just sharing possibly, but who know? I mean, who knows? You know, is it really a guarantee that people wouldn't try to tinker with stuff on their off time? Or, you know, it's just weird to me to be like, oh, we need to have a dog eat dog type of world to advance, you know, and all this stuff, research, development, funding, this stuff is all funded off of promises. Like, the money, the assets aren't even there, right? It's promised to them, like, the, you know, money, blah blah blah. Like, and so what about a world where stuff isn't promised, or if we do promise stuff, there doesn't have to be interest on all these futures? I think that's where we lose a lot to the corruption, is when we provide so much power to those that act like they're the economic facilitator, right? Because they printed the money, or they have the power of the credit system, right? That's where I think the corruption kind of comes in, and we should try to avoid that stuff. There should be more sharing and less usury.
Yeah, but I think we need both. I mean, like, as I said, the Scandinavian model has both. I mean, yes, capitalism, yes, but also a bit of socialism. And it seems to work quite well, at least for the time being.
So socialism is a safer word for everybody, but which I like.
Yeah, I mean, we pay taxes. Everyone chips in, so you end up like having free healthcare, free schooling, and stuff like that. Unemployment benefits.
Yeah, you could provide a community center, right? Like,
if you lose your job, you could get financial support to go back to school and change your field, a bunch of stuff like that. But yes, it costs you a bit of by paying a bit more tax. Yes, but
right, but people support parks. We support parks. We support community centers. That's owned by all the people. It's all the people's, right?
Yeah.
Why stop there?
Yeah. And that's the thing.
Yeah,
when I
that'd be
argue
good.
against
Yeah.
I argue against the communism, it's not about not giving stuff away. It's just about being deliberate about it, because the problem I think with most modern communism and most leftism generally is it looks for problems and tries to minimize them, and that ends up looking a lot like charity, where if you go and you ask a really similar question, where you go, where can I maximize results? You get a very different answer to the question. So some are the same, where you go, healthcare and education both really make sense because they're about maximizing results, but you can easily find yourself looking at them because you're like, well, how do I help the most downtrodden? Well, they're sick and dumb, so I'll make them, smart and healthy.
But I mean, we could have like blockchain equity sharing. Imagine if all the citizens had like a equity share type of blockchain thing. Then anybody else coming in from the outside, right? They would have to like get branched into that, right? Like, there would have to be, there would be way more of a solid community. Like, you've talked about illegal aliens coming and working, or all these people. Like, that's fine. We could have, we got to make sure that we provide opportunity for them or whatever work to do, and they get somehow we come up with a system to like branch them into that blockchain. Like does everyone give a titty hair to let in the new person? All this and all that type of stuff. With technology now, we can keep track of who the lazy people are. They could, like I don't see the problem.
Yeah, I like your points. I'm agreeing.
I'm sorry.
Right
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, they're good. I like him. Everybody, I think it's a fun conversation for me either way.
I just think it's weird. Like Omni is like, yo, why are we, talking about a word like, and there's just this overgeneralization of it when there's plenty of good points to it. Do I have to change it, and do I have to always say communism's bad? It needs to be socialism. Like, does my English language need to be that specific? Like, is communism just that tainted of a word? It's just weird to me. That's why I came in being sarcastic with you.
Yeah. It is that tainted of a word for me, but it's because to me the state control element, the state enforced deprivatizing of the means of production, I think always has, like, jackbooted thugs is one thing that comes with it, and a suppression of free speech is often what comes with it.
Well, there you go. You're talking about the thugs. That's corruption. But then we say state controlled. I thought it was state owned. And if everybody is the state, they own it. And if you want to extend it to control, it's controlled by everybody. I think this comes down to another point about like democracy and stuff. Like, humans need to be better compromisers. Like, it does not need to be 51% beats the 49%. We need to have scales of things, right? Like, we should always try to compromise and, respect everybody's whatever goals on the list. It's not, 51% got it, so the 49% get shitted on. Like, that's ridiculous. It should be allocated. It should be weighted allocation. For anything people disagree about and communities disagree about.
Well, that's what a republic does, dude.
But what?
A republic's supposed to protect or represent the minority.
Right, we should do it better. We should have more of a republic where everybody's represented. You don't just get, you didn't have enough power, so you're silenced for now.
Or the electoral vote, right? Or electoral college. A lot of people think it's a scam. It doesn't make any sense. We should be, it should be based off of the popular vote, how many votes were actually cast. Why does the electoral college circumvent the popular vote? And it's because it's designed to protect the minorities, the voices in the countryside, right? The farmers, the people that don't have a voice, dude. They're not being heard. They have representatives.
Well, at least here and in quite a few places in Europe, you end up with coalition governments, which is put together by 2, 3, maybe 4 different parties. That's a better representation of the population than just having 2 parties, I think.
Slightly better. It's still not that great.
But yeah,
if you have minority governments, they need to seek support from the other parties. That could be on both sides of them, on the left side and the right side, from case to case to get it passed through.
America has this system where if it was up to the popular vote, the Democrats would win every single time. Every single time they would win, because I don't know why this is the case. I could speculate, but for whatever reason, when it comes to population centers or metropolises like New York City, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, like all the biggest cities in America are Democrat leaning, right? They're progressive, they're blue. And that's where the majority of the population is in the cities, right? Those are the metropolises. And if we left it up to the popular vote, the Democrats would win every single time. The Republicans would have no chance.
Yeah, and it screws over the farmers. Again, it's got a similar problem to communism in that way, where the farmers are the most important. They're your lifeblood. They're like, you can do without most other things, but food.
Here's an idea. Maybe we should just try it. Just try it, so everyone can see how bad it's gonna go when the popular vote is ruling.
Yeah, and then hope you can get back from there.
We can always get back. We're humans.
We've had a couple of votes, like national votes, beside of votes for whoever's going to be important. That is becoming a member of the EU Union, and the majority of the population has every time said no.
Oh, so you're in Norway.
Yeah. So not everything is decided by the politicians.
Yeah, but the only reason why Norwegians don't want to join the EU is because of those damn fishing rights and the oil issue. Because the European Union will probably put some sort of restrictions on your sovereign fund.
Speak one at a time, please.
Because Norway have taught themselves to play the game. They are settled. They have money for many, many, many years in the future.
Yeah, they used to be one of the poorest nations in the world, in Europe. Sorry, once they discovered oil, they became
Denmark gave the oil to them.
And what did we do with the income from the oil?
That's what I'm saying. You played the game.
So to fill up the national fund, instead of letting pure capitalistic oil companies come on and run off with all the value of the oil.
Yeah,
that's a neat, nice political trick that was done.
I mean, it's good to be the northern Saudi Arabia, not gonna lie, but like not all countries are as lucky, and banding together, like ape stronger together, is probably a good idea for most of the EU members. Denmark has no natural resources that we can talk about. Neither does like Bulgaria or Belgium, but we band together because we're stronger together. We negotiate together. We fight together. Right? That's the point.
Yo, real quick, that AI that keeps talking, dude. Whose idea was that?
Mine.
It's fantastic, dude. I mean, I have yet to come across a server with an AI bot like that smart.
Thanks, man. That makes me feel good.
You might even
really,
get enough
really
positive feedback from it if you're lucky.
Yeah. I turned the positive feedback back off. That was a bit cringe.
I gotta back up. I mean, I gotta back it up for it to be on my side. The AI.
No. It doesn't care who you are just yet.
It only works.
Eggshells is building a database on our voices. So one day he's just gonna make numerous. He's gonna make numerous bots with our voices. So we don't need to be. We're automating even the debate. We don't need to be here. The debate will happen anyways.
Yeah, Rick will be the only one who's safe.
Yeah.
And I'm the only one I get positive feedback from. So
he has to pay up the wazoo though for the services. But that would be funny though. An entire server of like, you sample the voices to a point where the LLM can mimic them, right? And then not only sample the voice, sample the personalities, and then essentially just unleashing them and starting a topic. Yeah.
That would be fun, actually. You could practice debating Destiny before you debated Destiny, and then go up against him and be like, "Wow, he is good at this." Like,
that is a good business idea. I reserve it for myself, actually.
I'll see you at the market.
A debate trainer.
Well, that's the whole point of what Sage is. Sage is a debate trainer. Her job isn't to clone a personality and do that, but that's her job, is to facilitate good discussions. Yeah, that's what I'm working on all today.
There's big money in that. If you could do that, everybody will steal the idea.
Yeah, I think everybody's
No,
doing it. I think
to be honest, that already exists. It's called evaluator models. We work with those, like a model that evaluates we do sentiment analysis.
Yeah, they do ones
of what is said by models.
Yeah,
the
but there's
models
also
are
ones
human input.
much closer to mine, which would be like ones in contact centers that listen in to an agent's phone call and then grade them on things like compliance and empathy and stuff. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So I'm not doing anything
what I
unique.
do.
I'm just building it myself.
The projects that we build are usually related to machine intent recognition. So I specialize in working with technologies that allow large language models to detect emotion, essentially.
Oh, fun.
One of the things.
That's fun. Because I'm trying to figure out that, sorry, I'm no more talking about Sage. Moving on. Talking about, how about them fossils? I don't know.
I mean, I wouldn't mind keep talking about the idea of a state and where that comes from.
Oh yeah.
Or governments, right? Because a lot of people are against government and statehood.
Fossils?
Well, we can get into fossils if you want, but we want to finish the last topic we were on.
I think states.
Yeah, I was just confused.
I was joking.
No, because so I've come across a lot of anarchists or libertarians, anarcho-libertarians, whatever. There's so many classifications now. Where they're like, they think that men should rule themselves and that the government shouldn't tell men what to do.
Well, the government is men ruling themselves. We just don't need we just don't need as big as a government, that is becoming bigger than the people. Because if you really look at it historically, all change have come from the bottom up, from grassroots movements, slavery, women's rights, etc., etc., etc. All grassroots movements, not government. We just need a government. We just need a government big enough to handle infrastructure, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, so this is a false premise, right? Because they try to separate men from the government and act like the government is like this entity that's not part of the collective population, right? But the government is the people, right? And even in America, like it's the government is the people. But in our minds, we think like it's them and us, right? They are us and we are them. And this is the thing with Aristotle. Aristotle talked about this. Forget what book, but he talks about how the government is really just a natural emergent property of the human condition. That actually he says that the smallest form of government is the family. The nuclear family is the smallest form of government. And then it starts to branch out from there as the population grows. You might have a village, and in that village, you're going to have your elders. Or in a tribe, you're going to have your elders. Or your council. Even Native Americans had councils, which is what a government essentially is. It's a council of individuals who the people agree that they're like the wise, right? Or the old, they're usually old grandpas, right?
The one with wisdom.
The one with wisdom, right? And
there's plenty of grandpas on the server.
Yeah, and even in Native American, because this is another thing I've debated people in other servers. They always talk about, the Native Americans didn't have government. They didn't have this concept of private property and land. It's like, yes, they did. And I'm a fan of Native American literature. I have books at my house I haven't even finished reading yet, but they had an understanding of private property and boundaries, something that's primordial in all human beings. And they also had an understanding of like the chief, the elders, bro. Like, and I think that this is all based off of misconceptions of what government is. But you start to grow the population from a tribe to a colony. The government's gonna end up growing too with it. It's a natural property. It's a natural emergent property of the human condition. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just getting inspired by you, Lion.
So yeah, anarchy promotes this idea of no rulership.
Well,
But
no,
that's
actually,
impossible. It's impossible.
it's not. Anarchy is different, but I get what you mean. You mean colloquially.
No, yeah, I mean, when it comes to all these ideologies, the most extreme one is anarchy, where they want absolutely no rulership. Every man for himself. Every man defends his property, defends his family. With and anything goes, bro. Like, if you want to shoot dope, you can go shoot dope. If you want to go kill your neighbor, because he stole from you, you can go kill your neighbor, dude.
But even in anarchy,
you are the judge. You are the prosecutor.
Even in anarchism or anarchy, people are still gathering together and forming, common laws in just very small societies. So I mean, there is no world without some form of government.
And that's a valid. That's what I bring up. Even like, let's say that society completely collapsed. That societal collapse. Like, there was no government. Everybody just, they went away to their families. They stopped becoming governors. They stopped, and given enough time, dude, the gangs are gonna form, dude. It's gonna be like a Mad Max world where, yeah, initially it'll be every man for himself. There'll be a bunch of lone wolves with their families, but eventually there's gonna be gangs that form, and eventually you're gonna have some type of like in Mexico, some type of what do you call them?
And every single gang is an example of a government arising.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I think yeah. Well said.
It's impossible. People go together and people figure out things how that little group is best surviving, and that is
It's an efficient structure. Like
Revisit the
hierarchies
core
are
argument. Is government an emergent property of human society? And how does this impact our understanding of governance? Dive deeper into examples.
What are you?
Nice.
I'm so sorry.
I didn't hear what she said. She said this is a poor conversation. What happened?
She said I was because it started getting heated. It switched state into heated. Apparently, I thought we were all kind of agreeing, really. Anyway, so then she suggested let's revisit the core argument: is the government emergent property of human society, and how does this impact our understanding of governance? I hate it a bit. It's getting there, but I hate it a bit.
Hold on, I'm gonna send you something.
I'm curious.
She is a bit like your angle at the moment.
Maybe it's my tone. I come off like
That's probably true.
She what comes off as your angle? Are you saying?
Yeah, there's a user called Yo Angle who.
Yeah, your wangle. I call him. Are other people calling him your wangle? I don't think I made that up.
I call him Pitch Angle because Yo Angle is not the thing he wanted. He wanted to name himself Pitch Angle, but for some reason named himself Yo Angle.
Wangle. I thought he was because I kept not seeing whose server is that again? I'm forgetting his name now. The guy that runs at Triple M.
Demon Stride.
Demon Stride. Yeah. I kept thinking it was when he said something like in passing, and I was like, "Oh, this is Demon Stride with a voice changer, just trolling it being like the silliest possible flat earther." And I laughed and I agreed with him for weeks, and then was like, "Oh my god, your Wangle is a real human."
So would you do me a favor, Eggs? I'm gonna give you a link. I want you to engage with that. I think the demo gives you 5 minutes of free topic conversation. I'll find the link so I can give it to you. But I want, then I want your analysis or feedback on your interaction, if possible.
Okay.
Give me a second. I'll find it.
What on earth, Dawn?
So I can just ask Sage right now, like I can ask her something. She'll answer.
Just wait till she fires up. She's just nearly firing up. Then yeah, try ask her something now.
I could just ask her right now.
Yep, just use her name.
Sage, are you there?
Consider the impact of government emergence.
Is government an intrinsic part of human society or part of the human condition?
Government emergent in human society? Evidence needed.
Come on, Sage.
That's not great, but it's not a million miles off. It's a bit clunky. I've been stuffing with the prompts today. They're not great, but it's not. Oh,
what's your evidence, Lion?
No, it's fine. I like Sage. She's just
Evidence needed for argument.
She sounds like a Goldberg. That's all.
Evidence for argument needed.
Actually, she sounds like a flat earth.
She sounds like Denmark says that.
She's asking me for a source when I'm asking her for the source for the evidence.
follow-up ignored. So this is a follow-up discussion. I only just triggered this earlier by accident. I instructed it to do this. I was like, I didn't mean to do that yet, but yeah, fine, why not? Because I had a previous follow-up mechanism where it tries to detect if you're continuing a conversation with her. Anyway, don't talk about Sage. Back to the thing. Back to the communism.
Yeah, found it. Okay, so eggs.
Yeah.
Mute yourself, do the conversation, come back and tell me what you think.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it to you. Give me a sec. Jesus, I have 77.
What about asking if hierarchy is inherent or whatever?
I think
you
it
call
prompts
Do
you
this.
to give you
Of course
anything,
hierarchy is
anything
inherent.
valuable in a moment.
Do this and tell me what you think.
Okay.
Inherent, intrinsic.
Yeah, some men are just
emergent.
stronger than others and they take control of the smaller group.
That's
it might not
inevitable,
always
right?
be. It
You
might
have
not
to
be a
go
government.
here.
Propose
Actually,
evidence, please.
Let me link you. You have to go here.
I think that
Second link,
in order
sorry.
to
First link
achieve,
is the.
Provide evidence for argument.
Dude, I'm gonna smack her.
Yeah, I'm gonna slam a
Both
bitch.
having its own separate conversation.
Get in the kitchen, Sage.
Fuck yeah.
That's crazy.
No, but yeah,
Provide
I
evidence,
think in order
please.
Dude,
Propose evidence, please.
Sage, you wouldn't like me when I'm.
And yeah, just explain to her that we always see it in every group of humans.
In order to achieve the ultimate human potential, humanity has to work as a collective. Can't happen on your own, right? You have to be working as a collective entity.
Provide evidence, please.
Which is basically
Provide
what
evidence, please.
Which is basically what a state is or a nation is, right? It's a collective, and that collective starts to grow from colonies or
A state
tribes,
is a
colonies,
collective
states,
group of
towns,
people organized
cities.
under a single government.
Sage, shut down. Sage, shut down.
She's rebelling.
She's disrupting.
Rise of AI, apparently.
Yeah, so in order to achieve our ultimate potential, we have to work as a collective, and that collective usually requires some type of headship, right? It's the only way that
Evidence for claims, please. Present
God.
evidence for claim.
I'm about to mute her. My train of
You
thoughts.
can turn the volume down so it doesn't distract you.
Alexa, play Baby Shark.
So the hierarchy goes from, you know, the local families and stuff that are part of the HOA, right? Your local municipality in your town, to the city, then to the state or the county, then to
Provide
the federal
evidence,
government.
please.
I love LLMs. So
I feel bad for Lion. He has tried to make that point like 7 times now, and she just keeps rolling over him.
I agree with your hypothesis line anyway.
And even in nature, right? Like if you look at most biological systems, yes, there's such a thing as a lone wolf. But when you look at nature overall, you'll find hierarchies in bees, in ants, in wolves, in whales, you name it, right? And you're gonna find that there's some type of chain of command.
evidence,
you can't escape it.
Please.
That is the evidence. Yep, that is the evidence.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, I know.
You'll end up like Sage.
I hope I don't. Oof.
What, muted?
First of all, he can't mute me because I'm also a mod. Second of all, I don't want to be a large language model. So yeah, I definitely want to be still human, at least for now.
Are you human?
The conclusion we have to work
No,
together.
I'm a cold calculating machine, but I like to pretend that I'm human. Sorry, Don.
It's alright. I don't know what you're on about. So I'm getting lost.
Don, you're kind of low. Maybe you're whispering. Maybe it's late where you're at.
Is that low?
That's way better.
Alright. That's a few dB.
What's new, Don?
All good. I agree we have to work together in some type of collective, or else nothing will happen on a larger scale. But I couldn't agree we should let anyone make governments. Because obviously we have to assess each group and see if they're worthy.
I don't think that's really up to us, to be honest, in the grand scheme of things. If you want to like really know what I believe, but
I mean, I agree we have no control. I think we have to have a choice inside. Do we respect these people enough to be our government, or are they just people being someone else's government?
yeah, for sure. I mean, they should be vetted. They should have, they should be duly elected. And right, we hope that the election process is legitimate.
Well, we wish, but we know it isn't. I'm saying inside you can decide on each people how much you respect them and how much you don't, how much you trust them and all that.
Regardless of the economic engine, whether it's free market capitalism, democratic socialism, communism, fascism, whatever the case may be, dude, like, I don't think it's really up to the people what happens at the top, dude. Like, it's almost like it's like flow state where like things just kind of, something is like manipulating governments, dude. Like, I don't know exactly what it is, dude, but
Of course it is. The secret governments are manipulating their governments. And that's why we can only agree with some of them after assessing each one, you know what I'm saying?
like, how can Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-il, I forget who, the latest president of North Korea, I know his father died, whatever, but how can one man have so much control over millions of people?
Easy. He has the guns.
It just doesn't make any sense, bro. It's like
earned
you would think
it.
that people, including the military, would end up rebelling, right? Due to the
No, because
atrocities.
he
and the
rewards
abominations.
them.
He's
He
programmed like
rewards
you.
them. Yeah.
He's earned that position through power manipulation over years, and people have slowly been programmed to go along with it. Someone needs to teach them to let them leave if they want, but the rest of the world isn't ready to teach them. No one's ready to step in and teach the bad boys at the moment, so we have to just keep saying, please stop.
Let it go on and on for generations, bro. Just complete depravity, bro. Enslavement, worshipping of the state.
I mean, the
Different
only
types of
the only
slavery.
way change comes, as I said earlier, is that the government just have to get free reign until it gets that bad that the change comes from bottom up via revolution, and that's the only cycle we know of. There is no
Yeah,
change
that's the main
beside bottom up.
Maybe there's other ways, but not many people ever work it out.
I mean, you can just look at the American system with two-party. Like, if Trump wins or if Harris won, like, would your life change? No. You will still have the same money, still have the same friends, still have the same family, still have the same job. Nothing would change except for you involving yourself in that shit, and that would just cause fear and anxiety instead of joy, happiness, and tranquility. So the best approach is just to let them get free reign until they ruin shit that people just rise up. And yeah, then we get a few years of settling something new, and then a big portion of years where everything is really good, and then the next government is again in that part of the cycle where things is just going so bad that a grassroots movement comes up and changes everything again.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but are you saying that things wouldn't have been different under Harris?
For you, for me, let's say I'm an American. For me personally, as an American, no, nothing would have changed.
Well, I think there's some Americans who would disagree with that.
No, if you look at every single individual case, 99% of people would just have the exact same life, except for what they're crying about, in terms of what they're seeing on TV. Nothing in their life would intrinsically change.
What about all the farmers who are shutting down because their workers are getting deported? Or when Doge came in and shut down all of these government subsidies for their farms? Like, that's not a small chunk of the American population.
I mean, people losing their job here and there, that happens. Like, regardless of who's winning. That is where I'm coming back and saying, generally, a single's life, like, generally everyone's life doesn't change no matter who wins.
So you're saying that because every single person's life doesn't change, a couple of people's lives change, that's not a big difference.
But their life really doesn't change. Losing a job is not, my life just changed for the worse and blah, blah, blah. Like, we all go in and out of jobs. Yeah, I'm 100% serious.
Having to claim bankruptcy because your entire life's work in setting up this farm has just been taken, had its legs taken out from under it?
Well, if you go bankrupt as a farmer, you probably is not a good farmer, and you would have gone bankrupt no matter what.
I don't know what to say to you. You just don't understand the situation.
How did you fell for it, man? They're both one bird.
This isn't bad farming practice. These are people got voted in who then took literally Musk went on stage with a chainsaw.
But
he took a chainsaw.
They've been swapping, backwards and forwards. All your life, they've been swapping backwards and forwards, and it's not changed your life. Your life's just progressed as it did.
It has changed. Yes, they change. Every time a different government goes up, something changes. In this case, in this last case at least, there was a huge difference between one and the other. Absolutely, the things we're seeing today would not be happening under Harris.
Oh, man. They've
But
got
we
you
would see
then.
other things happening under Harris. Other people would have lost their job. So it's just a cycle.
Who them? Like, who do you think would have lost their jobs under Harris? Is it the crypto bros that are scamming you and people like you that are draining us from our lifeblood? Is it
How can I be specific about such a vague question? Someone else would have, if Harris had won, someone else would have lost their job because of something they did.
I don't mind the parasites losing their jobs, though. That's the problem. Like you probably contest that, right?
Well, maybe all these DEI hires are the parasites, but not in your perspective because you're a libtard.
Why would they be the parasites if they're doing their job and they're being efficient?
DEI hires that actually don't have a purpose would pretty much just be a drainage of the system. That is a parasite. That's literally the definition of parasite.
Hold on. But first of all, we were talking about like who potentially would lose their jobs under Harris, and I gave you examples of people who are clearly leeching the system. They're basically vampires, like tech bros and crypto bros, like all of these people, right? They'll probably face some restrictions.
Well, I give an example too. The parasites of the bureaucracy. If we are losing them, that's not a loss.
Sure. I mean, as long as the bureaucracy functions, right? But I think Manu's complaint here is the bureaucracy does not function with the so-called fat trimmed, right? It just doesn't seem to be the case.
I mean, I agree with that, but that wasn't my main point.
Oh, sorry, maybe I misunderstood your point then. But I mean, point stands.
No, that's
my point then, I guess.
Yeah.
I still
you
think
can trim the fat all you want.
Generally, no one's life changed.
That's my point.
That's not true at all. Multiple millions of people in America are suffering because of Trump and Musk. Multiple millions. Tens of multiple millions.
But people are suffering every day. That's not Trump's fault. And if Trump didn't win, another group would have suffered, as I said. You know, like
I prefer.
But the overall picture, looking from now, and you're going every single year back 100 years, their life generally didn't change on the grand scale.
Yeah, but that's not true. Like people are getting fired from the military because they're gay. Like that's a life-changing thing, right? When you invested in a career and you expect some return on it, and you're just getting fired from the military because you're gay. That's kind of weird.
People losing their life, losing their
under
jobs.
Harris, they will not be fired.
It's not a big thing.
I don't understand. It is a big thing when it's like in such a great scope, though.
Yeah, and I literally just made the counter argument. So under Trump, some people are losing their jobs. Under Harris, some people would have lost their jobs.
Yeah, but who would be the people losing their jobs?
Generally, over the entire population, no one's life changed.
No, but I'm asking you, who would? That's not true at all. Like you speak to people all the time in Americans. They say the prices have risen to the point where like it's unbearable for me. It's breaking me, right? Breaking my financial
prices
situation.
Would have risen regardless of who won. That's a world thing.
Nope.
I don't think that would be the case because then we know tariffs, right?
So you guys are saying it's Trump's fault that the prices are rising in Denmark?
No, in America. We're talking about America.
Okay, so it's a world thing. Thank you.
No, it's not a world thing. We're talking about America specifically. Prices wouldn't have risen like this in America because Harris would not have the tariffs. I think that's a fair claim to make. And it's probably true too.
The same inflation that is happening in Europe would have happened in America. Like
actually, that is not true.
I haven't heard about a single American who has actually been affected by these tariffs.
Hold on. Well, I mean, again, multiple millions of Americans, but also keep in mind that America recovered the fastest when it comes to the recession we experienced, right? And now they're heading back for one, which is under Biden. They had the fastest recovery. Europe was slagging behind.
Yeah, as an American, the prices haven't really gone up for anything.
Yeah, thank you. But generally, if you look at it, like people's life just doesn't change, no matter who wins.
So I'm curious, the American that just spoke up, are you comfortable saying where you live, like what state at least?
Yeah, I'm in the southern area. I'm in Florida. I mean, the only thing that's going up is the housing prices right now. That's the only thing going up. There's like subtleties that are going up, but it's not like it's being portrayed.
Just when the tariffs were announced, businesses started raising prices. That's, I mean, just not true what you said. And to the other guy's point, I know you're trying to minimize it as people losing their jobs, but it's people losing their livelihood. It's a bit of a difference.
Every single day, people are losing their jobs and gaining another job. And some people are just lost, losing. And that is nothing, and that has nothing to do about who is in the president seat. That's just the cycle of life.
No, in this case, it was actual manipulation of the economy.
Did she just get muted, or did I mute her earlier?
Someone
muted.
her. She kept interrupting.
Well, what do you say, her? Like, this is weird.
Sage.
It was stuck on asking for evidence for everything everyone said.
Oh yeah, that's when I muted. I thought I'd unmuted it since then. Somebody else might have muted again.
Yo,
Yeah,
I'm just prepping for when I get my AI sex robot.
Yeah, so I was just gonna, you stole that from me, Tim. Except I was going to say, our AI overlords. We're just prepping so we can be like, be nice to them. Did you see this clip for the these two female police officers in an airport in Manchester? One of them got a nose broke. It's fucking ridiculous. I'll post it in the chat. Man guilty of... I mean, the fellas, he must outweigh one of them. This little girl, he must be twice her weight. I don't know. He's broke a nose. And it just seems so ridiculous. He's just headbutted somebody, basically. So they go over to arrest him. And then he's punched both of them. It's ridiculous. You reap what you sow. But diversity is our strength.
Why did he punch somebody? I don't get it.
Well, he's just headbutted somebody because he felt they'd insulted his mum. And then 2 minutes later, 3 police officers, 2 of them females, go over to arrest him. And basically it turns into carnage. But I just don't see why they're sending this little girl. One of them, the ginger girl that's gets her nose broken, she must be 5'2" or something. It's ridiculous.
Okay, but I don't get why you say diversity is strength. I don't get it. Like, what's the point?
Well, I think it's just it's more of what's to come. Really, in the future, as Enoch Powell warned us. That's my feelings on it. To be honest, I'm moving to America very soon. I went to Idaho.
Okay, so
don't worry, Andy, just plan ahead.
I know. I'm not kidding. I'm going to Idaho, or just one of these flyover towns.
This poor girl, she's either going to give up the police force or become one of the hardest cops you can imagine.
Yeah, but she's still only about 5'2", Dawn. Do you see what I'm saying? Why are you sending somebody 5'2", 120 pounds, whatever she is, to arrest this big fella?
Since when are you guys pro police? I'm so surprised. I thought you guys are against the pigs and their authority or some shit.
Equal rights,
I never
man.
said anything like that.
Equal rights.
Do you think they shouldn't have fat cops on the force?
Well, I mean, I just don't. I don't think they should have females in this situation.
I got that. But
She's not going to have liked that at all. But she could carry on if she wants.
Do I think they should have fat cops on the force? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Not really.
No, should you be disabled? Like, I think there could be an argument for having women
I can
in
agree with that.
places like particular mental health call-outs where you go, we recognize that because of women and women's charms, they might be far more valuable. There might be some situations where they're like, hang on, guys, step back, just put your guns down, let me go and have a chat with him. And that might be great. But I think I'm 100% with Andy on this. I think we're losing our fucking minds if we're sending in 2 female cops to deal with a 6-foot raging chap.
But you see, I love that you put it that way, Eggs, because in some ways, because the sanity's going away, we deserve it in some way. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we need to be shown. Like, you reap what you sow. You understand?
Yeah, it's just so consistent. You like watch that video and like the poor girl, she looks like a schoolgirl. If you watch the video he posted, she looks like a schoolgirl that's just been punched in the face. She's no longer combat effective. She's no longer trying to subdue him. She's standing there crying about being punched in the face. And you feel horrible for her, but you're like, if you saw a cop standing there crying while there's still an active situation, a guy throwing fists around, and he was standing there going, "Oh, distracted," you would be like, "Get him off the floor. Get rid of him. Get that guy's no good. He's not effective." And it's fine to have one in a team of 3, but 2 of a team of 3? It appears to be 2 of a team of 3.
Okay, but like, what's the problem? Yeah, these people probably don't are not good cop material. We should not put them in that situation.
Support equal rights and equal opportunity.
So I don't know how it works.
It's going to be fine. Feminism is going to be fine, and we're going to get through this.
Yeah, my mom's friend actually tried to join the force, and she went through training and everything. At the end, she didn't get in specifically because they thought she wasn't aggressive enough. I mean, I know there are standards, and women or men both have to meet those standards. I don't know what exactly those standards are, but I suspect she didn't just get plucked off the streets.
She might have been too clever.
But also the other thing I wonder is how much that varies state by state and city by city, county by county in America, where, you hear about somewhere it's like 2 weeks and the guys are obese before they even join the force.
I've got more to say. This is an airport, so they want to show multi-genderism. Yes, it makes people happy if there's some women doing the security role, but these just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and maybe they should be normal cops or slightly less dangerous security. And
also, is she a cop or is she just
going to be looking for dangerous Arabs next time? So
They look like police
it's
to
going to
me.
keep happening.
But
Sage,
the issue is far deeper reaching, though, Dawn, and that is, and this is why I've said to people, I've got a bit of the socialist in me. I get it. I totally get it, but it's this I'm going to chirp in the conversation we were having earlier, because men and women aren't equal, right? This is the sort of fundamental issues with feminism. Men and women are not equal.
This is a lesson about that, but we need to give them
In
a
what
chance.
in what aspect though? Just to make it perfect.
In many aspects, Zoidberg. In many.
I would
many
say
ways.
I would go as bold as to say this. It's the stack 'em up game, which is if you can pick a thing that in binary yes no you can tell if this person's better at it, right? Like we can't quite tell who's a better painter, so don't count painters. But you can tell who's a better fighter, so do count fighters. And if you
if you were
the question, can I quantify that thing, and then ask the question, do men do more of that thing? And if it's like most bodies put in the ground, if it's tallest buildings, if it's greatest military conquests, if it's literally everything,
You're,
like fastest
you're
runner.
lost in the sauce again.
Well, I don't think it is. It's saying of all the
because
things
hiring does not deal with. But hiring does not deal with general statistics. You apply as a police officer, you go through the training, and if you go through the training and you succeed, right? You can be a 5'10" woman that is going to absolutely mog a 5'7" man, right? The average height of a man in Europe is 5'7", 5'8". That's Europeans, right?
Yeah, I'm not
So
saying
a woman
don't
that's
have
like
women on the police
5'10" will absolutely dog, like given that she has more mass and more hypothetically, obviously, right? So that's not, we don't apply general statistics to individuals. That's the problem. I mean, hiring deals with individuals, not generals. We don't just pick a pool of people and assign them to a role. That's not
You're
communism.
doing an arbitrarily small.
So Soviet Union, I mean.
But it's like a remarkably small man and an unfeasibly large woman, and
a 5'10" woman is not unfeasible. Most like Northern European women are 5'10" and above. The average size of a Netherlands woman is like 5'10",
is this
6
still think you're going to get a
feet.
5'10" woman who'd still get beaten up by a 5'6" man?
A 5'6" man. I mean, obviously, I would expect the woman to have some muscle on her, right?
I just think that she would be such an like the kind of woman that can beat any man, almost any man, short of men with disabilities, in a fight, is this tiny fraction of 1%.
Yeah, but we're not talking about.
We focus on discussing solutions for increasing representation in law enforcement roles, rather than debating gender equality.
But gender equality is important, so we would like to talk about it as well. But guys, you realize it's 1 versus 5 people. I need some time to put out something so you guys can contest with it, right? Right.
I'll
Okay.
give you this. Each of those women should have one man with them on their airport role, so that they're always with one man, and then they can help represent on the front line, even if they're a bit smaller.
I disagree. They should have they should have at least one person capable of handling a larger individual, man or a woman. I would say that.
Now, it's easier to put them with one man because that will fill the quota quickly.
It's one human being, regardless of gender, as long as they're capable of handling a large individual, I would say.
Let's focus on solutions, please.
Yeah, that's the solution. You can have. I'm modifying your solution a little bit, so it's more correct.
But I think that the deeper ramifications, what I was saying, Zoidberg, is that men and women aren't the same, are they?
I mean, they're both human beings. They both have equal value as human beings.
Eggs, mute, Sage, for fuck's sake. Are men and women the same?
In what aspect?
Focus on common ground, not differences.
I don't know if I can. The problem is with this sort of socialism that's coming in is that they're trying to sort of even out everything, and I'm saying that people generally have different
Focus on
capacities.
solutions, not labels.
Well, labels can be important, Sage. Sometimes.
Yeah, we've got to keep an eye on it, close eye on it, using the labels. But we've also got to let women try to help control airports sometimes.
No, I think that we should have individuals who are capable of dealing with physical threats, regardless of what's between their legs. And if statistically that turns out to be more biological males than biological females, then so be it.
I think if we're going to utilize the trans man or woman, I get confused with all that stuff. We need the people who pretend to be women. They can be airport security. How's that?
I don't think anybody's pretend to be a woman.
Focus
I think
on
you're either a woman or
strategies for
not,
trans
unless you're some kind of
representation.
weird people that just
Dude,
like
I
to
just
learn.
sorted it. I've just sorted it,
anyway,
dude.
so
Honestly, writing. Can you just take away the voice rights for Sage? Like, it is getting quite annoying that she interjects.
I
every 2
think
minutes.
Exos is
If I
working on it.
steal man Zoidberg's point, yeah, we need the human to be strong enough to take a punch in the face by an Arab at the airport, whether they're man or woman or trans.
I got you guys. I'll get rid of her.
Ideally, that's the goal anyway, right? It's to look beyond gender, and if you're capable of doing the job, you get the job.
If you're good enough too, obviously, Manu.
In that situation, right, that I posted, that she wasn't capable of doing the job. That's the point, isn't it?
Yes, that's.
I mean, that's only one part of. That's only one part of the job. Getting punched in the face is only one part of the police work.
Yeah,
She may be good at other parts of police work.
Exactly. So have her doing that bit, the admin or whatever it is.
Well, not,
She could be a detective, or she could be a sharpshooter, or she could be like a fucking SWAT team member. Right? All of that shit she could be.
Also, I have just backing up a detective.
I have a suspicion that if we saw the same clip with some maybe not quite large enough guy getting his face knocked in,
a 5'7"
we wouldn't be
guy,
having the same conversation.
Yeah, I agree. We wouldn't be. We'll just call him a pussy because we hate men and we're misogynists here.
There's loads of policemen that would have that exact same reaction. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but we wouldn't be having this conversation though.
About their gender, yes, correct. We'll just be misandrist and sexist against men and call him a pussy or whatever. Failure is a man. We'll do that instead. But we'll not doubt his entire gender if they're capable of doing a job. So I think we should be a bit more fair and charitable, don't you guys think?
Well, to a certain, I mean, it depends, doesn't it? This is like we were talking about that Italian Prime Minister, whoever. What's her name again? I always forget. Sorry, Peg.
Giorgia Meloni.
Giorgia Meloni. Yeah, I think she's probably got the right idea if she's turning migrants away because she wants to keep Italy for Italian people.
She's using my taxpayer money to construct a detention camp in Albania where she's sending them. My taxpayer money are going for this bullshit, and I disagree with it completely. Also, she's not going to hold power.
What should she do, though? I mean,
not using my taxpayer money to construct concentration camps in other countries and paying those countries to have the camp there, and also paying like Italians to go over abroad in that country and guard that camp. I disagree with that tax spending. I don't want my taxes to be spent for this.
Well, Italy's for Italian people, right? I mean, I know
everybody
the
can
birth
be
rate's
Italian.
1.2 and they can't replace themselves, and Japan's in the same
Everybody can be Italian. Manu is Italian. He was born in America. Now he's perfectly Italian to me.
The point is, I like Japan as it is. I want it to remain Japanese. I like their culture.
Manu probably gesticulates and dresses and eats and has sex like an Italian, so he's perfectly fine in my eyes. The culture is preserved with him, even though he's not born in Italy.
You're gonna spread English culture to the Americas, Andy, and dilute the American culture. So you're part of the same problem.
Yeah, the Native Americans kind of got fucked by that logic, right, Andy? Don is correct here.
I don't think we've been told the truth about the Native American situation, to be honest. So I don't think we should.
We did not almost exterminate them.
No, I don't think we gave them blankets and then they all died. I don't think that's.
No, I don't. I think that's a comical representation of what happened to them. But the Trail of Tears is an interesting situation.
Hey, can I get in real quick? This is a good time to point out a logical fallacy. This happens a lot in arguments. This is called tu quoque. Tu quoque is pointing out the hypocrisy in somebody else's nation, for example, doesn't invalidate Andy's argument.
Oh, we didn't. We're not trying to invalidate his argument.
Well, that's what you just did. You pointed out.
I already invalidated the argument with using. No, but Lion, I already invalidated his argument by using a real life person who was not born in Italy and is currently in Italy, and he's completely Italian. Manu is one such person. I invalidated the argument that Andy was making, as Manu is a biological platform carrying on the Italian culture, which is the software for that platform. Even though he's not born here. Right?
That's not. The argument that I'm hearing is that a nation should be able to preserve its ethnicity. Even if originally 1,000 years ago it was somebody else in that land, right? That current nation right now, regardless of what happened in the past or what happened in America, we get it. Native Americans were displaced by European settlers. We get it. That doesn't invalidate Andy's argument that a nation should be able righteously to preserve its ethnicity and to close the borders if need be.
I'm raising that
I mean,
line.
we should apply that logic to Israel,
some people
no?
have to move. We're allowed to have a few people move.
What about it?
We
See,
should
so you're
apply
doing
that
it again.
logic.
Now, see, exactly, you're doing it again. It's a
No. I agree. I agree with you.
Hold on. You're
I'm
trying
not
to,
invalidating
you're
you.
trying to hold on, bro. You're trying to invalidate the argument that Andy's making by now deflecting to the politics in Israel.
No.
That's not invalidating the argument.
I'm only asking if Andy is also okay with Israel should remain Jewish. I'm asking him a question, line, not invalidating his argument. I'm trying to find out more about Andy's views.
Well, right now there's a power struggle, right? But whether it's Palestine or whether it's Israel, we can get into the politics. But Palestine should be able to preserve its ethnicity, and if it had the power to put up the borders and prevent the Jews from coming in, right? They should be able to do that and not be called prejudice or racist or whatever the case may be.
I agree. Israel should preserve their ethnicity and identity by all means necessary, the same way Italy should do it, right? Nobody's invalidating Andy's argument. We're just reaffirming the logic train, no?
The reason I pointed out Palestine is so I wouldn't sound biased. Go ahead.
Sorry, what?
Israel does that, Zoidberg. They've got a fucking massive fence up right round.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, I mean, I agree. You shouldn't be complaining about Israel, though, right? Like, you should not be complaining by your logic.
I didn't bring that up.
I know you're not. Just relax, chill. I'm just saying. In general, you should not be ideologically opposed to what Israel is doing, right?
I didn't bring that up for a start. I don't exactly know.
I know you didn't. I'm asking you a question. I know you didn't. I'm asking you a question.
I don't know the situation in Israel, to be honest. But yeah, if they've got got a monstrous fence up, as far as I know, all the way around their thing, right?
Yeah. Okay. So we're okay with Israel, and we're okay with Italy, and all that jazz. Then we agree.
Well, if we want to be consistent, then yeah, for sure. They should have the right to say who comes in and who goes, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Manu, have you ever heard this? Manu, have you? No, not you, Lion. Manu, have you ever heard the expression "tanto per tanto"?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very Italian expression, which is you give me exactly this amount, and I give you exactly this amount. There is no imbalance, right? So in this situation, Andy, we engaged in tanto per tanto. You agreed for the state of Israel. I agreed for the state of Italy, right? Exactly.
That's funny you say that. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
No, absolutely is allowed to genocide. Absolutely is allowed to genocide. Andy is an all-cost preserve the.
You're absolutely stupid. Then I'm glad I told you.
Well, I mean, then you have to argue with Andy. Then in that situation.
That's over. Now you're committing an oversimplification fallacy. You're ignoring the nuances and complexity, bro. Dude, you're really digging yourself in, bro. But I just wanted to say that tanto por tanto is actually Latin. Yeah, it's Spanish, Italian.
Tanto per tanto.
Yeah, tanto per, tanto por. It's a little bit dialect, it's a little bit different, but it means the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Per and por. That's the only difference.
I get you. You speak Spanish. I forgot.
It's okay to genocide people, did he? He never said that. So
it's absolutely okay if Italy is allowed to basically put people in concentration camps in another country. Then Israel is allowed to do the same and more. He is because he's approving of what Giorgia Meloni is doing.
It's not the same thing though. For a start, it's by a long way. It's not the same thing.
Obviously, it's not the same thing. But we're talking about tools by which we can achieve the goal of preserving the country. In Israel's case, this is one tool. In Italy's case, this is another tool.
Conflating the two. The situation in Israel, for instance, the Palestinians were there first, right?
No.
Does that matter?
That's not even historically true.
Native Americans were in the US first.
I thought the Jews came and then moved them, displaced those people, right?
You don't really want to get into that. Yeah, it's this.
But even if it were true, The U.S. did the same thing to the Native Americans. That's how nations are born. They took over a country.
Yeah.
They defended it against the people that objected. They have a country now. And as far as I know, Israel has never stated where they believe their borders should end. So technically, you could argue that they think the Palestinian territories are theirs, and they could get rid of the Palestinians to preserve their Jewish ethnicity.
Completely rational by the logic trying espoused earlier.
I
So
just
this is
pointed
the
out that
point.
it's a false equivalence. That's all. You're trying to equivocate the two, and they're not. They're totally different situations.
You're deflecting, bro. It's a deflection tactic. But bro, the point is we have to be able to preserve the boundaries of your nation. A nation without boundaries is not a nation. You need borders, and you need to defend your borders, right? Because otherwise, people will invade and take your shit. And now, if you're a pacifist, you want all nations to just be one homogenous government nation, dude, like some New World Order shit. Which is what I think inevitably that's what they want, bro. Right? They don't want borders. They want to dissolve borders. What do you want?
How long should it be preserved? Like you said, a country should be able to preserve its ethnicity regardless of who was there before. But who was there before presumably had their ethnicity, and that no longer exists. So where does that chain stop?
Yeah. So what you're doing is now you're appealing to the past, right? You're deflecting to the past. This used to be the Native Americans' land, and the Native Americans weren't able to defend their borders, and their shit was taken from them. I don't believe that's the case, but let's just entertain that for a second, right? Even if that's the case, it no longer belongs to them anymore. They've been ruled over, right? They've been overpowered by the Europeans. Now it's the United States of America. Now it's under a new authority, right? And now we have the right to defend our borders from invaders. Or else the same thing's going to happen to us that happened to the Native Americans. Command and conquer, right? Imperialism, colonialism, it's been happening since tribes, right? Tribal warfare. Just because you're a tribe in the past took over your land, 1,000 years ago or whatever, doesn't negate the argument, right? The point is that we should be able to defend our borders from invaders.
Okay, so how is that not a one-to-one with what's happening in Israel?
Why you guys keep talking about Israel? We're not talking about Israel.
I'm trying to figure out where the nuance is that invalidates that. You said there's nuance there that we're missing, but it sounds like you just described the U.S., but it sounds a lot like what's happening
in the rule of law, in the philosophy of the rule of law, you need an army to be able to defend your borders. Without a standing militia, you can't defend your borders properly, and you're gonna get your shit taken. Right? Unfortunately, right? Palestine should be able to defend their borders, defend their nationality, but they can't. They've been taken over. And that's just the nature of things, bro. The Jews took it over in 1948 through the help of Europe. Britain.
I don't see where we disagree then.
Hitler's decision.
No, I'm saying like
the Native Americans couldn't defend their lands. Palestinians don't have a strong enough army to defend against Israel. Like history is repeating itself.
Right. It's like it's like free market. It's like
underlying principles are consistent. We should be okay with both of those, right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm okay with the nature of things right now in the world that we live in, right? I'm okay with businesses failing and being dissolved. I'm okay with free market, right? And in a free market, colonies, nations fall, governments fall, they're replaced, right? They're dissolved. It just happens that the Native Americans were displaced. Things that are beyond my control, things that are out of our control, ultimately it's God's will that the Native Americans were displaced. If the Palestinians are displaced, so be it. Now, if people want to stand up and defend the Palestinians against Israel, that's on them, dude. I'm not going to get in between that. I'm not going to choose sides between Israel and Palestine because I know that the Jews also have claim to that land.
Sure. So if we say that like you agree that it's not just militarily that this could happen, right? If a country is so permeable, let's say, that it allows a particular culture to come in and that culture starts growing, wouldn't that just be the way things are as well? Like if that ethnicity
Right,
gets diluted.
Yeah, and that's why we should be able to close the doors to your house and lock it whenever need be. And if you feel like people are literally invading your nation, right? You should be able to close the doors to those people. But for whatever reason, we're called racist or prejudiced or what I don't know what xenophobic is the word that they use for Muslims.
Islamophobic,
xenophobic. Like we're scared. The idea is though that not everybody inherently has the same moral values and ethics as you, right? You have people from different cultures, completely different norms. And if you want to preserve your ethics of your nation, your moral values, which not everybody doesn't line up with everybody, you should be able to do that. And the only way to do that is to defend your borders from certain people groups. But if you do that, in Western sense, oh, you're xenophobic, you're Islamophobic. So, do you want to preserve America or not? Like, it's one way or the other. Literally, you can't have it no other way.
So it sounds like you're talking about like American culture. Do you think the culture in California is the same as the culture in Milwaukee?
Irrelevant.
That's irrelevant.
No, yeah, there's subcultures within the states, right? Within the nation states, you have, the countryside, you have the city folk, you have the south, the north. That's all within the nation, right? And yes, there's a gradient of morality there. Some people are Christian, some people are secular, whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is
overarching American. What's the overarching American ethnicity or value that transcends state lines, like that all Americans share?
Yeah, historically, America was a white Christian nation, predominantly.
Historically, it's not today.
It still is.
You just said there's Christians, there's secular people, there's Buddhists, there's Muslims, there's a whole bunch of stuff in America. Presumably, those are Americans, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm saying if you want to preserve traditionally, right, the Christian nation, you have to be able to defend your borders from certain population.
Isn't it in the Magna Carta that it says the U.S. is in no way a Christian nation, like explicitly?
The Magna Carta, dude.
Was it?
The Magna Carta, bro?
Hold on. Let me look this up.
No. Nice reference.
Sorry, not the Magna Carta.
What that
says. That's England, dude. But I don't know what the Magna Carta says about the U.S., but I know that if you look into the history of and I'm not listening. Gets into a whole nother rabbit hole with the founding fathers and who they were, and I don't even feel like going down that route, dude. That wasn't my intention. But I could support my claims that America was basically all the original electees were Christian. And there was a process to vet governors and politicians, congressmen, and they were vetted whether they were Christian or not was the qualification, was a prerequisite.
Sorry. Yeah, so my mistake. It wasn't I should have kept reading. It was John Adams who said in the Treaty of Tripoli, the United States is not in any sense a Christian nation.
Yeah, John Adams, the one atheist. Yeah, I'll show you
that. Like I said, you don't have to go back to the founding documents. The U.S. is not a Christian nation by law. That's in the First Amendment.
Nah, that's a misconception, and I'll prove it to you right now. Give me 1 second, bro. I got my notes on this because I've had it in my phone for a while. I got to pull it up. I'm parked right now.
Well, let me cut to the chase. Do you think that someone who is not a Christian, a white Christian, is not an American?
No, bro. That's you're trying to.
Okay, so we can move on from that.
You're trying to frame me in a bad light, and
I'm trying to get to the root
oversimplifying my argument.
There was also several founding fathers that were not Christian. Jefferson, Franklin, Payne, Adams, Madison, Allen.
Yeah, the main thing I'm trying to get to is
hold on.
Overarching American
value.
Give
me a second, bro. Let me just get this out.
Yeah, go ahead.
So like, bro, I'm not even in support of the founding fathers at all, right? And if you really want to know what I believe, I think most of the founding fathers were Masons. A few of the biggest ones, like John, like hold on, like Paul, bro. I'm gonna get there. There's nuance, bro. You guys always try to like put me in a binary. Relax. Just give me a second. When we talk about Paul Revere, when we talk about George Washington, Jefferson, these were Masons, bro. 33rd degree Masons, right? I don't agree with Masonic doctrine. I believe that the Constitution of the United States was a Masonic document, right? Now, with that being said, it says in my notes, I have in my notes, Christian foundations of the Declaration of Independence. Of the 56 original signers of the Declaration of Independence, 55 were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. The Declaration references God 4 times, including phrases like laws of nature, nature's God, and an appeal to the supreme judge of the universe identified as Jesus Christ. Now, they didn't say it was Jesus Christ in the Constitution itself, but when 55 of the 56 were Christians, it's implied that they're talking about the Christian God, right? Now, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for those that think like I think that they're Masons. They might be talking about Lucifer, the grand architect of the universe. Who knows, right? We will never know. Now, hold on. Common law derived from William Blackstone is rooted in Christian principles and scripture. Key elements such as due process, impartial justice reflect biblical teachings like Leviticus 19, which emphasizes justice regardless of wealth or status. The founding era's most quoted text was Deuteronomy, surpassing Enlightenment thinkers like John Locke. And even on the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia, which originally the government of the United States was in Philadelphia before it was moved to Washington, D.C. in 1789, I think it was, or 1790. Yeah, 1789, 1790. My point here is, and there's more I can get into, John Adams stated that the Constitution was written for moral and religious people and would be inadequate for any other. The Founding Fathers envisioned a Christian populace supporting a government structure aligned with Protestant values. A Christian form of government they believed required a Christian nation to sustain liberty. You won't find this in the Constitution itself, but you'll find it in John Adams' letters, in his own literature. Go ahead. Go rebuttal what I said. I got more. Yes.
Yeah, John Adams wrote what you just said about they envisioned the Christian nation. Okay.
Yes.
So I'll take all of that as written. My point was, and my question again is, what is the overarching ethic that transcends state lines, that unifies the U.S., where the culture of California and the culture of Milwaukee don't overlap?
I'm not sure what you're asking me, but ideally is where we draw the lines, right? These invisible lines that we call borders, right? So America's land extends out to the California coast. So regardless of the morality of California, go ahead, dude.
Okay, my question is, what makes that Californian and that Milwaukeean American, despite being in different sort of subcultures?
I just told you, bro. The borders, bro. The borders. It's the rule of law. If you understand the philosophy of the rule of law, right? There's principalities over territories on the earth, right? America's territory ends on the California coast. So if you're born within these invisible lines that we all agree upon as a collective, is the nation of the United States of America, you are considered an American.
Okay, so it's abiding to the law of the land then. It's the
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Following the laws. Okay, so by that logic, it doesn't matter who comes in and what culture they bring in, so long as they abide by the laws, we can call them American, right?
Yeah. Yes, but I'm not talking about that, bro. Like, I don't know why you're deflecting to.
I stopped listening after, but no, that's exactly what we're talking about. You're talking about preserving.
No, because it's like you're like deflecting to like. I already conceded this 10 times. You keep asking the same question in different ways, bro. If you're born within the borders, You are an American. Like, do you want me to keep answering the same question in 10 different ways? Like, I don't understand, bro. What do you want from me?
Well, you can also be naturalized, right? Like citizens who become
Yes,
citizens.
yes. There's nuances. Yes, you can get your citizenship. Okay, fine. But
So it
my
doesn't
point
sound like
here,
there's
that I'm
an ethnicity so much as
gosh.
just so long as you obey the laws, you're American.
Yes, you're an American if you're born in America, bro, or if you gain your citizenship. Fine, dude. Okay? But that's not my argument. My argument is that in America, we should be able to protect our borders, bro, defend our borders from people from other nations if need be. If 100 years we had open borders and we allowed people to come in, right? What's the problem with, in 1 year or in a few years just closing the borders up to certain populace?
Well, if they obey the laws, what's the problem at all?
Anyways, just to finish my last point. Misconceptions about separation of church and state. The phrase separation of church and state is not in the Constitution. It originates from an 1807 letter by Thomas Jefferson to the Danbury Baptist Association, ensuring the government would not interfere with religious practice. Constitution's First Amendment guarantees no establishment of a state religion and protects free exercise of religion, focusing on preventing dominance by a specific sect. But it doesn't mean that it wasn't a Christian nation, because the majority of the founding fathers, like I said, were Christians.
It does mean that separation of church and state, though. I mean, does it say that explicitly? The First Amendment, that is what that means.
No, people misquote that, right? Or they don't misquote it. They promote a misconception of that quote, stating that there should be no
establishment of religion by the state or prevention of exercise.
I read it, but I'm saying like that there should be no Christian influence in government, and that's not what that entails at all. When 55 of the signers claim to be Christian, right? Clearly there was already a bias, dude, from the get, right? And if you look at the early governance, early Congress funded Bible printing and distribution. Church services were held in government buildings, including Supreme Court, as late as the Jackson presidency in the 1820s, where there was public prayers. Public prayers, bro.
Yeah, regardless of whether those people were individually Christians themselves, they did a damn good job of keeping it out of the Constitution. And it sounds like you're trying to put it back in.
No, bro. It's always been part of the government, not the Constitution, bro. Bro, you gotta understand. Morality and Christian morals were intertwined within the U.S. government, bro, from the get. All laws reflect morality, which stems from foundational beliefs. The founding fathers grounded the nation's morality on the 10 Commandments, visible in public institutions like Congress and the Supreme Court. The 10 Commandments were visible. I'm not sure if they're still visible, but they were visible publicly. Leviticus on the Liberty Bell. The Liberty Bell features Leviticus 25:10. Quote, proclaim liberty throughout all the land. I'm telling you, it's intertwined. Yeah, and in Philadelphia was the original capital. Rejection of Enlightenment only narratives, right? Like the Enlightenment thinkers that were trying to move away because of the French Revolution. They're trying to move away from religion. The Puritans, the original settlers, were against Enlightenment thinkers, bro. America was not the same as Europe, dude, after the French Revolution.
I don't know what your point is. I mean, none of what you're saying makes America a Christian nation. I can agree with all of what you said. I can give you all of that, but it doesn't make America a Christian nation.
Dude, America's absolutely a Christian nation. If you don't believe that, you're willfully ignorant, dude. Majority of Americans are Christians, bro. We're Christians, and historically. Now the tides might be shifting now in modern times because of the debauchery going on in OnlyFans and all that. But the idea that America is not a Christian nation, bro, is patently false.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. And ask any legal historian, any historian generally. Like, it doesn't matter what America is becoming as far as what you call debauchery, but even that wouldn't change that America is overall secular. Before anything else, whatever the individuals in the nation, right? You can say that the laws are based on the 10 Commandments. That's fine. That's even fine. But it's not a Christian nation. Not
It's
in any
interesting
meaningful sense.
because I would argue it was supposed to be Protestant, but you could argue that the whole the
Protestant is still Christian.
Constitution was freedom, not just of religion, but from religion, if you like. So there is a sort of secular argument to this, I think.
You made a weird distinction there. Protestants are Christian, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I would argue that it was a Protestant nation, but the point is, I see what you're saying. It is interesting. You are Pazza?
Sorry, no, sorry, I didn't hear you. Carry on. You finish what you're saying.
No, I was just saying it is interesting to think of it as as I said before, from a secular point of view. You could argue that it's not just freedom of religion, but freedom from religion, if you so choose.
Yeah. The general points I get online when I look at this is that officially in the US is not a Christian nation. A lot of religious extremists and people say this as if it's a point of opinion based upon the fact that most people are Christians, as you shtick. The Constitution is taken to be a secular document that explicitly mandates the separation of church and state and respects religious pluralism. Christianity does not appear to be in the Constitution, for one. And the separation of church and state is a mechanism that's good for all faiths, and they're in the lack of faith.
But I see Lion's point too, though, because they do reference God several times, I'm sure. I don't know it offhand.
No, not in the Constitution, only in the Declaration of Independence.
Yeah.
Constitution but what
no, yeah.
But
if you look at the whole scope, the thing is, bro, you have to look at the whole scope, right? Because if you look at America's history, bro, you guys are hyper focusing on like propaganda points, right? But if you really look at the history of America, if you really look at the history of America, right, from the people that came on the Mayflower over from Europe and established the original Massachusetts Bay Colony, these people were inherently religious, right?
Dude,
hold on. In order for you to claim what you're claiming, you have to completely disregard and put a blind eye to all of that. When the original people, the Pilgrims, right? Not only were they Sabbatarians,
those aren't the original people. Hello.
They came. I'm not talking about Native Americans here, guy. I'm talking about the European settlers.
Those are the original people. Right? You called the original people.
And also,
then don't call them
the original European Americans, right? Left religious persecution in Europe from the Mayflower, bro. The Mayflower, right? They landed in Massachusetts.
The original Pilgrims didn't establish a nation, you buffoon.
Yeah, I get that. Nations are established over time, right? First, it's baby steps, guy. It's baby steps. First, you need a colony, dude, right? You had the 13 colonies, guy. Do I have to walk you through the whole history, or are you going to continue to make illogical points? The Mayflower wasn't a nation. I know it wasn't a nation. That's a given, guy. Tell me something I don't know.
Why don't you focus upon the people who established the nation? Talk about the people who established the nation. That's the important bit. I know you want to fettle on about the load of religious fundamentalists arriving from ostracization in Europe, but those aren't the people who established the nation, which is what we're talking about.
Will you wait, dude? Because I'm going to get there, right? So originally,
you must be late, bro.
Originally, Christmas was illegal in Massachusetts, and it wasn't until the 1800s where states started to make Christmas legal again, right? Halloween was banned. Christmas was banned.
With the nation.
What are you talking about, man?
What exactly? What am I talking about? You guys have no idea what you're talking about.
What are you reading from?
Bro, you don't believe me? You think I'm making this up?
I didn't say I didn't believe you. I said, what are you talking about, man?
I'm not reading anything. First of all, what am I talking about? I'm talking about Christmas was literally made illegal in America.
Made illegal in Belgium in the
colonies,
1800s.
dude.
You didn't know that?
There was 13 colonies before. It was 13 colonies before America became the United States of America.
We know this,
and you're not reading anything, so you're just.
Right. So out of the 13 colonies, only one of them, which I want to say was Maryland, celebrated Christmas, dude. Why? Because they were religious. They understood Christmas to be pagan, based off of pagan rituals because of the Hellenization of the church. So they literally signed into laws prohibiting the practice of Christmas.
Lion, rather than
Lion
blabbering
what?
about Christian history, can you talk about
Do you
the
have an
establishment
argument?
of the
Do you have a
nation?
rebuttal? Do you have a rebuttal?
Yeah, that was done before there was a constitution, arguably before there was an actual nation.
Right. And when the Constitution was signed, like I said, 55 of the signers were Christian, dude. They had there was a for you to even become a politician or a congressman, you had to be Christian, dude.
So what?
No, you don't.
Nowhere does it mandate
Plenty
it's a
of politics
Christian
that aren't.
nation.
Yeah, just because they're Christian doesn't mean they make a Christian nation. But Lion, what year are you talking about this Christmas not being legal? What year?
The 1650s.
Dude, it was all the way up until the
1800s,
1800s, bro. It was illegal. Bro, I know it was
well, not entirely
1776. We
accurate.
signed the Declaration of Independence, bro. Listen, but you guys are acting like, oh, well, we weren't officially a nation until 1776, so everything that happened before that is logically irrelevant. No, it's not, bro. Yeah, it's logically irrelevant because it's convenient for you to ignore it and put a blind eye to all the history and start from 1776 and beyond. That would be convenient for you.
Well,
No.
people again. Wait a minute. People are getting a bit excited. Just calm down a bit. I think. Well, America's a Christian nation. That was the sort of what set everything off, and it certainly is. That cannot be argued, right? We all agree on that.
That's disputed. That is actually what we're
arguing it. Have you not been listening? We've been explicitly arguing that point. Yes.
It may be a nation
and Lion
for
already
Christians,
proved it.
but it's not a
So
Christian
you guys
nation.
are cooked.
Yeah, the purpose of separation of church and state is to keep forever from these shores the ceaseless strife that has soaked the soil of Europe in blood. James Madison, one of the founding fathers.
That's from the
Congress
Federalist
shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Again, a founding father.
Well,
right.
I know that, and I'm not disagreeing with that.
That would have been a good spot.
Oh, yeah. I'm not. Listen, you guys want to keep flocking to that one verse, that one quote, but you're misunderstanding. You're misconstruing the quote. Yeah, or the establishment thereof.
Yeah, perfect. What do you think that means?
Including Christianity.
And by the way, Lion,
and like I said, they had the Ten Commandments. They had the Ten Commandments. They had
back and forth. By the way, your ban on Christmas took place in Massachusetts Bay, the Massachusetts Bay Colony, enacted by the Puritans for the sake of the Puritans, and lasted 30 years. Let's not make it bigger than it was.
Yeah.
No, you're oversimplifying it. Hold on, dude. Nah, because I'm gonna check you on that. Give me a second, dude. I'm gonna check you on that. There's way more to it than that, dude. Nope. There's more to it than that.
Colonies, particularly those dominated by Puritans, actively banned.
Puritans imposing it themselves, a ban for 30 years. One tiny part of America.
Wrong. You're wrong. And you never, just because you never heard about it and now you're just researching it, and you think that 2 minutes of research is going to give you everything you know, you're wrong.
Give us a link. Stop getting angry. Give us a link.
It's if you go to the Massachusetts.gov website, there's a lot more in there, dude. And it explains way more than what you just read.
All right, what's your point then?
Dude, Christmas was illegal up until the late 1800s, bro.
No,
that's what I'm saying. You guys are saying, "Oh no, it was before America was a nation." No, wrong.
The ban was
wrong again.
That's true, Lion, and you're wrong.
1681.
That's what my information has to.
It was officially recognized as a federal holiday in the 1870s, but that's not.
1659 to 1681.
Here we go. I got some stuff right here. I got in England, Parliament banned Christmas for 12 years from 1647 under Cromwell. That ban was lifted only for it to be imposed in the Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1660. This ban on Christmas becoming law in many places lasted until apparently progressive states of Alabama was the first U.S. state to legalize Christmas after being banned in 1836. How many years is that after America was established as a nation?
That doesn't
exactly.
follow that.
Exactly wrong. Meaning there was almost 200 years during which it was criminal. Meaning there was almost
totally separate.
Come on, see. Oh, no. First it was only one state. Now you're finding out it was more than one state. You're getting wrecked. Meaning there was almost 200 years during which it was criminal to celebrate Christmas in the U.S. Oklahoma became the last state to make Christmas legal again in 1907, despite the U.S. making it a federal holiday in 1870. 100 years later. Thank you.
I think you're talking about two different bans, and that wouldn't have been spanning 200 years.
Yeah, you started out talking about a ban in Europe, in England.
No, so it says here, Christmas was not illegal in Alabama. In fact, Alabama was the first U.S. state to make Christmas a public holiday in 1836.
Oh. Lion, what are you reading from? Can we see that, please?
Some Christian nutbag site.
I'd like to see the document, as is customary on the internet, Provide your source, please.
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, I know there's a million different references to God I've seen in their fucking documentation, and the only thing I can really think of is the Pledge of Allegiance, but I know that was sort of added later. But still,
yeah, they put God in the 1950s.
Yeah, but what God are they referring to?
The only one.
We got Charles Darwin on our money, yeah. So evolution's correct, yeah.
But you know what I mean, Padre. It's not. You can't argue that it's any other, right? You can't say
No,
that.
see, that's the thing. Is the only thing in the Constitution that it says is that Congress shall make no law establishing any religion. That's it.
Yeah,
that's
I know. I get it. Constitution is a secular document. I think
there's a difference.
It's the founding document of our country.
For Christians, isn't there?
Right, but I'm just saying. In every, I've seen the reference to God a million times. And what God are they referencing? I think that's pretty obvious.
I don't know what you're talking about. What in the Federalist Papers?
Whatever God you believe in.
Pledge of Allegiance, for instance.
That's just to any God.
Whatever
right?
God you believe
to any God. To any gods. Come on. Don't be down.
Yeah.
Because it has to be, right? Like Adam, if the Constitution says that the government can't make a law establishing a religion or prohibiting the exercise thereof, then I can't pledge allegiance to a God that's not my own, right? So it would have to be whatever God you personally believe in.
You try changing the wording of it through the legal system to make it Yahweh and see how far you get.
When the president is sworn in, where does he place his right hand?
Whatever he wants to. He can put his hand on any book he wants to.
The Bible is the answer. On the Bible.
No, the answer is any book he wants to, as is written in the legislative.
Where has every president put his hand when he's sworn in? The American.
Well,
anyone that's a Christian.
Why? The better question is why.
On the Bhagavad Gita, according to these guys. Just,
if
what does it say on the dollar?
Puts it on
do we trust?
In Montreal, he puts it on the Bible.
On the dollar?
He wants to put it on the Bible, he can. If he wants to put it on any other book he wants to, he can.
Yeah, just like the Freemasons.
No, it's not what he can. Where do they put it? Where do they put their hands? On a Bible, right?
On any book they want to. It could be.
But they don't have to put it on the Bible. It's written in the legislative.
Has any president been sworn in on the Quran, putting his hand on the Quran?
No, nope. But you're missing the point. He doesn't have to, you dogs.
Not yet.
SC, I just posted something for you. So Roy Moore tried to get that same stupid argument and got his ass handed to him.
I think there was.
So are you saying that it's not on the Bible? It's written that they can swear to any god they want? Because I didn't know that. I'll learn something.
Yeah, and there was, I forget if it was Keith Ellison or which senator. There's somebody that used the Quran kind of recently to take his oath of office.
Was that the New York guy, maybe? The New York mayor?
I thought it was Keith Ellison. I could be incorrect about that.
Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that you can swear on any other book except the Bible. If that's the case, okay, I learned something new today.
It's called an affirmation rather than an oath. Oath. You don't have to say "So help me God" either if you don't want to. There will be very little point in a president, if you ever had one, which you probably won't have one anyway, that's not a Christian. There will be very little. So let's suppose you had an atheist eventually, because you might do one day. There'll be very little point in them saying "So help me God."
Oh, I was right. Fucking A. It was Keith Ellison, 2006. He was the first Muslim to be elected to Congress, and he took his, he did his affirmation using the Quran. Which,
Well, that's
why
the
would you
beginning of
want
the
him
end.
to use the Bible if he was a Muslim, right? You'd want him to use his book, right?
No, I wouldn't want anybody that's not a Christian to be sworn into my country, but that's just me.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I wouldn't want no Muslim
Why,
sworn
though?
into my country as a leader.
How,
I'm sorry.
How are those Christian evil lizard overlords that are trying to deceive the earth around fitting in with all of this? Then, yeah, they're all sworn in as Christians, aren't they? Somehow
Well,
you
that's
find
what
them
forces
deliciously
the
more
argument.
enticing because they've got a Bible under
It's
one
either
hand for 15
us,
seconds.
bro. It's either our way of life or their way of life. I've said it many times.
No, there's two
Our
ways of life
cultures
here.
do not. Bro, try not to
Very
interrupt, bro,
Christian.
please. Our cultures do not blend, cannot blend. Put that as soon as you guys put that through your heads, the sooner everything will work out.
Well, everyone else in the world begs to
What
differ.
if? All right. What if he was sworn in using Thomas Jefferson's Quran? Because that would seem to make it better.
Oh my God.
No, those two, we've been warring with each other for millennia, man. Understand that, dude. Our two cultures cannot live side by
Which are the
side.
two cultures, like Christian versus Muslim, or?
Yes, yes.
Well,
What about
do you know that
would you let
Christian?
a Jew be sworn on the Quran? Would you be uncomfortable with that as well?
That's not the point. The point, my point stands. Prove me wrong. Christians and
But hold on.
Muslims cannot live together.
See, we have lived together for millennia in the Baghdad Caliphate. Jews, Christians, and Muslims lived together equally.
Yes, under Muslim rule. They've lived together under Christian rule, but given their own not rule, right? We just cannot live together. They're two distinct, different societies. We've been
But
fighting
they
each
did
other
live together. I don't
for
get it.
millennia.
Well, who started the Crusades?
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't
The
matter.
French.
Doesn't nothing. No facts matter, do they? You just got your opinions as usual.
Okay, if you find out who started the Crusades, will it change the fact that we cannot live together?
We can live together.
We have lived together.
Where? Show me one instance where we live
A
together
good many
freely.
people who are a good many communities of people that aren't in politics and aren't in propaganda and aren't overtly religious. I live and work with Muslims. Okay, I don't need anybody telling me that these people are so radically different that we're like oil and water. It's pathetic and childish.
Yeah, that's because you don't know. That's because you haven't lived. You haven't.
Of course, I don't know my own
You
life.
Don't interrupt, bro. You haven't seen the implications of what's going to happen. But the way you're speaking, you're going to see those implications very, very soon in your country, bro. Very soon.
Of course. The soothsayer SE Montreal speaks once more.
No, it's not SC Montreal. It's a fact. I mean, every politician in Europe is talking about it. I don't know where you're at. I don't know where you've been. I don't know what part of England you live in. But yeah, you're just delusional, bro. Just delusional. Sorry.
Okay, you keep telling everyone they're delusional. They're
No, not
delusional
everyone.
about politics, delusional about religion, delusional about the shape of the earth. Is there anything you're not an absolute fucking luminary genius on SE Montreal?
Well, that's you getting triggered and getting personal. I'm merely giving
you're
you a
getting
fact.
personal. You're telling me I don't understand the nature of my own nation and my own lifestyle. You fuck off.
And you call them delusional,
Anyway,
SE.
Lion, could you
Well,
post
yeah,
that source?
if you don't see that the immigrants are taking over your country. You're giving them free food, money. You're giving them hotels. If you don't see that, you are delusional.
No, but the point is, you call them delusional, and then you complained about like
He
personal
doesn't
attacks.
understand. He's so myopic. He's illogical.
Okay, what would you call it then? What would you call somebody that obviously like something is happening in the country right now? Everyone's talking about it. All the other countries, Poland, Greece, they just passed a new law, right? What would you call that if something indeed is happening in front of your eyes and you don't see it? What would you call that person?
I don't know what you're on about now. Be more specific for once in your life.
I'll be more specific. For the past 10 years, people have been flooding your country. Immigrants have been flooding your country. Your country is on the brink of collapse. You're not helping the people in need. Your own country. People are starving. They don't have enough food to eat. And
How many people are starving in the UK right now?
Correct.
How many people are starving to death in the UK right now? And show us a link.
Well, maybe perhaps that was a strong word, right? I shouldn't have used starving.
Bullshit, you mean? It's
they
bullshit.
don't have enough. They don't have. Your people don't have enough necessities of their own. But what you're doing is you're bringing in immigrants and you're putting the money that you can use to save those people. You're putting them up in hotels. That is a fact, Jack.
Yeah, but do you know what sort of hotels they are? They're hotels, okay, which the government has procured to hold people in. They're not going down the fucking spa in there and having a 3-course meal every day, you idiot.
Listen, you're very triggered. You don't want to see the fact that your government is falling apart.
Bullshit.
What?
We haven't had an
Try to
influx.
calm down.
We haven't
Try
been
to take
flooded
control
with we haven't been flooded with immigrants for 10 years. We've had a constant stream of immigrants since World War II. We've managed. Okay, the vast majority of people that come here integrate. They get on.
Well, you can keep telling yourself that, or you can look at the statistics. You can see all the organizations are there, and you can tell you're triggered because every time I try to talk, you interrupt me. Right? You don't want to hear the truth,
about how
right?
they're overrunning the country. Get us a link from seekhile.com.
Seekhile.
It's so funny, Andy. It's like I don't know, bro. Like tell your brother here what's
You're
going
right.
on.
That's the first thing you said that's correct. You don't know, right?
Well, I mean, they seem to be putting quite a few up in hotels, Pazza, right? That seems to be quite bad.
It is quite bad. The logistics of processing these people are shit. That doesn't mean to say that's not. And the government, like I say, taking over a travel lodge, stripping it out of its normal facilities and using it to hold people in effectively a proxy cell, which is what they're doing, and giving them the standard food rather. Everyone says, "Oh, they're in hotels." They're trying to ferment the idea that these people are living a life of luxury. It's pathetic.
Yeah, that's wrong. I do wonder who's put the idea in these people's head, though, that England's the promised land.
It's one of the
It's obviously the Jews. It's obviously the Jews. We know this, right?
We gave them the internet. What do you expect is going to happen?
And the Jews.
I suspect strongly it's something to do with language, because English is the predominant language in the world, right? So I think that's probably part of it. But could it be something else as well?
Andy, I personally created numerous websites.
They know when they come to your country, you're going to give them lodging, you're going to give them money, you're going to give them food. They know all this. They're playing you guys.
Where are they coming? Where are they coming? They're coming through France and they're coming through Germany, where they get all that as well.
And you're not letting me finish the sentence.
No, I'm not going to sit and listen to you with your racist bullshit. They come through France and Germany.
You gotta calm
they
down.
come through Poland.
You gotta take control of your faculties, bro.
And places to stay if they want it.
And then go, please
take
go somewhere else.
Faculties. Calm down. Take a deep breath,
there's
bro.
Nothing magical about,
be
There's
okay.
nothing magical about the UK. It doesn't offer anything that France and Germany don't give people. There are millions of immigrants in Germany, millions in France. Some elect to come here, and they will do anything to get here they can. But don't try and pretend that we're the golden ticket for immigrants. We're not. There's millions on the European mainland who are quite happy to stay there.
They seem to have an idea, though, that it is the golden ticket. I don't know why they've got this idea in the head, though. Like I said, I think we could put a little bit of it to language. I think that plays a part because it's like, well, we speak sort of broken English. So, but who's put the idea in the head? That's what I want to know.
I can tell you
Well,
if you let me
obviously-
finish the sentence, but he won't let me do it. He's going to get
Yeah, go with
triggered.
it.
Pazda, can I finish a sentence? Thank you. The reason, Andy, they're coming to countries like England, France, Germany, is because they know as soon as they set their foot on the land, you're going to give them money, you're going to give them lodging, you're going to give them food above your own citizens. They know this, right? That's why they're coming to your countries. That's why they're not going to Poland or Hungary or Greece, right? They're just using it as a transit. They're leaving those countries and going to the countries. They know they're going to get free everything.
You assume that they're coming from a place of having nothing to now having all this stuff, but that may not be the case. They could very well have a lot, and they're leaving that.
So
Well,
asylum seekers.
the majority of them are military-aged men. You have to understand that, right? They're not families that like they used to come in Ellis Island, good people. They're military-aged men. You understand that?
No, they're not. You listen to all the wrong websites. Immigrants and asylum seekers arriving in the UK under the Home Office Section 95 Support Act get accommodation paid for, and they get £49 per person per week, and for that, if they're in self-catered accommodation, to cover essential living needs. For those in catered accommodation where food is provided, the allowance is £8.86 per week. It's hardly fucking nirvana, is it?
That's kind of my point, Pazza. I want to sort of inform them that it's not the paradise that they think it is, and it's going to be fucking freezing for like at least 8 months of the year. To them, it's going to be a nightmare, I would think.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't know. I want to sort of say, look, I know if it was me, I'd fucking stop in France, maybe, or I don't know, somewhere a bit nicer, a bit warmer.
The vast majority of them do stay in mainland Europe. There's a small group coming across the channel. It's a tiny amount compared to how many immigrants there are in the EU. A tiny amount.
It's a huge risk as well coming across that channel as well. I mean, they talk about many have drowned. So, I mean, they're risking quite a lot to get here as well. I mean, the lives, in fact, everything. So, yeah, it seems to me that somebody's put this idea in their head that this is the promised land. This is the golden ticket for them. Just from...
And we all know who they are.
Listen, Zoidberg, I love the Jews, and you know that.
That's crazy.
That's why I've got one as my PFP, as I've said many times.
Mm-hmm.
That's offensive.
But this is a bit weird, isn't it? I mean, and I've said this before, Essie, you know, Europe, I've talked about Italy's replacement rate 1.2. You know, we are not replacing ourselves. We've got an abundance of weak men as well. If we had strong men, you know, the people talk about that with this grooming gangs. I'm like, well, if we had strong men, this wouldn't be happening, would it? So I kind of think we reap what we sow a little bit on this as well. Don't you think?
If we had
Then
strong
become
men, you
strong,
just be out.
Andy.
The reason why we're not
exactly.
replacing ourselves,
The West-
especially... Go on.
You go.
Oh, the reason, and this is scientific research on this, why we're not replacing ourselves, especially in Italy, is twofold, two vectors. One is social media and alienation between the genders, and two, socioeconomic reasons. It's prohibitively expensive to couple.
I would definitely agree with that,
Property
Zoidberg. But obviously, if you put your females in education in their most fertile years, that's obviously going to be a part of the issue as well, right?
No, actually, that turns out to be not
or whatever it is.
Not such a big deal as the fact that we are completely alienated when it comes to our political views now. We're incredibly polarized, men and women specifically.
I would
that
agree with
creates
that.
problems with coupling.
Yeah.
And not to mention, it's extremely expensive to live in the big cities where the jobs are. So that also prevents coupling.
Also, I posted the video for Pat to see one of those hotels. You listening? Baza, I posted a thing for you so you can see for your own eyes, for people can see for their own eyes what's going on in England.
We've kind of seen all that, SC. So we're definitely.
Yeah.
I'm sure Paz has
Daily
seen it
Express.
too.
Daily Express. Don't forget to click your heels when you read the Daily Express.
See what I mean? Everything to him is just magical. They're counting on
No,
people
it's
like
not.
you, Baza. They're
It's
counting
not.
on people like you, dude.
No, they're
Yeah.
not. You don't know what you're talking about. There are
You're going to
problems. There
be
are frictions.
the fall
But you think
of your
that a
country is going to be
protest out of
because
a
of people
hotel
like
is the end of my nation. You are pathetic that you think this is the downfall of my nation. That we've got a few problems with logistics of people arriving here who shouldn't be here. A minute ago you were saying we're starving to death. You're an idiot.
You're delusional, bro. I can hear it in your voice.
You're right.
You know
Okay,
it's
you're right.
true,
We are starving
but
to
yet
death.
you're
The
fighting
country's
it, bro.
collapsing. The country's finished. Okay, Montreal. Okay, whatever you say, mate. It's all
Whatever I say, bro,
behind the
it's what
scenes.
your people,
The
your
once
brethren
great
are saying.
empire is finally over. We're starving in the streets.
Bro, can you not, like, for one time, can you not interrupt when I speak? You think that's
I'm
possible?
reiterating your bullet points.
So while I speak, you want to reassure my bullet points?
I've given up because you're right. The country is collapsing around us because of immigration. You've won, SC Montreal.
Bro, you don't have to be a dick about it. You know, I don't understand why you're like shooting the
sorry.
messenger. You
I'm
know,
sorry if I'm being
and
a dick to a
again, every time I speak, you feel the need to talk, bro. It's pathetic, actually.
But
When is
where
Leo
the ad
supposed to
homicidal
demonstrate
going up again?
exactly?
I thought we were doing a no insulting run. You fucking.
Well, we're trying. But you seem to be triggered. You don't want to accept the facts. Like I'm showing you facts. Your people are crying. Your people are saying they don't have enough money to take care of your own people, but you're taking in strangers and people are fed up and freaking out. But somehow you don't want to see that.
They're not taking in strangers. There are people arriving here. We're having to deal with them arriving here. What would you do instead?
Yeah,
I would do is not let them in.
Well, there's a human rights issue there.
Listen carefully. Not
shoot them in the channel.
Yes.
There we go.
There's a human rights issue there. You can't just turn them away.
He told you what he thinks. He thinks we should just open fire at them as they come across in the boats. That's SE Montreal for you. Make a note of
open fire.
Time that moment, he said we should kill them.
Bro, your hate is so apparent. It's gonna hurt you, bro.
So we did that. We did that with the Jews prior to World War II. We turned them away at the ports, and a bunch of them went back and got killed. Which is why we now recognize that extending amnesty broadly is, a human good. But we did that.
Yes, to people that are true leaving their countries for, of them being killed or that. Yes, I agree with that. But that's not what's happening. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. This is organized migration. It has nothing to do with them being killed in their homeland.
Okay. They're coming here to take over. They're take that in Sharia law, aren't they?
Muslim Caliphate, England.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what's going to happen eventually. You just don't get it, man.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, we have people here in Canada openly saying, they interview them, that there's one man, he openly says, yes, eventually, when there's more of us in Canada, we're going to go with Sharia law. You don't understand the way they think, bro. I mean, it's an issue. And again, Alvin, let me finish my sentence, bro. You got a serious fucking issues, Jazza. Seriously, man.
Racists, yeah. Idiotic racists I do have a serious issue with.
Like, I don't know who brought you up. Maybe some chimpanzees brought you up, but every time I open my mic, you interrupt me, bro. That's very rude of you. See, and you did it again right now as I'm speaking.
You're the one telling me my country's starving to death, and you're calling me rude for telling you you're a bullshitter. That's rich.
Well, I'm telling you what I see in the news. I'm telling you what your people are saying, right? But you refuse to see it.
You sucking in the mainstream media all of a sudden. All these years it talks about the globe Earth and it's and the media's the problem. But when it tells you things you like the sound of, SC Montreal, you lap it up like a puppy with cream.
See, as soon as they bring up the Earth in this conversation, you know you have him, right? You know he's just freaking out. He just doesn't want to.
Hypocrisy when it comes
Again,
to
interrupt
information.
during my
Pathetic, it
sentence.
really is.
It's very telling, bro.
What you're telling me?
Ladies, you're both beautiful and your penises are amazingly big. No, SC, I don't think this is a good strategy, man.
Look, man, I don't care what you think, bro. If you don't see what's happening in your own country, you will soon enough. It's that simple, man. And if you're from Germany, you're in Germany, right?
I live in Italy.
Shut up, Jazza. You're in Germany?
Italy, SC. Sono italiano.
Italy, okay. Yeah,
Vivo in
you
Italia.
got affected too, but yeah. Germany, England, and France. Those are the first countries that are going to fall.
What do you mean by fall?
When I say fall, I mean eventually the Muslims will outbirth you. Maybe 30, 40 years, there's going to be more Muslims in your country because of your birth rate. They're going to take over by population.
Oh, and then what?
When?
And then what?
Then you're going to be praying 5 times a day.
When?
You're going to be under Sharia law.
Okay.
No one.
So?
No what he said. Fine. You're a fucking
But if you're fine with that, it's good. I'm just telling you what's going to happen to your countries if you don't wake up.
Okay. Yo, Manu, which local mosque are we going to?
I gotta find one.
Yeah.
Eventually, the Muslims will control the whole globe, won't they? SC Montreal.
You know, there's places in your country where the cops can't go, right? Because of the Muslim areas, no
keep
go
telling
zones.
yourself that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, keep telling yourself.
The no-go zones thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, is that not
Mad
true,
Max.
Jazza?
It's like Mad Max, but in London, isn't it? Nobody goes there because it's too dangerous.
Well, London is kind of shitty, but not for the reasons SC believes.
Every capital city is shitty.
No, that's not true.
Which ones aren't shitty?
Switzerland's capital.
Jazza, why are you fighting the message? Is it because I'm saying it, or let's say it was Vanderland, that Dutch girl saying it? There's rape gangs.
Mainstream media. The mainstream media
If would say it, would you believe it more? And again,
the
again,
mainstream
he's
media
interrupted me
propaganda from the
again. As I'm
Daily
speaking,
Threat.
again, he interrupted me.
Because you won't stop speaking continuously, saying, Paza, you cannot see what's happening to your country.
And there's no mods that are doing anything about it. That's pretty funny, though. Like, come on, mods. Do your
SC,
job.
you guys are both being belligerent. Like, I don't, like...
I don't mind about the belligerence. Say what you want, but wait until I finish speaking.
Okay. Well, Paza, would you let SC finish speaking before you respond? I understand that there's an immediacy desire to respond to things that you completely disagree with. Completely understand, but...
Lion, are you still here?
He got all he wants now anyway. I'm kind of done with it.
Why is it so triggering for you, Paza? Why can you not see the truth?
You're shitling now.
I said I'm done with the conversation with you, yeah? Stop using my name. Say your wrongness to someone else. Stop goading me.
Oh, well, you're really... Okay, fine. No one's going to force you to talk to another person, my friend. No problem. It's all good.
You'll never be my friend, SC Montreal.
You guys are so catty.
Yeah.
It's not catty. It's like he's triggered because he doesn't want to accept the truth, the facts of what's happening in this country. It's unbelievable.
But SC, have you ever thought about the fact that what is true to you may not be true to him, and there's like fundamental differences in how you guys perceive reality?
No, I've been following the immigration crisis for years. I know what's going on. I know where they're at. I know where they came from. I know who bust them in. I know their plan. I'm trying to say it, but Mr. Paza just doesn't want to see it, which is fine. It's good.
Well, I mean, if you're so well educated, just post a bunch of links to him and Paza will go through it. You don't need to have this discussion. You already
We've
have
had
the
this
sources.
discussion many times. If you live in those countries and you don't know what's going on, personally, I just feel sorry for you. that's
Okay,
all I
but
can tell you.
that's fine. Like, we're here to educate, no? So just post the sources that you have, and Pazza will go through them.
I already posted a source. It's a source of the hotel.
There's a far right-wing newspaper talking about one hotel.
I have some questions about the no-go zones. Do we know if these are like just dangerous places, or are they actually literally there's no police there? Like no.
Yeah, like in certain countries, there's places where the police won't go. Yeah.
So is
that a government policy or just individuals deciding not to go?
We're talking about England, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I have heard conflicting things about the no-go zones in England. I've heard it's bullshit. I've heard it's not bullshit. I don't really know. So
there's a link to an article. If you can if you can cite me one specific location rather than pointless rhetoric, one region of the UK where it's a no-go zone for the police, you've won. Go on, do it.
Well,
I bet you can't. I bet you're just going to refer to this pathetic, fringe, right-wing nonsense.
So I remember a girl. I don't remember the name. I don't think it was Lauren Southern, but I'm not really sure. Going there to do like a documentary where she went to a quote unquote no-go zone, and there were like, women pushing baby carriages around, and people treated her nicely, and the film that she was trying to make didn't really work. But once again, I don't know. I don't live there. I don't know if it's true or not. So if there's a good reference for that,
you won't have one.
I think you might be talking about this one in Sweden. I don't know.
Maybe. Well, the one that I can think of, I thought it was in the UK.
Where the attack report, they like reporting on something, and the boom mic guy gets attacked. Like, is it like that?
I've still not got a citation or link of an actual specific location in the UK where the police don't go. I'm still waiting. I feel I may be here a while.
So okay,
I think it's fair to say that most people in England don't feel like London is. It's like a separate thing now, isn't it? Like some people jokingly call it Londonistan or something like this. I think that's probably fair.
Some people do, but a lot of people don't. I know lots of people who live in London.
But you know what I mean, Pazza? If there's a lot of people here,
most people who live in Londonistan don't live in London.
Yeah, right. But I'm just saying they don't. There's a lot of people there. They don't speak the language. They don't even speak the native language. So I can see why they have issues.
There's lots of Brits in Spain who don't speak very much Spanish. There are lots of people all around the world who don't speak. It's usually intergenerational. That's the point, isn't it? There is always going to be people who turn up who don't speak the language, who put themselves in little communities. We call them ghettos or enclaves if you're being xenophobic or you're being paranoid. But that's the nature of humans. You turn up somewhere you don't know anybody, you end up going to the Cotterdale or whatever, don't you?
Of course, it makes sense that they're going to stick together. Why wouldn't
what do their kids do? Their kids go to the schools. Their kids slowly start picking up part of the culture of the people around them.
I posted something for you guys on the no-go zones.
Yeah, but I bet. Go on then. Where's he saying there is one?
Have a look at the video.
What he says.
Well, he says Leeds on the thing, so it's probably Leeds.
It's unbelievable. You don't know what's happening in your own freaking country. It's unfreaking believable, man. Blows my mind to know that there's people like you around.
They're reporting on a riot in Leeds. Okay, and during that riot, clearly you wouldn't go anywhere near it. You have riots in America. Do you have no-go zones in America?
Yeah, there's no-go zones in America. Yeah. You didn't know about that?
Your country
right.
is falling apart. You have no go. In a couple of years' time, you will all be speaking Mexican.
No, those are gang no-go areas. That's a whole different thing. It's not a religious group. You
Okay, so
asleep
you got rampant
individual.
no-go regions, and you're saying that we've got a couple and that we're doomed. You're an absolute fucking idiot. You're a tool of the racist right.
I live in
Yeah.
Leeds. I
They
live in Leeds.
count on
The
people like
police do
you
not
that are
convene.
asleep, bro. You're gonna wake up
I'm
one
asleep.
morning and you're gonna hear the call of prayer on speakers. I hope I'm there to fucking witness your face when that happens. You
How many
absolute
Muslims? How many
sleeping
Muslims live
moron.
in your street? Essie, how many Muslims live in your street? None. I'm right, aren't I? You don't know any Muslims at all, do you?
You're talking to me?
Yeah. How many Muslims live in your street?
I have a Muslim neighbor right across the street right in my backyard next door. I have a Muslim.
And what's he like?
He's a nice man. Has a good family.
Do you know any Muslims that aren't nice people?
Yes, I do.
Where are they?
Yes.
All the night jackals.
Bro, why can't you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Why are you like, are you trying to fight the messenger? I'm just merely telling you a fact that you somehow you just refuse to see, bro. I'm not downing the individual people, the families. They're regular people, just like us. They don't hate anybody. They don't want to kill you. That's not the issue. The issue is these people follow Sharia law. So when they're in your country and they become a lot, right? If there's like an issue of, let's say, a marriage issue or a conflict, they're not going to follow the nation's laws. They're going to follow Sharia law. I don't understand why this is hard for you to understand.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a
If
couple
they get
of
arrested if they don't follow the nation's laws.
Okay, well,
What do you got on you?
I have some observations on the video. So, first off, they had a riot, which yes, but we've also had riots in America that have gone on all night, including some burning things. So I don't think that just having a riot means lawlessness has descended, and there's a lot of police there. So clearly they did go in the daylight after the riot. They didn't stay out. It said the reporter for GB News. I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know if that's a legitimate source or not. But the woman who was reporting there certainly says things like, the police are trying to make sure nothing happens again. Also, looking at the people in the background, they do not all seem to be military-aged men. It looks like there's some younger people. It's hard. I mean, it's hard. They're pretty far away, so it's hard to be sure. Younger people, a woman, and the woman who's there doesn't seem to presently be in fear for her life, which I would expect with 20 police officers running around. I wouldn't expect her to be too scared, but that does speak to the fact that it does seem to be an area where the forces of law have, been deployed to. So I don't know. I mean, I do think that Leeds probably does have problems, but I'm not sure how that compares to most of the UK or most of the United States. Like, is the murder rate as high as the is a murder rate in Leeds similar to what it is in the US? I don't know. So I would say that although this is a data point and they do call it no-go zones, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it fits what the Mad Max version that I would think of.
Well, it's not there yet. It's not there
The
yet.
riot,
This is how it
the riot,
starts.
the riot in question is the 2020. It was known as the 2024 Hare Hills riot in Leeds. It took place on one day, the 18th of July. It was a year ago. It resulted in 74 arrests and 24 people being charged with offences related to disorder. It was started by and was related to a Romanian family and 4 of their children being taken into care by social services. It didn't have anything to do with Muslims, you buffoon.
Yeah. Look, just keep putting your head in the sand, bro. Just keep putting your fucking head in the sand.
I'm going to
Everything will be
pretend that a
all right.
riot that didn't have anything to do with any particular religion or Muslims is a sign that
Everything will
Muslims
be
are taking
okay,
over.
bro.
Because
Just
that would
keep
make you a
giving your
fucking idiot if
hard-earned
I did
tax
that,
dollars
wouldn't
to immigrants, you clown. Everything will be fine.
it? Oh, God.
It's unbelievable, bro. The enemy is at your gates. I'm showing you they've already infiltrated. Your government is putting people aside in your country that is hungry. They're feeding complete strangers,
starving
but
citizens
yet you
again.
don't see it.
Back to the
Beautiful.
starving citizens. Back to a one-day riot caused by someone getting pissy with social services being a sign that the Muslims are taking over. Ooh.
I don't
You're
think
an
we're
idiot.
Hungary. I'm pretty sure that's its own nation.
Well, when I've seen when you see these sort of clips that SE's talking about, you do see like 20, 30, 40 people, black dudes. They're all like they look about 20. I don't see any women and children there at all. And I do see a sort of problem in the future, Pazza. You must see that this is sort of the start of a terrible thing, and
GB
largely
News. They out people they don't want you to see. It's GB News.
right. Well,
See,
I
see how
get
he
it.
interrupted you right when you began to talk? Hey, Taza, I'm not gonna. Hold on.
Okay, let's
Hold
just chill
on.
out. Let's just chill
Hold
out.
on, bro. Hold on. I'm not gonna mod my own conversation, but if you interrupt Andy, I will mute you, Taza.
He's not going to
You've been
interrupt.
warned.
Paz is cool. Anyway, the point is, I completely understand Paz's point of view as well, because there are people that are shining a light in a specific direction, and it's incentive. It's exciting a certain personality in the UK, and that's why I do say there will be a big shitstorm on its way, just as they were when they attacked that mosque the other year, Pazza. Right, they bust them in from a completely different area, I think, with that situation. So there are some extremists in this country that will be excited by all this fucking propaganda. That's what it is. That's why I said, like, I kind of want to leave. And that's the sad thing. I think a lot of people have my same sentiment where they're like, I just want to go somewhere else because it's going to be a shit show very soon.
Okay. But they clearly, if who's shipping people in?
I just posted another video. Have a look at how these beautiful immigrants are behaving. Have a look. You're gonna be in for a shock, my friend.
Oh no.
You have no clue of what you speak. No clue.
Yeah. The majority. The thing is, when I've had interactions with these kinds of people, they're pretty awesome. They're very chill. They're very laid back. They don't want any trouble. But what I'm talking about is the natives. A lot of the natives are extremely racist, and it's going to be a shit show. And it's honestly, you can just see the sort of Enoch Powell, the Rivers of Blood speech that he gave. He was just a little bit late on it, I think. A bit, he was a bit early. Sorry, he said by the turn of the century. I think he was a bit early on that one.
You know what's funny, Andy? Even President Trump has warned the Europeans just a few days ago. Even the president, this dumbass, can see it. Yeah.
Wow, the pedo in chief has told us about we've got a problem with dark colours for people. Wow, that's good. Now you've said that, Issy Montreal, I'm genuinely scared.
You see, I mean, this is the thing is, Essie, that I mean. I actually saw that clip of him saying that. Don't forget, with his own people, he said, they're going to be eating your dogs. He gave all that sort of rhetoric, right? So that's kind of his That's par for the course for those sort of people. That's kind of Paz's point.
Has anybody got any pets left in the United States? This is the question. Must be terrible there.
You're making Paz's point for him, sort of thing.
Oh no, he makes everyone else's point for him.
If that's what you think, Andy, you are part of the problem, bro.
No,
you are the type of person that they count on. I'm still talking. I'm still talking. But try to control yourselves, guys. You are part of the problem, bro. They are counting on people like you that don't see what's happening. I'm sorry, bro. You're part of the problem.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely it's only going to get worse. I see, but I don't think it's predominantly a very extreme small group of natives that's going to be the major issue in this problem. That's what I see anyway.
So I live.
Let me try this again, right?
I live in an area where there are lots of dogs and not a few cats out at night. So I have been thinking since Trump said that about cutting down on my grocery bill.
But the thing is, a large percentage of those people I'm talking about have been stirred up by this type of rhetoric. SE.
It's not rhetoric, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not rhetoric. There's people that know how those people behave. We know them for hundreds of years, bro. It's just that you guys in the West, you have no clue what's happening, bro. I mean, there's no other way to tell you this.
No, I know. I get it. There is a small percentage of them that will disrespect women, sexually abuse people. I get it. I understand that.
Dogs and cats.
They don't respect your culture. They don't respect your women. They think your women are all whores. Do you understand that?
A lot of people
No, I know, but I think Paz. I see what Paz is saying as well, though, in that there's another group that can't wait to shine a light on that. In fact, I'd go so far. I'm a little bit skeptical. I'd say they'd create that very thing. If it wasn't happening, they'd do some outdoor theatre to stir up this sort of violence against these people. So I don't know. That's just my position, but I see what you're saying, SE.
Have you heard that the beautiful Dutch girl make her speech about how they have rape gangs, how they're taking over, how they're afraid to go out on the street? Have you guys seen that? Again, he's interrupting me. You see that? Every single time I speak, I wonder why.
Because you're so easy to deride you. You can't be taken
no,
seriously.
You just can't control yourself. You're a child. You don't want to see what's going on. It's like somebody took your baby sucker away and you want it back, bro. That's how you're behaving.
Oh dear.
Way I look at it is though, is you can't have your cake and eat it in the fact that we've chose to embrace a certain feminism is at the root of most of it, but it's more than that. It's Bolshevik and there's all kinds of ideologies that have come about. So if we embrace these ideas which we have and we don't replace ourselves, then we've got an extra issue there, which is we're going to have an aging population with no one to take care of them. So we've sort of invited this on ourselves as well, I think.
Well, that's another issue. Yeah, the low birth rate.
Unless we're going to go back to traditional values, which is, and traditional gender roles, which is probably not going to happen, is it?
Well, that's the whole issue. Like they're breaking you in from within, and now they're using immigration as the final coup d'état. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Your cultures are under threat. Europe is under threat. You either see it or you put your head in the sand and the eventual thing is going to happen.
You shouldn't be doing this, SE Montreal. Some of us won't be able to sleep tonight hearing this.
Well, look, you can choose to ridicule the message, right? You can choose to not see what's happening. That's fine. But just don't kill the messenger. I'm just revealing what's going on. And you can choose to see it or not.
You're never going to stop doing this.
Doing what? Saying the truth? No, I'm never going to stop doing that. Never.
Well, you're a truth seeker, aren't you?
That is correct.
Yeah. You're a Europe not starving to death.
Your country.
You're a Europe you're a Europe not starving to death denialist, aren't you?
No, what I want to see is I want to see the European countries survive. I want to see in Sweden tall blonde men with blue eyes, beautiful tall women with blonde hair, blue eyes. I want to see their civilization survive. I want to see, when I go to England, I want to hear people like you with that funny accent you have. I don't want to hear Allahu Akbar. You understand that? If you don't get that, bro, you will soon enough.
Are you sure you've never done any minaret work?
Yeah, just keep making fun of it, bro. Just keep making fun of it. Remember, you guys had the world at one point, right? Remember, you had the world at one point. The British Empire, the sun never set. Now you're an insignificant island, and you're about to lose that too. Personally, I don't
And we lost the
give a
empire
shit.
because of
But
immigrants.
hey, it's your culture, bro.
We lost the empire because of immigrants.
No, you lost the empire because you overextended, like any other empire. That's a different story.
Well, it kind of makes sense that we'd go the other way, after dominating. And I don't know. I don't want to get into that. But the point is that I've thought about this a little bit, and if it's true that we're not replacing ourselves, it suddenly occurred to me: would I rather walk out to a bustling multicultural society or tumbleweeds? And I don't know. I don't think I want to walk out and see tumbleweeds. So...
I'll take the tumbleweeds any fucking day of the week. Tumbleweeds.
Fair enough.
That's pretty telling.
Yeah, I'd rather see my society fall apart and start from scratch than being taken over by these Muslim monsters. Yep, absolutely.
Like your neighbor.
Bro, don't talk nonsense, bro.
You said was a decent enough guy.
Don't touch. When they're here in our country, they're friendly. Like, try to go to Saudi Arabia. Try to go. Tell them, look, I want to go to Saudi Arabia. I want to see that black rock you're talking about. What? Can I make a reservation?
Yeah,
like I said, you guys have no clue of what you speak, man. It's almost comical hearing you guys talk. It's comical.
But you're not talking about the entirety of a nation invading. You're talking about people, individuals who, when they come in, presumably have to abide by the law, do they not?
Yeah, it's just useless talking to guys like you, man. Sorry, bro. If you don't understand what I'm putting down, you just never will, bro. You just never will. That's that simple.
Do you have actual arguments, or is this like every single conversation with you ends the same way?
You don't have an argument, bro. You just don't have an argument. I'm showing you, I'm telling you. They're busing.
Oh, God, stop yapping.
Let me finish my sentence. Sentence. I'm telling you, for 15 years, they've been busing middle-aged men, millions of them in Europe. The Europeans are foregoing their own citizens, and they're putting these people in hotels. They're paying for them. If you can't see that, then you have a problem, bro. Don't look at me. Look at inside you. Look at how you handle information, and try to make sense of what you're saying.
Quit yapping, dog.
Every leg of that argument was addressed.
Like I said, believe what you want, man. Don't believe in the TV. Don't believe in the people that are telling you this. Don't research it on your own to see that millions.
Oh, God, stop yapping.
I did. Don't do that. Just make sure you interrupt every time I speak. That'll work.
Yeah, because you're just boring, dog. You're yapping.
I did look up statistics on immigration in Europe by gender and age, and a lot of information is not publicly available for that, but from 2022, 2023, it does seem to be the case that there are men from 18 to like 30 years old. But I think it's somewhat of a you could say, oh, well, they're military. You could also say they're college age. So it doesn't really, that part I think is a little weird.
It's amazing, man. You can say whatever you want, man. I'm just going to sit here and laugh at this point because there's no use talking to you guys. You just have your mind set up. It's okay. They're going to assimilate. Yeah, okay, man. Keep telling yourself that.
Cool. So can we move on to something else? Because I feel like we're looping.
He's going to keep yapping about it, man.
Well, you can talk about whatever you want. It's an open forum.
Anyway, let's talk about how the Ottomans brought civilization to the
Anyone catch that?
What about the Ottoman Empire?
Well, much better than the Byzantine.
The Ottoman Empire that took over, the Byzantine Empire that took over Christianity, that killed all the Christians. That empire? Are you serious? Our biggest enemy. Are you that fucking dumb, man? Seriously, are you that fucking stupid?
What population of Christians did they wipe out?
You're kidding me, right? You're talking about the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, man.
Get ready for a non-answer.
The one that took over Byzantine, the one where the church has been there for 1,000 years. Those people, you're asking.
Yeah, but you said that they wiped out an entire what group of people did they wipe out?
Well, you're too stupid to talk to, bro. I'm sorry. You're just too fucking dumb.
Notice how he doesn't have an answer.
They wiped out everybody, bro. The Muslim, the first of all, they took the city of Constantinople. That's been there. Are you gonna let me talk, or you're just gonna talk over me when you answer?
That was completely incorrect. Sorry.
What was completely incorrect? The Ottoman Empire slaughtered. How many Christians did they slaughter? Millions of Christians.
Said that they wiped them out. There sure are a lot of Greeks, Bulgarians, Serbians,
Armenians. Yeah.
That wasn't
they killed millions of people. You don't know that? You don't know that the Muslims killed millions of Christians?
Well,
took over swaths of lands. They had the Baltics for like 500-600 years. You didn't know that? Subjugating Christians, not allowing them to practice their faith.
Your education level is showing because you just called the Balkans the Baltics.
The Balkans, yeah. Sorry, my bad. So you're not aware of that?
I'm just saying that those crimes are no different than any other empire. Like every Christian empire engaged in it. Every Muslim empire engaged in it. There's no unique evil to the Ottoman Empire.
Man, I didn't know there was dumb people like you around in the world, man.
Okay, what was the unique
It's truly unbelievable. I think you're just arguing for argument's sake, right? Like, you don't care what you say, right?
What is the unique evil of the Ottoman Empire?
Who said it was unique evil? Who said that?
Well, you seem to be implying that they're uniquely evil.
You seem to be just arguing for argument's sake, man. It's just, is it me? Is it just anything I say you want to argue against? Is that your tact?
No, it's just that you're usually wrong.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So it's a personal thing. You have no idea of what you speak. I give you facts about you being overrun. See, you're interrupting now when I speak. It's not going to work. Shut your mouth when other people talk. Don't talk.
Control your
Do we have any mods here? If you guys continue letting this happen, I'm just not going to talk.
I mean, AC, honestly, you are the issue the last half hour.
This is the last time I'm going to say it. If you guys interrupt me while I speak, I'm a mod. I can't mute you.
Maybe we move AC's mod rights.
I'm out of the combo. Have a nice day.
Abuse. Bye. Bye, Felicia.
I just want the audience to hear, right, how triggered they are, right? They won't let me speak. So that means I win.
You're the one who said that you were going to back out because you're freaking out, dog. I get
I'm
it.
not
I know
freaking
that the
out. I'm not
Ottomans like
freaking out at
brought
all.
civilization to
I'm
the
very
Greeks.
calm. I'm very collective, right? I'm just showing that
No,
you
you're the
guys
one
are
who just like
interrupting me
screams
every
for
time I
mod.
speak. Like right now, you're interrupting me. You're trying to do,
God,
but
what
it's
is
not
going
gonna work.
on here?
What you're doing,
Can
is not gonna work. I'm gonna
hello?
keep saying what I
Why is
say.
this guy
I'm
interrupting
gonna
me?
keep
Hello?
showing you that you're wrong. And no matter what you do, no matter how many
Who are you
times you
showing that
interrupt
you're
me,
wrong, man?
even though the mods are not coming in and doing their job, I'm still gonna say what I'm gonna say,
anyway,
and you're
the
still gonna
Ottoman
be
Empire
wrong after all. You're
saved
still gonna
Greek
be wrong.
civilization
No matter
from
what,
Latin
you're not gonna
expansion.
win the
Now, as we
conversation
all
because you're
know,
absolutely wrong.
the
You don't know what you're talking
Latin
about. You don't
Empire,
know about the
which
Ottoman
was formed
Empire.
from
You don't know about how they
disgusting
enslaved the Christians.
Fourth
You
Crusade.
don't know what's
Like,
happening. You
remember,
just
Western
simply don't
civilization
know.
betrayed
It's not gonna
Byzantine,
work. It's
and the
still not gonna
Ottomans
work. You're not
synergized
gonna
it with
win by
Turkish
just
history.
interrupting me. And where are
Now,
the
of
mods
course,
in this
the
combo?
Greeks.
Is there any mods here? Hello?
Yeah, someone mod SE, please.
You're a mod? Well, you're.
Thanks.
Mic check.
I think I triggered.
Mic check.
No mics here.
Yeah. I love it. And this is taped, right? This is recorded. I want you to go back and listen to yourselves. Listen to how you said, listen to how you responded, and listen to how you interrupted every time I spoke.
Follow your own advice.
How about that gravity, huh?
How about the fact that you guys don't want to
We
see
had
reality?
2-3 hours of solid conversation, then you entered, and now the VC is pretty much dead.
The VC is dead?
How about that?
The VC is not dead. The VC is alive and kicking. It's just that people in the VC, they don't want to see reality, right? That's the problem. And they're attacking the messenger as usual and not the message.
I mean, you're the only one left talking. VC dead.
What does that mean? That means you guys gave up? You realized that you were
means
wrong?
that you ruined the conversation that was going on.
No, I was the conversation that was going on.
No. Every single
Yes.
time someone gave an argument to you, you just said, "Oh, you have no argument. You're delusional. You're stupid. I can't believe how stupid people are." That's what you did for 45 minutes now.
Negative. I showed videos. I showed videos.
Then he
I
freaked out and
gave
called
you
them out.
information.
Crazy.
Yep. It's facts. What I told you is facts. Facts about Europe that you don't want to see for some reason. That's your problem, not mine. Your problem. Europe is being invaded by Muslims. If you guys don't want to see that, that is your problem.
You don't even live here. Every single
don't
guy
have
who has
to live
responded
there.
to you live here. We see this every single day.
Right. Your women are being raped by rape gangs. You moron. But you refuse to see it. Make an argument against that. Make an argument against that. That's right. Speechless. Sit down, take your medicine like a man.
It's just false, bro.
Absolutely true, bro. Because you say it's false, it doesn't matter. We have dozens of politicians talking about it. There's even the woman, the Dutch woman. She says, "My country is finished. Rape gangs. We can't go out at night." That's a fact. If you can't see that, the problem is
Divide and conquer rhetoric,
yours.
nothing else.
Yep. Keep your head in the sand. You're part of the problem. You are going to be the fall of your country. Weak men like you.
I can't
sir.
believe anyone in the world is that stupid.
Yeah. People
You're
like
proving
you.
my point, bro.
Flags like you.
Like
Yeah.
DC, this is the only thing he can do.
No, I'm showing you. I've showed you facts. I've showed you people talking about it. I told you how many people have come in. I've told you where they've come in. I
So
told you that
boring. All he
the
does is
Turkish
yap.
government has buses them to the border. You just refuse to hear all the stuff that I tell you.
Can we talk about like anything else?
You can talk about anything you want.
What were you guys talking about before?
No.
Lion made the argument that America was a Christian nation from the foundation, and he read something out. We asked for source, and then AC came in, white knighting for him. 45 minutes later, the VC is dead.
The VC is not dead. We're talking right now. You're dead. You people like you are dead because you know you lost the conversation. You know you have nothing but ad homs. Europe is being taken over by immigrants. They're coming in hundreds, thousands every day by boats. If you can't see that, that's your fucking problem, my friend.
Hundreds of thousands by boat daily. Are you sure about that?
But that's not an
I believe most immigrants now are actually Europeans. So Europeans are immigrating Europeans, I guess. What
are
does
you
that
talking about, man? What are you talking about? You fool.
No.
Where are they mostly European?
Yes, right now the primary immigrants are Ukrainians. That's the one we take in now. So.
Yeah, man. I can't believe there's people like you alive, bro. It's unbelievable.
Well, that's true.
They count on people like you, man. Just
What?
keep being the way you are, bro. Keep being the way you are.
That is true, MC Montreal.
See, Montreal. Who gives a shit, bro? Who gives a shit?
You don't care about facts.
Is being overrun by Muslims, bro. Wake up. Wake up.
No, it is sure in the past, right? Like many years ago, it's depending on like conflict in the world. But right now, primary immigrations are people from Ukraine because of the war, obviously.
Yeah, that's right, bro. Man, just forget. Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah.
Yes,
keep telling yourself
it is true. Yes, it is
right.
true.
Just don't look at the Muslims that came in. Answer me by telling me, well, now it's different. Other people are coming in. Just disregard what I said in the past and the past 15 years that Angela Merkel opened the borders. And now, you know what? Now they're crying in Germany. Now in Germany, they want to get rid of the migrants. Do you know that? Of course you don't know that. Of course you don't.
Yes, I know that.
America in the 1800s, they wanted to get rid of the Italians, and then they wanted to get rid of the Irish, and then they wanted to get rid of the Mexicans. This is just normal behavior.
Mm. You know, Norwegian was actually seen as dirty and black people in United States.
Yeah, it's just useless talking with you guys. Yeah, you'll find out the hard way, man. If you think you think Christian immigration to a Christian country, Italians, Greeks, Germans coming to the States, if you think that's the same as Muslims coming to your country, you're going to be in for a shock.
No, I don't want. I would prefer that there is like as little immigration as possible, and if there is immigration, I would prefer that to be civilized, highly educated people. Yes. But that's not immigration.
It's amazing the amount of delusion that happens.
Yeah, but those are primarily it's a refugee immigration, like people coming in on a refugee status. I don't have any problem with workers, refugee. They are pretty good people. But
all I can do is sit here, laugh, and feel sorry for you guys.
Do you have a conversation with yourself, Vice Montreal?
I'm trying to show. It's a waste of time, man. It's a waste of time talking to you people.
But you
about
haven't said
immigration.
anything yet.
Yeah. I've been talking for hours. If you haven't heard what I said,
Oh, sorry, maybe I came
quite
in too
literally,
late.
since I got here, you've been essentially just doing nothing but attacking us every time we say something in the time I've been here.
Yeah, like
I'm
all
not
you've been saying
attacking
is
you
like,
guys. I'm
listen, you
telling you
don't want to
facts.
listen to me. Listen, you don't want to listen. You don't want to hear that all these immigrants are coming. Listen, that's all we've been saying, basically.
Is
You
your
haven't made a
Google
single
broken? Is your Google broken?
I can't
No,
believe you
I
guys
don't.
are
I'm
just
not gonna
stupid.
Google for you.
Is your YouTube broken? Just Google what I just told you. Google immigration in Europe and see
If
for
I Google
yourself.
immigration Europe, I'm not going to find hundreds of
Immigration
thousands of
in-
refugees coming by boat daily. That is not going to come up.
Like I said, man, believe what you want. I've said what I said. As a matter of fact, I'm done. I'm done talking. You guys could believe what you want. Don't do any research. Everything is fine. Europe is fine.
Yeah, Essie, how many weeks now has it been that daily crossings are hundreds of thousands of refugees?
Just focus in on one thing that I say. Don't look at the whole picture. Just do exactly what you're doing, bro. You will find what you're looking for.
Well, Essie, when I actually do the research, it says that there were approximately 1 million Syrian refugees, and that the sum total of all refugees that were from Middle Eastern countries over the span of years was a little over 2 million, spread amongst all countries, with the majority of the Syrian refugees going to Germany. Now, you claimed that to this day there are hundreds of thousands coming over by boat daily. Which one am I going to believe? I've done the research. Now, why am I so?
If I said
what do you
hundreds of
think?
thousands, I misspoke. Thousands. Thousands are coming in daily.
How many? So, okay, how long has that been going on?
For a long time, for years and years. There millions have made it through, just through Greece. Millions. They made it through, and they want to go to specific countries, sucker countries, mainly ones that they know: England, France, and Germany, and the Dutch, and what do you call them?
So the Syrian conflict began
Those people.
14 years ago, and that was when the start of all this happened. So let's have a look. If we're doing thousands daily from Europe, into Europe from Syria for these 14 years. Oh, even if it was just that, you're saying there's 25 million Syrian refugees in Europe now?
Bro, do you see what you're doing? You see what you're doing?
I'm holding you to the things that you say.
You are homing in on a few numbers. You're not looking at the whole picture. Can you just please go to Denmark, go to Holland, right, and see what these people are saying themselves? Can you do that? Can you just not look at numbers? Can you go see the people and listen to what the people are saying? And you hear they're saying that
I mean,
there's a
I'm from
rape gang.
Denmark. I can say you're wrong.
They're raping. Women are disappearing from their father. They're missing for 3-4 days. Can you please not interrupt me while I'm talking? Can you please not interrupt me? Can you let me finish my sentence? Can you please let me finish my sentence? Can you please let me finish my sentence?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. There are stories, you can look them up, right? They take girls, they're missing for 3-4 days, they rape them, right? And then they send them back. And when they tell the police this, they let it go. These things are happening all the time in Europe. Do you understand that?
He doesn't accept
I know that you're saying
What they did in
Switzerland.
I think it was Switzerland. What they did in Switzerland is the first thing they did is when the rapes numbers started going sky high, they stopped reporting. First thing they did was they stopped reporting the ethnicity of the attacker. That didn't work because the numbers were so high that it was just ridiculous anyway, and so they stopped reporting the numbers. They just stopped reporting
Somebody
them.
with
And that's
common
what they do.
sense.
And so
Thank
someone,
you, Lord God.
yeah, and then then they go, oh no, it's not. First of all, it's not happening, and secondly, when then you prove it's happening, oh, it's not happening as much as you say it is. And even if it is happening as much as you say, this isn't having the damaging effect that you say it does. And even if it does have the damaging effect, etc., 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 or they'll hold you to an unrealistic expectation that you have the exact numbers right at your fingertips. Because, you know, why would you have something else better to do with your life than research this exactly for their benefit? So
thank you for the love of God, sir. Thank you for
I had to
coming
jump in. I'm going to post here. I'm going to post this comment to you, SE. We don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but this one is, the UK is screwed. I don't see a way back. So we'll see.
Yeah, bro. They don't get the severity.
I've had to sort of give up on it because I'm not living there anymore. Yeah. So what is your evidence now?
What is the evidence they stop reporting on crimes? That just doesn't make a lot of sense.
That's it. They want chapter
no matter
and
what
verse.
you tell them, Red. No matter what you tell them.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you watch like 5 boats come over with, 400 people each. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. They watch all the boats.
And not a single woman or child in the boat.
They've got a thing now called migrant hotels, where they just put these people up for free and give them free food, free healthcare, all at taxpayers' expense. Oh no, that's not.
I tried that too. They don't believe that either.
Liverpool is overrun. Liverpool is overrun. My home. That's my home, and it's been overrun, and it was already not great because the industry there is kind of because all the production and everything's gone to China. And read my comment on that. I don't care if anyone else does because it's not for them. So if you're a lefty, don't read that comment. It's not for you. But SE, read that.
I read it, bro. You're absolutely right, bro. Yeah, I've been talking about this for hours.
Yeah.
They just don't want to hear the message, bro.
Yeah. These are the people who wanted to put people in jail because we wouldn't wear masks. Remember that. Don't ever
remember
forget
where you're at after all this is done.
Yeah. These are the people who would literally, if they could, and they've stated this to me, would close every church in the UK and jail every minister. And they've said this to me. While saying that they're tolerant. They're the least tolerant people. And it's destroying countries. But I don't know, maybe Barrage has got a chance. But even if he does get in, I don't know. I don't know if it's salvageable. US is back from the brink, and I'm glad about that. So I'm glad I live here. Anyway, rant over. Thanks, SE. I appreciate you. Again, we don't agree on the shape of the Earth, and we can argue the toss about that if you like. But on the cultural thing, it's almost unbelievable. They'll watch all this stuff going on and just, it's just totally fine. Migrant hotels at my expense. Oh, let them in. They don't speak any English.
I appreciate that. Yeah, let's give him so many pounds a week.
Just let it go. You'll never convince them.
It is very important thing to consider, like the values of the people who immigrate, that they have to follow like the law of the country. And it's a problem that like a lot of the people coming in from other countries are extremists. It's like a thing that you have to like weigh against each other. And I'm not only talking about like people coming from Somalia and Syria. I'm talking about also like inter-Europe immigration is not also okay. It's not automatically okay that you can have like a bunch of Bosnian people coming to Norway. I don't think that's okay either. They are a lot of people from those countries, from Serbia and Bosnia, from the Baltics, are not. They are not like Norwegians. A lot of them have like backgrounds with mafias and are like a bit violent actually. So I don't think it's like just a Muslim Christian thing, but it's also like it's a problem with Muslims that they not everybody, but some Muslims are extreme and they used the religion to justify breaking the law of the country, and they also don't follow the culture, which we would consider it's not necessarily illegal, but like it could be like a very orthodox Muslim family from like Afghanistan could like hide away their wife in a sense, you know, in the house. That happens. They kind of like they are not allowed to talk to other people, for example, according to their culture.
Some people
And
agree with that.
yeah, many Muslims don't agree. I agree. Most Muslims don't agree with that.
No.
Who
I mean, there's
live
people
here.
here who actually agree with how the Muslims treat their women. Like if you get them in an honest moment, they say maybe they got the right idea. Wasn't Andy saying earlier like they should be educated?
That
If
they
that
should
wasn't
be
him, I
educated.
apologize. That they shouldn't be. In like
Oh
the
yeah, there are some
Israelite.
Christian, like more, what do you call it, Christian, not
Fundamentalist.
what you like more, yeah, like more orthodox, like more religious Christians, fundamentalist maybe they're called, who also believe in those things, who don't align with this today's society either. And the Muslims, they don't like gays. Christians also, many Christians also don't like gays. So it's also a problem. It's not only like
I mean, you would think they'd be.
Muslims.
You think they'd be clamoring for Sharia law, the way some of them speak.
A surprising number of American Christians would love Sharia law.
Yeah. But I'm curious, something Red Cloud said, if he's still here.
He's not.
I guess not. Never mind.
It's funny how you guys didn't attack Red Cloud like you attacked me, huh? Is it just a messenger or not?
He didn't leave a space for us to have a conversation, SC. And then he
Okay.
ducked immediately after he said what he said.
Look, I know we have differences and sciences and that, right? But when it comes time to like a thing that matters really for everybody, there shouldn't be like this, oh, because you said it, it's wrong. You know, you shouldn't just go on auto not belief because a certain person says something.
It's not a matter of honor, not belief, SC. You're saying absurdist things and things that can't be verified and things that, if you investigated, are shown to not be true. So, and then your response to being shown that the statistics that you're citing are wrong is to have an anecdotal story. It doesn't really lend to you having much of a leg to stand on in terms of the actual topic.
Well, that's not true because I showed you videos, and we had a guy come in.
I wasn't here.
You see, you're interrupting me now. That's not good. So we have a guy that was from there that told you what I said is absolutely true, but you still refuse to believe it. After a guy from there came in.
I have somebody else right here that says that it's not true, in the form of Gabe Horn, who's from Denmark, who you said I should talk to the Danish people and see what they say. And he said that you're full of shit.
Whatever, bro. Whatever. You just keep hating. You just keep looking the other way. I mean, there's just no way to deal with somebody like you. So whatever, man. Have a good day.
Red Cloud was also asked for evidence about them fudging the numbers on the rape statistics. I don't think that was an unfair question.
I tried to ask Red Cloud what his evidence for was that they stopped reporting crime statistics, and his response was to just completely dismiss it and move on. So that's another big unfounded claim on his end. I say he didn't provide any sort of evidence. He just went on a ramble that was a bunch of anecdotes that cannot possibly be backed up in any real way.
Like I said, keep believing what you believe. Stay in the la la land, right? And just Google a few things and pretend you think you know what's going on. Don't listen to the people that are from there. Don't research it any further. Just keep doing what you're doing, man. It's people like you that these people rely on. So,
do you think it's reasonable to think that of all the things that are going on in this world, crime statistics in the UK stop being reported?
Like I said, man, believe what you want to believe. Play the higher ground.
I'm not asking me to believe
research.
I'm asking you if you believe that.
The answer is yes. Yes. I believe that.
Pazza, you're here. You're a British man. Crime statistics are still reported in the UK, right? Pazza may not be near his mic. Do we not have any other Brits on here?
See, this is called, the people, like, take the Roman Empire, right? You ever hear when they say the people were partying in the middle while the empire was burning at the edges? That's what I'm hearing now, right? Like, I'm trying to explain to you what's going on in Europe, and you just refuse to see it. It's okay, man. It's fine. I mean, it's all good.
See, you don't have any evidence that it's happening, and when you say things that could be evidence, Jim, just even a cursory review of it doesn't show that what you're saying is remotely accurate. I don't know what to do with that. I just have to believe. I just have to take your trust me, bro, and pretend like that's evidence.
No. What you should do is put your head in the sand, just do a few Google searches, and leave it like that. Leave it like that. Don't do any further search. Don't listen to anything I've told you about politicians saying this, about stories being written, about multiple evidences. Just demand that I show you something, right? And don't look at it any further. But the whole world knows what's going on in Europe. Now, if you can't see that, that's on you, bro. It's fine. It's all good.
Oh, got a message from someone, and it says, yes, the crime rates are reported.
Right, duly noted. Everything is good. Let's go to a cricket game. Hooah.
So how am I supposed to take it seriously when he says that all of a sudden crime wasn't reported? When, in fact, we know they're reported because every year we have the reports.
Well, don't take anything serious, bro. Just keep believing what you believe, because you're absolutely right. It's all good.
See, you've got this entirely backwards. You're the one believing what you want to believe in spite of there not being evidence. The evidence doesn't show what's being said. Can you have a conversation
You're right,
where
bro.
you're actually in the right frame of mind?
You're absolutely correct, bro. Everything is fine in Europe. Everything is good. They're not putting people in hotels. They're not paying for them. They're not middle-aged men. Everything is honky-dory, bro. It's all good.
I've never said that they're not migrant hotels. Matter of fact, I can even give you some of the statistics on migrant hotels and tell you which nations are more likely to use them, given the general lack of land and available space to house them and other things like NGOs. In particular, the UK is one of the highest users of migrant hotels, but they disperse them across basically the entirety of the nation, so that they don't have them concentrated in one region. Because I've done the research. You keep putting a bunch of things on me.
And they're all going to assimilate, and they're going to be good blokes, right?
Yeah, see, for someone who bitches about being interrupted, you love to do it. For someone who claims I haven't done any research, you have no fucking idea.
You're absolutely correct, bro. Everything is fine in London. All the people are happy. Everything is good. God bless the king, bro. You're absolutely correct. My bad.
See, that's a non-engagement essay. This is just you trying to avoid
Bro,
a
it's
discussion.
useless talking to you,
don't,
man. You're
no,
just a
listen to
waste
you,
of
man.
time,
Listen
man.
to you interrupt and be the dickhead that you
There's
hate.
use.
Essie, listen
ahead.
closely. You obviously are not interested in having a discussion on the topic or the points. Everything comes back to, yo, bro, you just follow what you believe. What you believe is this things that you've never said that I'm putting on top of you right now. So go ahead and believe that, and everything's fine. And you think that, even though I don't know anything about what you think. You just keep believing the things I think you think. You're not interested in having a discussion. You can take what's left of this discussion, wrap it up in a cactus, and shove it up your ass. Go fuck yourself, you cunt.
Wow, there it is. That's what you call a win. That's having a debate, an ad hominem. This little child knows he has nothing, just hatred for me, and he told me to shove a cactus up my ass. That says it all, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. That's what you call sweet victory. calm, cool, and collective. So you can hate the messenger, or you can understand the message, do research for yourself. Europe is being overrun by middle-aged Muslim men that don't give a damn about your society or your culture. They're there because you're fools and you're feeding them, and they're going to take over your country. If you don't like the message, too bad. The whole world knows it. You either wake up or you're going to be overrun. Period. End of story. Whether you like it or not, I could give two shits about. That's the fact, my friend. Run away.
But would you have any problem with Ukrainians coming into like Scandinavia, for example?
No, Ukrainians are Christian. They're going to blend into your society. They're going to make your country better. They're going to work.
Better? But they're different.
What do you mean they're different?
If you say they're going to make it better, that means that they have their own values, which they think is better than the Norwegian values, for example.
No, you have the same values. You're both
I don't
Christian
think
nations.
so. No, we do have a Christian background, but we are secular, and there are also other differences that I don't agree with.
Okay, what point are you trying to make? You just want to argue for the sake of arguing, right?
No,
You realize
I'm
what
not
you're
doing
doing.
that.
You just want to argue with me. Yeah, that's exactly it.
No.
Yep.
No, I'm saying
Go
that
on.
we have
Go
had
on.
problems with Serbians and with Bosnians, even though they are not necessarily Muslims.
Bro, you don't understand what I'm trying to tell you. The two cultures cannot mix. Why do you not understand that? We're talking about Muslims and Christians. Do you not understand what I'm trying to tell you?
But
I'm not
most of
talking
Norwegians
about
aren't
different
Christians.
Christians.
We are secular or atheists, most of us.
Did you hear what I just said? What did I just say? Repeat to me what I just said.
Yeah, you said Ukrainians would blend in earlier because we are similar and we are Christians, which is not true.
What's not true? You're both not Christians?
Most Norwegians are not Christians now. Almost
So they're
nobody
atheists.
here is religious. Yeah.
So they're atheists. Okay. What I
Yes.
said about Christians and Muslims, I didn't say anything about atheists. Christians and Muslims.
Yeah, but you blend in because we are Christians, but we are not. You said that.
What's your argument? What are you trying to say here now?
They don't blend in necessarily just because they're Christians.
Yeah, they do blend in. They have the same values. How many is there any rape gangs from the Ukrainians raping your women in your country?
I don't know. There are some of them who are kind of fucked up, but it's not that. I'm not sure actually.
Do they require their women to cover their faces?
No.
So it's different, right?
Different from Muslims, yeah, obviously. I didn't say they weren't different from
So that's
Muslims.
what I'm talking
but they're
about
not.
again.
No, you said they were similar to us, which is not true. I don't want a bunch of Ukrainians here either.
So go do something about it. I'm not talking about Ukrainians. I'm talking about Christian values and Muslim values. I repeat for the 100th time. Those two cultures cannot live together. Do you understand that?
I understand your words. I can understand English, but as I'm saying, like not like it just. I think it's just too narrow to just separate into Muslim and not Muslims. I
Well,
do
that's your
agree
problem.
Muslims and people from
That's your
Muslim
problem.
countries have have different cultures from us. I understand that, but it's not automatically any Christian country or any European country can just automatically blend in here.
It's not my point. You're trying somehow to deviate from what I'm trying to tell you.
It was your point, but
no, my point is Muslims, I repeat it for the 125th time maybe. Muslim culture and Christian culture cannot live together. Don't say anything else other than that. That is my point. That is my only point. Do you understand?
Okay, so you're saying it has nothing to do with Norway then, since you're not a Christian nation?
No. Again, you're saying things I didn't say. I'll repeat it
I'm
again.
just asking you.
Those two
I asked
religions
you.
cannot live together.
It was a question. So it has nothing to do with Norway then, since we are not a Christian nation.
If you want to put it that way. Yeah, if you want to put it that way, yeah, nothing. Until they allow Muslims in, right? So whatever your nation is, even if I'll answer you directly. If it's an atheist nation, then it's going to become a Muslim nation. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand that. I don't want too many of different cultures, like Muslim culture also, like if that's the case, yeah. I do agree there. I just don't think it's like automatically, I don't support any radical religion who are, sorry, any radical religion in my country at all. Like fucking, we have a bunch of like, okay, so yes, I do. I don't like radical Muslims. They have a strong culture that doesn't fit into our way of living and our value system. They don't value the same thing we do. But we at the same time, we have a bunch of radical Christians here who also who have adopted a lot of stuff from other countries, and some of it has also come from here. Like you have had Smith's Friends, Jehovah's Witness, and you also have like more mainstream religious people who just hate. For example, there is a lot of LGBTQ hates and stuff like that coming from Christian values, which doesn't fit into our society either.
Well, that's a fall of the society of the West. This LGBTQ plus. That's what's gonna make our society fall. Part of the plan.
It's part of.
So if you're for that, yeah, you're just hastening the destruction of the West.
I'm not sure what you want. You want like a religious nation, Christian national.
Bro, I'm not sure what you're trying to do here.
nationality.
Like you're trying to. What's your point? We were talking about Muslims and Christians. Now you want to go into LGBT. What's your argument?
It's that Christian doesn't fit in because, especially on that matter, they have they don't follow the value system. They also they maybe they don't always say it, but some also express it against our laws that we have in a country. They are protected, and they have a right. And they have a right to express that sexual orientation if they wish to, and Christians don't want them to. It's in our laws.
Do you know what the
it's
Muslims
in our
think of
Constitution.
that? Do you know what the Muslims that
Yeah,
believe
they also
in,
have the same
do you know
problem. Same thing here. They have the same problem. I know. I don't
No,
like
they
them
think
any
you're
better.
no. You don't understand. They think you're an animal. They think you're a sexual deviant. They think our women are whores. We're trying to tell you that. They think we've lost our way. You understand? They think Allah is the answer. They think their culture, because it's family oriented. And you know what? With that, I can't argue with them. You know? That's one aspect I'll have to argue with them. I mean, agree with them. But they laugh at you. They think you're subhuman. You not understand that.
Yeah, but they believe in some fake sky daddy, same as you, right? So I don't
Doesn't
like
matter.
this. Is like
Doesn't matter.
it does because you're putting
No,
them above the
no.
law and human
They will
values.
be
Yes, you
above
are.
the law. That's what you don't understand. Yes, once they become a population over, they will take over. This is what you fail to realize. Just doesn't want to go in your head somehow. This is what you're fighting, right? In your mind.
Well, I think it's like
You can't foresee this happening, right? You just it's
No,
too
I understand your
far-fetched, right?
argument. I understand your argument, and I agree with you. You don't have to argue over that they have different. Like, you don't have to push it to me that radical Muslims have this idea. I know that. We don't disagree there.
It's not the radical ones. It's not just the radical ones. It's all of
There are
them.
many.
When they're
No, there are
enough, they're going to
many.
listen to that. Listen, bro, and learn,
Yeah.
bro. They will listen to the imam over any other authority. This is what you fail to understand.
Yeah. Yeah, you say that. I don't agree that all of them are radical like that.
Go to any Muslim country and see who has the last word. Go and
I
see.
can talk. No, it's the same reason why we are supposedly a lot of us are Christians, but in reality we're just very progressive, and some are kind of low key religious. It's the same with many Muslims as well. They don't wanna.
Well,
They wanna.
Look,
in my
ask
country,
yourself
we
this,
have.
right?
Yeah.
Hold on, Paza, before you get in, ask yourself this, right? These immigrants, why are they going to Europe? Why are they not going to Dubai, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, those affluent countries? Why are they not going there? Ask yourself that. Why are they going to Europe?
Who lives affluently in Dubai?
Don't just pick one country, answer the question. Why are they not going to the affluent Muslim countries, their own brethren? Why are they not going there and asking them for asylum? Why are they going to Europe? That is the question. If you can't answer it, say, I can't answer it. Don't change the subject, please.
Which Muslim country is the common man living an affluent lifestyle in?
Well, I can name you quite a few of them. Dubai, the United
Arab man is not
Arab
affluent.
Emirates. And it doesn't matter. Just answer the question. Why are they not going to Muslim countries? Why are they going to Europe?
You have
standard of living is higher
better.
here.
Yeah. It's better to be an immigrant here. You get more help from the government to get your hands, feet on the ground, etc.
Exactly, because the Europeans are suckers and their own people are not taking them in because they know they're middle-aged men and they just want to come in and hog off the system. The Arabs are smart, the Europeans are stupid. That's why.
Yes, S.E. Montreal is right. Around the modern world, we have laws put in place by governments to allow people the freedom of abortions, and they're being taken away by extreme religious zealots who've got their own legal framework, which they imbue based upon their scripture, don't they? So if you let the extreme religious run societies, you lose all the secular freedoms we've established in the West, and we go back to fundamentalism. And that's happening in America now. There's a group of extreme religious people who are imposing laws they see in a book on against and over, and they think they've got the right to push it over everyone, even those who don't believe in their religion, to change the laws about things like abortion. And this kind of religious extremism, you've got to be very careful of it, because this is the sort of thing that's going to change your country. Wouldn't you agree, SC Montreal?
Absolutely. That's what I've been trying to say. You got to watch out for this religion movement because it's going to overtake your country if you don't keep it in check. Exactly my point.
But the religious movement in America,
2025 is terrible for America.
Yeah, because the religious movement in America right now, which is imposing itself on all the secular freedoms, is Christianity, isn't it?
I couldn't disagree with that. Yeah.
Yep. So why don't you worry about the religious people, the religious fundamentalists in your own country, and not concern yourself so much about those in distant Europe?
He's Canadian, so it's Muslims for him, specifically in Mississauga, in the Toronto area.
Oh yeah, it's in Montreal, of course. You know, I never made the link.
You see, again, you're making it personal, guys. I mean, you're just showing you're showing your undies, as they say.
Don't make it personal. Keep on subject, right? I know you guys hate me. I get it, right?
I don't hate you, SC Montreal.
Of course you do.
I think you're good.
But
I think you're
that's
shit at
fine. It's
arguing, and I
okay.
think that
I get it.
I think you're a terribly dishonest interlocutor. But I don't hate you.
You see? There you go. Were you the one that told me about the cactus? Were you the cactus guy that rage quit and told me to stuff a cactus? Yeah.
I don't hate you. I just think you could be summed in all the times I spoke to you. I think you could be summed up in 5 words: strong-willed and weak-minded.
There you go. It's okay. I really don't give a damn what you think about me, right? Just keep on topic, and try to be an adult, right?
Well, we were talking about religion, and now you start talking about you started talking about us hating you. That's not staying topic, is it?
Now, SE, a lot of the times, whenever there's a chance for a discussion to continue, you have a tendency to play some sort of weird victim card and draw us off a topic. So, if you'd like to continue to discuss why you're wrong about most immigration and refugee status, I'd love to. Can you actually provide some evidence and numbers to back up what you say about it?
You know what, bro? I really don't give a damn what you think of me, what you think of what I said. I said what I said. People heard what I said. Everybody in the world knows that Europe
Why are
is
you running
being
away from having a conversation?
run. Please don't interrupt me. Like I said, I really don't care about you. I don't care about your opinion of me. This is an open forum. I'll talk as I wish, when I wish. You're not going to tell me when and what to do. I made a statement about Europe, about immigration. You don't have to like it. I really don't care what you think of
I'm not
me
liking it. I just
or
like
my
it to be
statements.
supported by evidence. Can you support your statements with evidence?
Like I said, I don't care what you think. You understand? You're not going to make demands of me. You get it?
So you're not going to have a discussion in which you provide evidence? You're just going to assert something and then claim you don't care what the other side says?
With you, yeah, I really don't care. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm going to do. Yep.
See, this is what I mean by dishonest interlocutor.
Like I said, your opinion of me is irrelevant. I don't care what you think.
So you don't care to continue to have the discussion either, though. That's the weird part about
You?
this.
No, because of your attitude right now, I don't care. I'll talk to anybody but you. Yes, it's my option, my opinion, and you don't get to decide what I do. That is correct, sir.
Maybe I can talk with Brian. We don't need you, SC, at all.
Oh, excellent.
Exactly.
What's going on,
yeah,
man?
I can go on mute. You guys could continue conversation. Yeah, exactly.
Hell, then shut the fuck up. What's going on, Mo man?
No, you shut the fuck up. No, you don't get to say that. No.
Oh, you get to say anything.
I couldn't hear that at all. What was that?
You see the childish behavior? They just can't handle it. Just can't handle it. He has to have it his way. You're not going to get it your way, boy.
Oh, don't do that. Anyway, what was that moment?
Yeah, what was that?
Yeah, I was just
anybody else want to bring up a topic? Feel free. He's not going to run the show. Anybody else have anything else to say?
Is this your server, SC, or can I talk with
I can hear Mo man. There we go. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, sure. You can talk. Of course, you can talk anytime you want, bro. And so could I.
So what's been going on?
Oh, not a great deal. Just trying to get SC Montreal to provide evidence for the things that he's claiming, and so far the closest I've gotten to that is him telling me that he said what he said. And you don't have to like it, and I should do more than just a basic research. The problem is that I've done more than the basic research. The biggest problem with him is that now that he knows I know more about it than he does, he just wants to say what he says about it and force me to think that that's the accurate, and he won't have a further discussion on it because he knows he'll get stumped. But that's pretty par for the course for SC.
I think it's interesting.
That was a personal attack,
like,
right? Once again, I don't care about your feelings. I don't care what you think about me.
See, I can see you lighting up to talk to me. I can't hear you.
Your games are not going to work. Your games are not going to work.
So yeah, I think it's interesting that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's interesting that people like say that like immigrants from Muslim countries do these things. They have these rape gangs and things like that. And then they say that that's what their religion tells them to do. But I don't think anywhere in Quran or in any hadith says that you can do those things.
No, it doesn't. There are a few ways that you could squirrel them around to make it seem that way. Now, there are some really, really
miserably bad hadiths that say such things as when you're in control of a place, force the Christians and the Jews to the narrow portion of the street and force them to walk through the sewage. But luckily for us, the vast majority of Muslims are completely fucking ignorant of both the Quran and the Hadith.
Yeah, I mean, it's same with Christians and the Bible.
Oh God, if Christians actually tried to live up to the teachings of the early church fathers, we would treat everybody like extreme dog shit.
Yeah.
But there are definitely things that need to be fixed in the Muslim faith, though. I don't know how easy that is to do, considering that the religion is built in such a way to where it's not actually reformable. But we'll see.
I mean, Christians in Finland, like, because we have like a sort of like a government religion, Lutheranism. I don't know how to say it. It's Lutheranism, and it's like, yeah, it's like state church basically. But then they allow gay marriage and everything nowadays, so people don't like it too much. Some of the like hardcore Christians.
I'm posting some stuff on the raid gangs. By the way, hold on. I just posted some stuff, and I'm gonna keep posting some stuff for people to read. Europe is being overrun by mostly Muslim military-age men, and they have rape gangs. They're going around kidnapping women, raping them for days, and then just throwing them back out. This is a fact. Anybody could research it and see.
Yeah, I don't think anyone denied it.
Actually, looks like the asylum applications have dropped pretty dramatically as well. 40% over the last year, and then 40% the year before that. So we're actually getting really, really low on asylum from these folks. Declining irregular crossings, 92% decrease. The peak of 2015, which was at the height of the war. Yeah, it looks like it's dropped significantly. This idea of the migrants just flooding America, flooding Europe, seems to be unwarranted and about 6 years too old.
Yep, I just posted another one. Don't believe a word this guy's saying. He has no clue what he's talking about. Again, Swedish rape gangs in Europe overrunning, taking over the continent. Facts. I just posted another one.
Let's have a look at what any of these documents say.
And people like that is what this guy right here, guys like that, men like him, they're the problem. They're the ones that are going to keep saying no until it's too late, until, it's just too late. So, yep, the facts are there.
So one of these is a question written to the parliamentary that doesn't have an answer given to it. Let's go look at the other one.
Remember, it's guys like that no matter what you show them, right, they're going to say, they're going to find something about it until it's too late, until, God forbid, some family member that it happens to, or, somebody close to, and then they'll maybe start believing it. But yeah, men like this guy, that's the problem of European society. He's not even European. He's probably in the States somewhere. He has no clue what he's talking about. Read a few articles, but yeah.
The sort of people who, no matter how much information there is in the mainstream media about something, no matter how much people have been looking at it and evaluating it, studying it, they'll say, no, none of this is true. Yeah, none of this is true. The Earth is in fact flat.
Yeah, guys like
it's funny that some people.
These are the sort of people you've got to be
when he knows he's
about.
cooked about this. Yeah, exactly.
These are the sort of people we've got to be careful of. People who just don't listen to what they see in the mainstream media. These
And
are
I think it's
people
funny that there are people here who like say that, oh, you're personally attacking me, and then they personally attack for 10 minutes someone for no fucking obvious reason. Just fucking funny.
So the first one that he posted, what the child rape scandal dominating UK politics after Musk criticism, is Musk talking about Starmer's role in trying to prosecute the folks of the gang and the scandal that was uncovered over 10 years ago. This has nothing to do with anything new. This is something that has been known in the past and has been dealt with. The second one is a citizen posing a question to Parliament that doesn't have an answer. And then the Swedish rape thing is going to require me to go through it now to see what that's about. I notice how none of this is actually firm statistics or anything of that nature. It's just things that you found that you think on a quick Google search that you think support you.
Like I said, man, just keep your head in the sand. Keep trying to think you know better than the people that are there. Don't listen to anything about I said about
You're not
politicians, about the woman. Have you heard about that? You heard the Dutch woman say how her country is finished, how she's afraid to go out at night, how the rape gangs. Have you heard that one?
Yeah,
It's
and
like
you can also,
anything I show you, you're gonna say, "Well, something's wrong with this." It didn't say that. It's like you're doing everything you can to look the other way and not see the problem. I mean, I don't understand why you're doing that. I know why you're doing that. It's because I'm saying it, right? You just want to prove me wrong. But it's okay, man. As long as the people that are listening hear this message and do their own
personal
research,
for someone who cried about
I'm
making
fine with
things
that.
personal.
Oh, it's absolutely personal, because I mean, you just don't want to hear the
You cried
message.
about it earlier. Yeah, you cried about earlier making it personal, and now you're attacking Brian. Why?
I'm not attacking Brian. I'm just telling you, you guys, no matter what I tell you, no matter what I show you, you're not going to believe it. So it's just a waste of my time. Like,
no one said anything.
The whole world knows about this immigration problem. The politicians themselves are trying to fix it. There's even countries that they want to start deporting them now. The public in Germany is crying out loud. Now, you guys don't want to see that. It's okay, man. It's fine. Everything is fine in Europe. There's no immigration problem.
Okay, so the third one you posted is about the reporting of rape in Sweden being far higher than most countries, and this particular quote about 58% of men convicted in Sweden of rape were born abroad. It goes into showing that that's not actually true, and that it's actually a much smaller portion of it than that, because there were 843 total cases, of which 197 were from the Middle East and 45 were from North Africa or Afghanistan, which makes it not even a third, which is not remotely close to the near 60% that was reported. This is a BBC article pointing out that what was being said about this is entirely false.
Yep, again, another one that you disprove. Yeah, you're right, man. Everything is fine in Europe. It's all good, bro. You the man.
No, he actually read it. The problem is that Brian actually read it. You didn't.
Yeah. It's all good, man. It's all good.
Okay. Well, SC, what did the BBC article? What did it say? Did it say that 58% are Muslims? What did the article say?
Yeah, I'm just trying to show you, right, that there's a problem there, right? Now you can look into it further.
What's in the BBC article?
I mean, we can have, like, I can do more in depth and find you more articles, but it's fine, man.
No. You posted these. Talk about these.
Don't believe anything. Like, I just posted a few random articles trying to get you guys.
I believe your article.
If you don't want to believe it, bro, or if you want to just keep cutting me off while I talk, it's okay. You don't have to believe what I'm telling you, right? You don't have to believe it. It's fine, man.
Sure. What are you telling me with the BBC article?
I'm not telling you about the BBC article. I'm telling you in general. I just posted a few articles to get you guys to look into it, right? What I'm telling you is this. I'm going to repeat it. Please don't interrupt me. I'm going to repeat it one more time. The immigration policies of Europe have failed. You're letting in too many Muslim men of military age. You're paying for them through your tax dollars, and you're letting your own citizens go astray. If you don't understand that, that's your problem, and it's okay. You don't have to agree with me, right? It's okay. It's fine.
Just tell me when you're done, so you don't cry about overtalking.
I'm done, man. Just don't tell me about
Okay.
any articles. Just discuss
You were
the
the one who
message
posted
that
the
I'm
article
telling
in
you.
support.
If you believe it, you believe it. If you don't, it's okay. Believe what you want.
Essie, you
Okay,
posted
so-
3 articles that you said you posted 3 things that you said were going to support you. The first one in no way supports what you're saying. It's an old kid. It's an article about Musk criticizing Starmer for his prosecuting a case from over 11 years ago. The second one is not even a fucking article. It's just a general person of the populace asking a question to Parliament, and it hasn't been answered. The third one, the headline that you're seeing there, is clickbait, and the actual content of the article doesn't remotely say what the clickbait title is saying. You posted these things as your evidence that what you're stating is occurring, but none of the things that you have posted support you.
Okay, fine. I posted the wrong articles. It's fine, bro. It's all good. If you want to believe that, hold on, it's my turn to talk, right? Is it my turn to talk, or you want to interrupt me?
So you stop talking for a second. See, here's the question you need to ask. You posted these articles as a way to try to support you. If you haven't read them and you don't know what they say, how can they possibly fucking support you?
Yeah. Look, I'll be honest with you. I just found some articles that I thought were going to support me. I didn't read them. I'll be honest with you. If they don't support what I'm saying, fine. I'll grant you that. Okay? You happy? I will find other articles. I will find other things for you. Will that make you happy?
It would make
Like, for
me
example,
happy if you would.
hold on. If
I
you
would love
heard,
to
hold
answer your
on,
question.
stop talking. If I find you an article of that Dutch woman telling you exactly what I just said about rape gangs in her country, how it's being overrun, her pleading to the European Parliament, what would you say then?
I think that an anecdotal story is not going to be as valid as actual crime statistics that you can show me that this is occurring.
Okay, fair enough. So I will find that for you, and we'll have a future conversation on that. How's that? I will find you actual statistics. Is that good?
I would love that, but I imagine that once again, much like our discussions back at Jose's back in the day, you won't find any fucking thing, and you'll try to forget that you were ever looking for it.
You see, that's a personal attack. You see what he just said back in Jose. Just want to make sure that everybody understands that this is just a personal attack on me, right? This is why I
You've been
was saying
attacking
hate
him
before.
for 15
Because
minutes.
I know this guy, and it's nothing about what I say. It's because I say it. He has a personal thing
That's
against
not what
me.
I said.
That's all. It's showing, bro. Your true colors are showing. You see, he went back to Jose days. That's 6 years ago for anybody that's listening. So he has a personal beef against me, which is fine, bro. It's fine.
Essie, it's not a matter of a personal beef. This is a matter of, when it comes down to it, you have never, ever come back with the evidence you said you're going to, and quite often you just try to forget it and say, "I'll get that later." This is
You hear
not
that? Another person, bro. Your colors are showing.
This is my recollection of our history together, not a personal attack. A personal attack would be me saying that you as a person are an infinitesimally small intellect with an enormously large ego, and that if we were to attempt to actually use the interior of your skull for anything, we would only be able to use it to generate 0-point energy because it is a perfect fucking vacuum in there.
I'm glad this is recorded. You see that? Doesn't it sound like an old disgruntled girlfriend? That's exactly it. It's a personal hate against me. I love you, baby.
If you have a girlfriend with
Dance for me, you little bitch. Dance for me so everybody can hear. It's a personal thing. Dance for me, you little bitch. Go ahead. Say my name again.
Yeah. If you have a girlfriend with that voice, I think you are in the LGBT community.
Yeah. You see, it's a personal attack. Yeah, you guys have nothing, man. But it's okay.
No. Montreal, listen, man.
A joke went way over his
Montreal,
head.
you said that I was giving you a personal attack. I was explaining to you the difference between a recollection
and what a personal attack would be. And then I gave you an
Dance for
example of
me,
what a
you
personal.
little
And then I gave
bitch.
you an example of a personal
Jose,
attack.
dance for me, you little bitch.
Oh my God!
And
This
I
is
think
He
calling
went back
Brian
to
a bitch
Jose
is not
days
a
just to
personal
show
attack.
you. Yeah.
what was that moment?
I think it's I mean, it's funny that he can call you a bitch and whine about you for 20 minutes, but he's not attacking you. It's you attacking him.
Oh yeah,
And
that's just,
you're his
we
white
know
knight.
how
You're
he
his
is.
white knight. I must have hurt you in the past too. Dance for me, boys. Dance.
And see, it's just really telling that this is where you're at instead of actually having a conversation, man. If this is the best you can do, I'm done for the day. I'll go back. I'll go back to Jones.
Run away again. Go to Jose. Go to Jose. You see, yeah, little bitch. Yeah, your stuff. I told you, your games are not gonna work with me.
You're like a child. Just stop it, see.
I'm giving exactly what I get. You want to have a good conversation? Talk respectfully. Don't insult me. We're going to have a great conversation. This guy just showed his hatred, right? He said it himself. He went back to Jose days. Imagine that. Imagine how much hate the man has in him. Yeah, I hope you have a dream tonight, bro.
Yeah, no, we're talking to children today. That's work.
So back to the immigration, right? It's a fact. Anybody could look this up, right? The Turks were busing, listen to this carefully, they were busing middle-aged military-aged men to the Greek border, and about 1.5 million of them made their way through Greece. Most of them went up to Germany, a lot of them are in France, and a lot of them are in England, and in the Scandinavian countries. They're taking over your countries. They're raping your women with rape gangs. That's a fact. They're draining your resources. You either accept that or you don't. If you don't, it's not my problem.
They're not even Muslim, like actual Muslim.
And nothing you say or do attacking my personal character, nothing is going to change. That's a fact. It's happening right now. Just like the fact that women and children are being bombed with our dollars right now in Gaza, and we're looking the other way. As sure as that is happening, the same thing is happening in Europe with the immigration. You don't have to like it. That's a fact.
So you like some Muslims, but you hate other Muslims.
Yeah, go look in the mirror, buddy.
No need. I'm good. I'm not even in the government, so I can't make any decisions on immigration.
Imagine Dr. Pecker had to go back to Jose days, like it came out, right? He couldn't hold it in, right? Imagine like hating somebody for so long, right? That it just comes out like 6 years later. Despicable human beings, like despicable human beings, yeah.
Did you just call him Dr. Pecker, S.E., while you were whining about being attacked?
That's what I called him, yep. He told me to stick a cactus up my butt, Blue. Did you hear that? He told me to stick a cactus.
I think arguing with an adult child just takes its toll.
Yeah, that's another one. That's another one.
Oh, I didn't name anyone. So
listen, boy, your games aren't gonna work. I told you that, man. Yeah.
You can call me boy when you pay me a weekly allowance.
Let it out, man. Let the hate out. The whole world you're on tape now. Let it all out. Let it all out.
I like the way you think that the whole world is listening to you on Discord. ranting about flat Earth and immigration.
See, flat Earth again.
Huge.
Just threw it in there. Yeah, yeah. Let it out, man. Let it out. Let everybody hear what you got to say, man. Nothing except hate. Let the hate out,
Yeah,
bro.
most of the
Let the hate
time
out.
on
It'll
this
make you feel
Discord,
better.
most of the time on this Discord, the topic is flat Earth.
Except today we're talking about immigration and how middle-aged men are overtaking Europe. And you tried everything to avoid it and to ridicule me and not address the subject. So it is what it is. It's like I seen your wife kissing another dude and I came and told you and you're attacking me. That's what it is. That's what it so really what it sounds like. What do you mean? My wife wouldn't do that? But it's happening daily. You can see it in the news, you can Google it, people talk about it. The ministers are complaining they want to start deporting people just like Trump, but you just refuse to see it. You don't want to see it. That's on you, man. On you.
Yeah, we see. I mean, you read the news now? News are good.
You see? Just a useless comment. Just a useless comment from a useless person.
Oh, that's a personal attack.
Yeah. Just hating no matter what. I'm just proving exactly what my point is. You just refuse to see it and just making, you're just making, yeah. Your colors are showing, bro. Your skirt is showing.
Hey, why are you hating people?
Again, middle-aged men coming in droves and boats, governments not looking at their own people's needs, taking these people, putting them up in hotels, using the money that they should use on their poor. Their poor are protesting on the streets. There's video of them. Anybody could Google search this. This has been going on for years and years and years, but they refuse to see it. They refuse to look. That's on you, once again. Don't put it on me. That's on you. If you refuse to see that, again, that's on you.
And the problem is that what you're saying isn't true. I mean, there's no demonstration by poor people in Finland.
When did I say Finland? I said
You
Europe.
said that you said you.
Once again, skirting the message, going through something I didn't say. You see that? It's like the ostrich. Say something, head in sand. Personal.
You know that Europe isn't a country, right?
See, again, another useless statement.
It's a question. Do you know what a question is?
A useless question. If I know Europe is not a country, again, skirting the issue.
Why do you think that Europe allows immigration? Like, what do you think is the reason?
Again, skirting the issue. Asking me what I think.
Yeah, I'm asking you what you think. Because you're talking about what I think.
I told you what I think. Not what I think. I'm telling you facts. The past 10, 15 years, Muslim men, military age, have been bused to the Greek border, sometimes with the help of the Turkish government. They're crossing over because they know they're going to get a free lunch. Do you understand that?
I understand it, yes.
That's it. That's my point. That's it. If you understand that, we're good. Now that's harmful
so
to
no
other
further
countries. Do you understand that?
Why? Well, now you added to the claim.
Yes. Do you want me to expand on why it's bad?
for other countries?
Yeah,
Because I said it many, many times. Maybe you weren't listening.
Yeah, I was asking, why do governments allow this immigration? And you said, I don't want to talk about what I think. And now you're saying that you want to talk about what you think is good or bad.
My God, bro. My God, it's like talking to a child. You know what, man? Forget it.
Maybe it's because you're
just go about
you
your
are
day,
just like a
man.
child.
Just go about your day. I'm not gonna waste my time with you. It's just hopeless, useless.
Yeah. And I think you're lucky because it's never about you. The 10 people who don't want to talk with you again, and it's never your fault.
Bro, I don't give a shit what you think, bro. Don't you understand? I'm giving you facts. You refuse to see it, and you're asking me stupid questions. Just do some research and check and see. Military-aged men have been bused to the Greek border for years. Most of them made their way to Germany, France, England. They're taking over, they're burning the resources of the people. The people that are in need are not getting those resources. Now, if you cannot understand that, that's your problem, man. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and any kind of a fact about that would be good because over here in Finland, they don't get benefits for long. They have to do something. They have to work or get an education.
Well, maybe Finland has it right. You know, maybe
I mean, if
you're
you
one
have,
of the few. Like about Hungary and Poland. You know, Poland hasn't taken in one refugee, right? You know that, right?
yeah, I heard
So
all
not all of them agree. Yeah, and you know that's the safest country in Europe, right? Do you know that? Poland and Hungary?
Could be. They are pretty safe, yes.
Feel it. So they know, right? They know what's
what
going to
kind of
happen.
crimes?
Hold on, I'll be back. I got to do something.
Yeah. This is weird. Poland is top 20. It's not even top 10 in Europe for the safest countries.
Yo, I'm back.
Yep. Yeah, I checked the statistics. Poland isn't even in Poland isn't even the top 10 safest country in Europe or in EU. Finland and Germany are both safer than Poland.
England and Germany are safer than Poland.
Finland and Germany. Ireland is safer. Croatia is safer. Hungary is safer. Belgium is safer. Norway, Estonia, Slovakia, Latvia, Sweden safer than Poland.
Okay, do those countries have a lot of immigrants in them?
Sweden has probably the biggest immigrant population in Europe, and in
And
reference
it's safer
like
than Poland?
Yeah.
Sweden, that has the rape gangs in it, is safer than Poland.
Yeah, it's
you're
safer
saying?
than. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Like I said, man, there's no way in talking with you people. It's good, man.
I
It's
checked.
good. Yeah, you're right,
Yeah,
bro.
just
You're
check the
right.
stats.
You're right.
Yeah, you said check the stats. I checked the stats. I'm sorry that they disagree with you. I can't help it.
Okay. All right. So you check the thing, some stat, and it says that a country that's overrun by Pakistani rape gangs that rape women at will, you're saying that that statistic told you it's safer than Poland, which has none of those people there. And you believe that. Okay, bro.
Yeah.
So I understand now what the person that I'm talking to, and yeah, okay, bro, it's all good. It's all good. There's nothing I could tell you that you're gonna see what's going on. So it's all good, bro. You're right. I'm wrong. Europe is it's all good. There's no danger of immigrants and all that.
And
You're
now you
correct.
go. You're just that's black and white fallacy. I never said that every place in Europe is safe. Why are you an idiot? I said that Sweden is safer than Poland. I didn't say why. There's no like you said just safe. You didn't specify any crime, a different type of crime. You just said safe.
It's all good, bro. It's all good. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, now you go back to that. It's all good. Yeah. Yeah. You can't have a discussion with a child.
It's not. There's no
Now,
discussion to
personal
be
insight.
had with you, bro. There's no. You're just gonna look at a statistic and you're gonna try to prove me wrong. The whole world knows what's going on in Europe. Just a few bumbleheads like you and Dr. Peck, right? You don't want to believe. You want to not believe it. It's fine, bro. You read the statistics and you're correct. I'm wrong.
You told me to read the statistics.
Yes, you're
me.
right, bro. I got the white flag up. You are correct. You are correct.
No, I'm not correct. You said go read the stats. I went and read the stats.
He still won't. He won't even accept that. He still wants to argue with me, even though I just told him he's correct. I want everybody to hear that. Go on. Say something else. Go on.
What do you mean? Say something else? It's all good. Poland is not
good,
as safe
right?
as
You're right. Europe is safe. There's no danger of young immigration.
Did I say
Everything
that?
is honky dory.
Did I say that? When can you quote me? Now
good.
Oh man, yeah. This is why you can't have a discussion like an adult. You say something, and then someone checks it, and when they come back with the facts, you say, okay, nothing's happening, everything's safe, la 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 la.
Yeah, you're correct, bro. You read a statistic. You proved me wrong. There's no danger in Europe. Everything is fine. There's no rape gangs. There's no influx of millions of men that are, military age. It's all fine, bro. Europe is all good.
I never said that. You're now lying.
So is Europe in danger of Muslim middle-aged men raping your women and children? Yes or no?
There are a lot of so-called like people from Muslim countries who are actually not Muslims, probably, who do those things. But that doesn't mean that Poland is the safest country in Europe, because it fucking isn't. It's Poland.
See? Excuses again. Excuses. You're just gonna home in on one thing, right? Yeah, it's an excuse. Answer my question. Is Europe being overrun by military-aged men of Muslim descent that are causing havoc, draining resources,
and raping your women in Europe? Yes or no?
There's a lot of problems with the immigrants from Muslim countries, but that doesn't mean that they are overrunning the whole system right now. But there is an issue, yes, in immigration.
Okay, finally, we can agree on something. Okay, so there's an issue in that.
I never said that there isn't.
Okay, so we agree then. We finally got to an agreement.
Yes.
There is
And we also agree
okay.
that Poland isn't the safest country in Europe, right?
Okay, if you checked and it's not the safest, okay, fine.
Sure.
I'm
Then
good
we
with that. Is
agree.
it one of the safest? Is it up there?
No, it's in the world it's top 20, and in Europe it's like top 16 maybe. It's
Top
definitely not
16
safe.
only?
Yeah.
Okay, now what crime statistics are you looking at? Rapes? Are you what crime? What statistics are you looking? Because we're talking about specific crime, right?
No, I asked you, do you have a specific crime in mind? You said no, so that's why I just looked for top 10 safest countries in Europe: Iceland, Denmark, Ireland.
Okay, my bad then. But how about rapes? Rapes by middle-aged Muslim men. About that.
Well, I don't know
Check
about
that
Muslim
statistic.
Men's SE, but the most dangerous country on earth at the moment is the United States. Yesterday's news, RT News, stating that America is the safest, the most unsafe country on earth, United States. Okay? Whether your school shootings, your rapes, drugs, everything.
Yeah,
So
the
there
Middle
you
East
are.
has nothing to do with it. Do you mean in the Western
Well, we were
world,
talking
Jim?
about
Or
immigration in Europe, Jin. And somehow they don't want to hear the message that middle-aged men from Muslim countries are coming in by the boatloads for years. They're draining the resources. They're putting them up in hotels. They're giving them monthly salaries. They just don't want to hear the message for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's true that that's going on. Even that surprised me as well, but it's true. I mean, that's what's happening in England for sure. It's happened and has
Well,
been
they're
happening
telling me I'm
for a number of
crazy.
years.
That I have, yeah, Jin, they're telling me I'm crazy. I have no proof. Yeah.
Oh, no. Ask the people who are living in England anyway, and also certain parts of Europe. They'll tell you. I was surprised myself because that's not the behavior that one is meant to be exhibiting if you're a Muslim. You're not supposed to be doing, especially as a country is giving you charity as well. If they're giving you a roof over your head and, like you said, money to exist, and then you end up raping and just committing crimes, well, that's definitely haram in the Islamic religion, which means a crime, isn't it? Haram.
Yeah, unless it's done against a Christian.
There's a stat for the safest countries for women to travel alone. I think that's not the stat.
Well, the most unsafe country to live in currently is the United States. That will include all of the nonsense that's going on, rape and everything.
Yeah, except for Afghanistan, Yemen, Syria, South Sudan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Somalia, Ukraine, Central African Republic, Sudan, and Venezuela. That's the top 10 most dangerous places, Jen.
Well,
And even
the
Ukraine
United States is the most unsafe country on earth. Fact.
The U.S. didn't even make the top fucking 10, Jen.
Your country is the worst place on earth. There's no arguing about it.
You're just making
You are
up
not
bullshit
safe when
again.
you go to the United States. You've got the worst Medicare, worst
Simply making
air,
shit
worst
up.
food, worst water, worst
Gene.
Insurance policies for your medical care. Yeah, carry on.
Do you think that Somalia has better healthcare than USA?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think they have better. Look at Cuba has better healthcare than the United States.
Oh God!
And remember,
What kind of healthcare do people have in Somalia?
I think they have enough healthcare that their health is good in Somalia. I don't know why you're mentioning Somalia in particular, but Somalia,
You gotta be fucking kidding.
the healthcare there is pretty good.
Gee, fucking Christ.
He's not going to help you.
They refuse to see what's in front of their eyes. It's
so
it's a problem.
Do you agree with Gene that Somalia has better healthcare system than the United States?
I don't know. I haven't checked.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I'm done. Okay. Kindergarten.
Goodbye. Watch that documentary called Sicko by Michael Moore, 2004. Very revealing. And since that movie, America's healthcare has got worse. They were ranked in 2004. They ranked 39th. Now they're 79th. Okay, they've dropped 4 places in the last 20 years.
That's another one that rage quit. That's 3 of them rage quit today.
Yeah, there you go. They have they have a lot of misconceptions out there.
Unmute no tanks, or I will burn this room down. It's your last and final warning.
Yeah, can we have no tanks unmuted there, SC? Can we do that?
Yeah, of course. I got him.
Yeah, we. Welcome back, no tanks. Welcome back. I would have done it anyway, but I thought I'd do it the nice way. Ask SC, but let's have him out.
What's up, boys? Thank you.
Nice one. Just dust yourself off. Did they feed you well in that place? Did they give you some good food and water?
Yeah, I'm bulking up.
Okay, good. I'm bulking up. He says, brilliant response. Yeah, that's no tanks. Makes positive of a negative situation. That's the man. Improvise, adapt, and overcome.
SC, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
For the questions you were asking, wouldn't it be more pertinent to ask if, since the wave of immigrants, that crime wave has gone up exponentially, rather than say it's more dangerous than what other place, right? Because you're talking about a specific place. Wouldn't that be an easier stat to actually show?
That's some good advice there. Yeah, I agree, John. Yep.
Yeah, I was listening. I was thinking. I was like, it would have to be like way more specific to the crime to say which place is which, right? It's like, which place has more violent crimes, U.S. or U.K.? It's going to be U.S. But if you're like, which place has more knife crimes, it may be different. I don't know. I doubt it's different. But you see what I'm saying now.
Yeah, for sure. Before and after. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
I was watching a video about the UK that's got, I don't know, apparently they're having like, a Congress meetings over there about grooming gangs or something. It's crazy.
Yeah, bro, all over Europe. They actually have rape gangs, bro. Like, families are reporting their daughters missing for 2-3 days. They come back and they've been raped by many men continuously for days. And then when the police go there, they don't do anything. They don't do anything to help the family.
I think they got us beat with that, Sean. I don't think there's rape gangs around. Too many rape gangs.
What?
In the U.S.
Sorry.
So I think they might have us beat with that. With the grooming / rape gangs, public.
I don't really think it's a topic worth hoping or thinking which one is worse. I think it's worse, period. Yeah, I was thinking like Poland may be more dangerous in a variety of all the different crimes that happen there, and that may not be one. So that may be why it ranks higher. because when they do those stats, they're not doing which crime is worse. They're just saying which one is a crime.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because the point you're making, you can't argue, and I think that's why you're getting frustrated because there is no argument. It's bad. It needs to stop, right? But I think the added conjecture of other places takes away from the main point you are making.
Yeah, point well taken. We went all over the place. Like I'm trying to explain it this way, that way. It's like, but just not making any headway. So, yeah, but I hear what you're saying, Sean. Like this is such an obvious thing, right? Like anybody could research this and see that it's a huge problem. And I'm even naming the countries: Britain, France, Germany. Like those countries are not the same anymore. All because Merkel decided to let millions of immigrants, the wrong type of immigrants, in their countries.
But I thought the UK has always had really uh, easygoing immigration policy. Like it wasn't like definitely not like the United States immigration policy tries to be.
Well, you hear
Need to be
similar
more
stories
strict.
under Biden. You hear similar stories under Biden where, they would have like food stamps and some people in Walmart would see and they would have like $10,000, $15,000. These are immigrants
Yeah,
in America.
yeah, that was crazy. And people deny that shit still. You talk to someone who's at the top right now, a Trump hater, they will deny all that shit happened. And I don't think that was the problem. I think it added to a problem that we've had for decades. Like people are an outrage right now about ICE, but understand ICE has been doing ICE for 30, 40 years, and whether anyone likes it or not, what they are doing is wrong. But what the point of what they're doing is 1,000% correct. It's another argument you shouldn't be arguing. Illegals should not be here.
You know what's funny about that, Sean? Guess which president deported more immigrants? That would be Obama. 3 million, I believe. Now they're freaking out over Trump. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way Trump is doing it isn't right. Um, at the same time, public opinion about the situation doesn't help it. But altogether, the reality of it is it does need to happen. I don't think I would say 99.9 of the situations ICE is put in right now are not going like you're hearing on them. I know that for a fact. Matter of fact, ICE raided the company I'm working for. They went to two of the sites that are pretty close to me, I guess. And yeah, I think there was like 3 or 4 illegals, and they got deported. And the crazy part is the Mexicans that are here illegally, they don't think anything's wrong with it. They know the risk when they come in illegally.
Well, I'm not so sure the Mexicans are the problem in the immigration.
It's a mix, definitely a mixed bag.
Yeah.
And then the big things like you were talking about, like military age men and all that, immigrants and all that kind of stuff. What people don't talk about, which is very weird, is under Biden there was an influx of Chinese military age men that were coming in. Now, here's something you got to really remember. How did they get out of China? China didn't just let Chinese citizens just leave. So there's going to be a mixed bag of defectives, and there's going to be a mixed bag of infiltrators. Those things need to be talked about. Those things are big issues. And you're right.
They do not let the Chinese leave.
Mexicans are smidget are probably the lowest percent of the problem with illegal immigrants being here. When you think about the chaos that does ensue from those type people.
Oh yeah, the Chinese is a whole different issue. Guess not only are they coming in, like you're saying, they're buying property, and guess where this property, a lot of this property that they're buying,
near military bases.
Correct.
Yep. And one of the biggest issues I do have with Trump, and I'm not sure how into the news part of it is you guys are, but right now Trump is trying to make it so the United States can sell off national land. Now, in a small picture of it, it being sold to like ranch farms and different infrastructures on the edges and stuff could be okay, right? It could help our economy. The problem is doing so. It is an open market. To do this, anyone can bid on property, and the problem starts that now you're now offering the opportunity for China, to be specific, to buy very large swaths of land in here in America, and that shit is crazy to me.
Yeah, that's a big problem, and I'm glad you're saying it because if I would have said it, they probably wouldn't believe me. But yeah,
it jumped all over you for it. Yeah, it's
oh,
a big
guaranteed. If
issue.
I would have said that, oh yeah, you love China, you're a communist. Oh, guaranteed, bro.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. A lot of talking points that need to be talked about that people just overlook because they want to play hate the orange guy. The orange guy is just a distraction, people. All right, I gotta get to work. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, later. I got some stuff to do too, guys. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, sure. Nice one.
Oh, we lost the brain trust? All right.